Yeah, we gon' make it. Push through, too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of.
Thought you were supposed to be my executionist.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Perfectly played, boys. Well done.
Third on ultimate low ground. It's getting EMEA Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots in it just like that.
Victory is assured.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another day of Apex Legends Global Series competition. And we are starting this week off a little earlier than usual. It's Wednesday. We know that typically we're bringing you these shows Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, but we decided to do something special because, of course, we've got something special happening. It's EMEA coming back for the first time in the ALGS Split 2. My name is Rainday. I'll be your host / commentator for today's show alongside James Bardoff. James, we are kicking off what should be a very, very exciting start to the week with a ton of games, and especially with EMEA getting their first shot to show us what they got on camera.
Absolutely. It's time for us to see that contrast between regions, between North America and Europe at least, because it is night and day with some of the compositions that we like to see. So I'm looking forward to see what these teams have up their sleeves in our first day of EMEA action this split.
It's a very, very interesting thing to look at where they've come from and where they're starting now. We'll touch on how the playoffs ended and some of the teams that you'll notice that are playing in the groups today. But let's get into the overall format for what you can expect for Split 2 and where we're going as a tournament. There are 40 teams split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. If my math is right, that's 10 teams per group. Maybe somebody snuck in there, but I don't think our tournament organizers would let that happen. They're going to play 6 series, and then they're going to earn points based on their placement. So, as well you do in 1 through 6 is going to tell you where you end up. Those top teams are then going to qualify for the Split 2 playoffs, which we will be hearing more and more about as we finish off the Split 2 series here. But, James, when you look at the participating teams and we take a look at the groups, how they split from A, B, C, and D, my God, what a bunch of talent we've assembled here.
Yeah, there are some big names spread across all of the groups. And let's not forget we've got some new organizations above teams as well, like Mutarium, for example, and the likes of Ascend as well. I think Young Money Guild, for example, are now known as Mutarium. But also, you've got the new teams coming through, which we'll have to look at those as the matches go on and see if they can turn up. In North America, the newer teams certainly did turn up pretty early and steal a few games away. So the question is, will the big names here stay at the top, or will they start to move down as some of these new names start to move up?
I mean, you see Horizon, you see Alliance, you see New Esports, Rebel, Guild, Players, Scars, you just name it. Fenerbahce, Pinky Finky. I know you, Pinky Finky Tinky. I know you love saying that, James. It might just happen today. We'll wait and see. But let's take a look at who we will be looking at. It's B and C today. These 2 groups will be going on today. And here's a look at the players who will be representing these orgs. Even looking at Scars, we've got Mandy, Taishin, RPR, well-known names. Players, Leogri, Artico, Hardeki, names the entire European scene will be familiar with. Of course, at the very top, Yuki Hakis and Vase for Alliance. Some incredible talent here, James.
Absolutely. We've got the underdog teams as well. The likes of Phoenix Legacy. I know that team's certainly looking for an organization to pick them up. So we'll see if they can make something of themselves today. And then some of the newer names like Morning Stars. We've got Clique Esports, 1872. And of course the more common ones as well. So I don't know, it's a brave new world, man. And I can't wait to see who's gonna come out of the gates running. You know, not crawling, but running, storming out of the gates.
Storming out of the gates. That's very good. I see what you did there. If you know, you know. Also, A versus D is going to be the other group that's being played today. Let's take a look at the players inside of there. We mentioned Horizon, Mimu, Rob, 0-0, Anonymous, Vincere. We've got Rugby. It's Ron and Sonya, GMT Esports. The boys are back. I mean, this is a big one, too. Dell, Nasky, Max Strafe obviously had to switch up and leave because the opportunity to play for Nodis Vincere ended up being too good to pass up financially, but when you look at the success they were having winning essentially the major tournaments before they split up, GMT being back, that's a big story as well, James, alongside these other teams.
Yeah, can we just appreciate the T-Rex logo that we're seeing in the right column as well? I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. I'm loving that logo that we've got there, and saying T-Rex is going to be fun as well. But shout out to Solo Q Goats as well, the people's players, the people's champions in Europe, or one of them at the very least. A very heavy influence on a lot of characters that people play out there, so we'll see if they can make something of themselves this split as well.
Well, listen, we're covering B versus C here on this stream for all of you watching at home. But if you want to check out those teams you were just mentioning, GMT Esports, you want to see how that they're going to perform, we have a secondary stream, and this will be running through every single broadcast day, where you can find it on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. You'll be able to track all of the action. So whether it's taking a quick break when we're on break to check in, or if you want to stay on this page, we will be giving you the results of A versus D as well. So if you don't want to go back and forth, or you don't want to keep an extra tab or something on your side monitor, we will keep you updated. Trust us. We're getting the information as well. And we're excited to see how this plays out, James, because Europe, who knows what the landscape is going to look like today, especially with their first time on Storm Point, as the maps will be dictating 3 games. Storm Point, 3 games World's Edge. It's exactly like NA, but it's the first time EMEA will be showing us how they like to play this brand new open map.
I love the change of scenery halfway through the day, so it keeps things fresh. But indeed, Storm Point will be the freshest of the fresh, and EMEA will have the advantage of seeing what North America have been doing, and maybe they can pick up some of the strats that people have been executing there. But whether they start high, whether they start low, they need to be able to move around the map efficiently. Some Jason Statham transporter energy, so we'll see who's able to do that best in our early games today.
Well, it's a map of levels for sure. High ground, low ground, multiple viewpoints. But if you guys want multiple viewpoints in the ALGS way, check out Multiview. We've just brought this into these new splits, and it has changed the game. You now have a chance to click into the command center, which is below the Twitch channel player near our follow button, and choose which perspective you want to follow. That's right, experience everything. Landing, rotations, clean wipe, hear the comms, see it through the eyes of the players you choose to watch, and you'll be able to make the final circle even more epic. Maybe you want to have GMT on one, maybe next day that they're playing, but let's look at Rebel, or talk about the team like Alliance. You can have them on your side monitors while we're covering maybe players making their final move. You can have it all for the complete immersive experience. Multiview is here in the ALGS, and it's unlike something you've ever seen before in Apex. Great opportunity, James, and as well, I'm sure, with the last couple of broadcast weeks, you've been paying attention to Multiview too.
It's really engaging, and when you've got players like Horizon playing today, he's going to be very entertaining to watch on that. But I think for people who play the game and want to improve, watching one person's POV or one team's POV, listening to their comms, how they play off each other's information and react and stay as a unit and help each other out, is a great way to improve your own game, just to watch how one person applies. And from game to game, you can go from player to player, see how the Gibraltar, for example, holds position for his team, plays like from the back and make sure his team have protection, dome when necessary, not being too trigger happy. All these things can really help you get better at your own game as well.
It's a great thing to pay attention to the players like Multiview will allow you to do, but sometimes when a tournament starts, you got to pay attention to a couple of teams that stand out in a different way, which is why right now we're going to break down some of those teams we've got our eye on for today. All right, James, it's always a great time in EMEA, but it's an even better time when we've got a lineup like this in BNC where there's so many stars to talk about. Which one is catching your eye to start off today?
Well, again, being the first day of EMEA, there are a lot of very interesting teams out there, but the first one will be the David Beckham-owned Guild Esports. And of course, I spoke about Horizon already, very entertaining character, definitely a ball of unstable, chaotic energy, which needs to be controlled by the likes of Vatafe, channel that energy into absolute devastation on the servers. The team has a great eye for the game. Horizon's a man who likes to communicate that information fast, and I think they'll be very exciting to watch today.
Speak about a team, on my eyes that has started fast. Yuki, Hockeys, and Vapes of Alliance. Well, they started almost as fast as you could in Split 1, taking second place, winning $50,000, and being on match point for, well, basically an entire day. 7-8 games in a row having a chance to win that one. It was unlucky to say the least, but they put in such an incredible performance that I feel like if they can start that as strong as they ended, it will be a great day for them.
Our third team to watch today is Scars, who have mostly been seen on the back of a milk carton because since their big success last year, they've kind of gone missing. We don't see them really holding up to their name of late, and I'm hoping that we will be able to see that this split. They've had plenty of time to absorb, and maybe Stormpoint coming through is a change they needed to find their lost success once again.
Well, Stormpoint will definitely throw a bone and see if it wrenches into some of their plans. But overall, these teams are ones you should be paying attention to today. Those are the teams we're going to be watching in Day 1. All right, James, it's been a great start to the show, kind of laying the table, but it wouldn't be a full start before we get into the games without some predictions. And we've got the talent backstage who have made their plays at who they think is going to win today. We've made our wagers. Oh, my God. James, it feels like we're on the side of Guild Esports, what should be the winning side here. T-Squared, Vicky Kitty opposing us with the double alliance, but we're feeling pretty good about our pick.
Okay, look, so yes, Alliance have had a lot of success, but, Vicky's character choices in this game are very dodgy, and I think her prediction game is not far behind that, so you can't be backing anything that she's chosen. So I think Guild are definitely the right choice for today.
At first it's Caustic between you two. Now it's the talent picks. I mean, you and Vicky have to work this out. I don't know if we need to pay for a little bit of counseling between you two. I don't know if we just need to get you in a room together, just close it and say, figure this out, guys. Come out, stop arguing about stuff. But either way, it's going to make for definitely a controversially fun day today as we've got Guild Esports Alliance all playing against one another. And James, of course, on Stormpoint. And that's kind of shifting into the game about to start in a couple of minutes, into caster mode, talking about some of these themes. Legend pick has been very variable throughout this season, especially in this split, with Stormpoint making it even more variable with the amount of different compositions that can work. And definitely EMEA always been a little bit of a far cry from North America's style, haven't they?
Absolutely. We tend to see more cryptos in EMEA, for example, although I do wonder if that will fall out of favor on Stormpoint. In the later North American games we've seen this week, we've seen some very late game Caustics come into play. He kind of disappeared to some degree once the nerf came in, but definitely where World's Edge is concerned, he does rise in popularity again. So even in EMEA, I think in the first half to the second half of today's matches, we're going to see a difference in some compositions. And maybe it being day one, we're going to see some experimental plays in Stormpoint to start off with. Again, we saw some Bangalore's creeping in here and there, which is a super interesting thing as far as solo queue goats go, for example. Of course, we're not going to be watching them today, but tomorrow we will be. And, they've had a long discussion about maybe it's time to finally give up Bangalore. And as soon as they say that, she's starting to actually creep into the meta. So there's so many questions now, and that's just a small part of all the different things that we might see. We saw more Lobas as well, especially late game. When you're low on utility and so on, maybe you need grenades, maybe you need ammo. We saw some decisions where a team had to drop off high ground to push, just to try and find some more resources. So there are so many different options within Apex, and we may see a wider spread of those choices made in today's games.
The other unique aspect of Stormpoint is that it's so much newer that these final zones are giving teams a bit of trouble as to where is the correct position to play. Because they're kind of getting into these final zones, James, with let's just get here. Let's find it. Can they push us from here? They shouldn't be able to, but the actual experience of getting the reps on this map in the ALGS are extremely minimal, maybe 1% compared to what we've seen across in comparison to World's Edge. And so there's still that element too. You're bringing a new lineup in, but you don't necessarily know how these final circles are going to benefit you regardless of your lineup.
Absolutely. It's definitely, I mean, I'm sure they'll be practicing this in scrims, but we see a lot more open finishes where there's very minimal cover, and that might have something to do with people's character choice for the late game on Stormpoint. Are they going to be completely reliant on Jibby Domes? Not every team has a Gibraltar on their squad, believe it or not. So
Right.
So there are different ways to go about it, but we won't have long to find out as we're going to start to drop, and we're going to start to see where these teams are going to be landing as well. We've seen contests in North America, and I do wonder if we will see the same in EMEA.
Part of the reason we've seen the contest is not just because of the struggle of how hard it is to perform and get the job done here in Apex Legends, but because these new teams who have joined the fray into the fray once more, but they found that that fray has been contested. And they have found that there are not teams so easily willing to share locations. And it's resulted in a bit of an ego battle, a bit of a, well, we'll see if you can take it from us or we'll take it from you. And it's in many ways made things very interesting to see how this drop is done. Not helped a lot of these earlier squads, but some have made it out. Start a Fight, a team that I noticed from North America who actually did a good job. They 50-50 James nearly every single game. But in Game 6, turned that aggressiveness around and actually got a 21-point near win, which resulted in pushing them well up the leaderboards for a team that had struggled. Sometimes contesting every match, it can lead you to figuring out eventually the right way to play.
These cars, Rain Day, these tridents moving around the map. One day we're going to see some real nasty catastrophe with these, because of course, if you're not familiar, for the uninitiated, if you're all in the trident and someone shoots the trident, you're all just getting riddled with those bullets. It spreads the wealth, so you need to be real careful about how you choose to rotate, and I'm looking forward to some disasters on that. ESA, though, in North America, like to just roll through with those tridents, but that's enough about NA. We are in EMEA now in this first day as we see Fenerbahce on the rotation. And now we can get an idea on where these teams have landed in this first game. Doesn't seem like there's too much contesting going on to begin with, so everything seems a little peaceful for now.
Oh, and it would be a peace that we would love to maintain, but we all know the tragedy, not of Macbeth, but of Storm Point. It will not end this way, and that's kind of the beauty of it. The calm before the storm. It looks like we could have a barometer ending. Definitely looking like it's heading towards that way. We've seen a lot of this. Some still northern rotation opportunities for SMS to head down. Won't see a lot of traffic. But also, you see some of these more seasoned teams, like Scars, like Rebel, like Guild, already making their way into that southern area where the feel the zone will end. And not to mention Rebel, already near barometer as well. PA taking a few shots, but the Rampage in hand, he'll be able to trade really well back.
Yeah, look, this looks like it might be a full send. Pinky Finky Tinky was heading in there on his own while his teammates were holding the angle. From what I could tell, we can see that Fenerbahce will still hold onto the roof and try and figure out what is going on. And indeed, there will be a Wraith portal there. So, Banash portal, excuse me. A portal of some description, but we'll see if they're both going to survive or if one team's going to choose to back off. But some early uncomfortable scenarios around this position. We'll see where they choose to head. It seems they will be falling back a bit for Fenerbahce, so they'll say hello, a little skirmish to start off with, but not going to overcommit to the situation.
Zeta Impulse playing the middle as well. The rotation, cylindrical center spot where they'll have a lot of good angles to pressure teams, but not really the best angle to hold yet. Still in search of that. Fenerbahce quickly working themselves away from what might have been an engagement that didn't suit them against Rebel. Guild, though, on the backside, waiting, and Zeta still rotating. Round one.
Bangalore.
Almost finishing, and yes, our first sight of a Bangalore here, as well as accompanied with the Bloodhound and the Valkyrie. Some nice synergy there with the smokes and the scans. But Bloodhound, a character that, for all intents and purposes, has fallen out of the meta recently.
Yeah, even in North America, where you could argue there was more popularity there, Crypto was, a lot of people tried to pick up Crypto on that side, and with mixed results, some spectacular failures. Yep. Whereas way more popular in Europe. But I do wonder how many Cryptos. I feel like Crypto may be falling off as well, just with the sheer amount of space that you have to cover on this map. That range may not be so useful, but we'll have to wait and see. But again, it is great to see Bangalore in action. Perhaps one of many, hopefully one of some. We'll have to see as we move around the map. And this region is nice for the late the late zones where you see these Valk rotations, see who's brave enough to try and land on the highest of high ground, which can often be found empty because everybody doesn't want to full send, because it's quite a commitment to make a rotation like that, and if you're wrong, then you're probably going to die.
Well, that's the thing. It's looking like it's going to pull away from the biggest tower of Barometer potentially, and so a lot of teams are giving themselves the out, and that's what we'll see throughout the course of these days. Just a lot of teams playing for flexibility. The hard commits, even if you're watching pros, watching other pros, it's one of the biggest conversations you'll see. Wow, they're committing to this box. They're committing to this building. If it pulls this way, they're going to be screwed. And we often don't recognize that as much on broadcast as we could, but there's a lot of gutsy calls being made that is a 50-50 all-in gamble. And you're seeing Team Empire here getting a little bit of luck, not necessarily with a gamble, grabbing a shield, almost losing most of what they grabbed there, but another purple to work with as Fenerbahce do hold the high ground here with 19 squads still remaining and a beacon to be scanned.
Wraith, Bloodhound, Valkyrie. So again, not every team's going to have a Gibraltar, but again, there is a question of what that's going to look like when we get towards the end zone, if they survive for that long. But for now, we have lost a team actually already, so we'll find out who that is. But apart from that, I think we're going to be waiting for this zone to move down. I think it's going to be a question of trying to level up the shields and so on for the time being. Blue and purple things look quite reasonable for Fenerbahce at present. We'll see Reply Totem now on the rotation. They have got some kills on the board, so they may have something. They may have had something to do with this elimination earlier on, and looking to make more of it now as down goes Lager, and we lose our second team as Solaris won't see any more sun today.
Oh man, what a start here from Reply Totem. 3 kills, and so they are now well ahead of the lobby. Remember, if you're new to Apex Legends, you start getting points for placement at 15, so nobody and the first 5 to die gets anything. Then you get 1 point, and then it starts increasing after really the top 10 into more points that matter. But 3 kills, well, that'll do it. That'll put you into at least a decent placement. And so a great start for Reply Totem, who are playing Edge, and we see this a lot more in Stormpoint, James.
Yeah, we do. Although I'm waiting to see more rotation with the cars in the zone, because you can put a... Oh, wait a second. I was going to say heat shield, but we don't have these in here, so never mind. The first team to be eliminated was Magicians, by the way, as we have seen, and Solaris have gone as well. And Magicians are capable of some jiggery pokery, so we might see them surprise us later on, but it will certainly be an early bath in this first game for them. But yeah, for those of you at home, you can get heat shields on those cards, so maybe try and figure out how you do that, throwing it underneath in your own games. But we won't be enjoying those shenanigans here just yet. So again, 18 squads left as people they're gonna enjoy their buildings. And again, with so much open space, the buildings are also important as they always are. But speaking of the rotations, if you're trying to Valk to this tower, which is being spotted at the moment, we're probably not going to see that in this particular zone, but in the future games, if you land there and you can't go on the inside, then where do you go? It could be quite the risk, but I'm interested to see how that plays out later on today.
And it's interesting. I think we're seeing a shift, James, of more of a Valkyrie-focused meta for sure, rather than the Gibraltar. And the Gibraltar is still there, kicking. You would say it's still maybe the #1 most important pick in these esports. But as teams start to find compositions that work away from Gibby, what you're seeing them give up to get is usually more utility in the form of vision or, in this case, movement. And you're seeing 2 options now to take that tower in Barometer. If things get bad, they can skyward dive, but they can also Ash Portal and Phase Breach up there. And those are 2 completely different ways of assessing and interacting with a fight. One's that aggressive immediacy play, and the other one is let's gather intel. We might even be able to land right back where we started now that we have the awareness of where all these other teams are. So it's kind of, we're watching Apex Esports in a transition phase, I believe. And I think once we get to playoffs, we're actually going to see that transition having fully been made. I just don't know which way it's going to swing, but it's certainly exciting to watch the differences here that we've been able to see in Split 2.
Yeah, certainly movement seems more of a higher priority in terms of the decisions you take, and we'll see how Morning Stars are able to move across the map There was an interesting potential scenario towards the top of the map where two teams were moving around the edge. You may see a skirmish there later on, but for now we still have 18 squads up. So, where are they going to land? Because this is going to be a densely populated area, and they could be in some trouble, not taking too much fire. And indeed, they find themselves an empty little cubby, so they'll be doing okay for now, but it is high risk and mixed rewards.
High risk and barely any reward here. At least the reward is delayed. And that is not, I would say, a behavioral training psychology principle there that would net a lot of value. You mean I got to take all this risk and I don't really get anything yet? And I got to work even harder to maybe have a chance? And I'm not going to take that dog treat right there. And so anybody who's trained a puppy knows, yeah, that's not a viable strategy. But Magicians, maybe here to get some imaging, see where they can pull off their biggest trick. Still some fighting going on over outside, though. Yep.
Sorry, Rainday. A quick correction. The overlay earlier said that Magicians had been eliminated, but it wasn't them. It was, in fact, Nemesis that was eliminated. And as we can see, Magicians are still in it.
It was an illusion, James. I mean, I can't believe you fell for it. Their name says it all. Come on, man. Oh, you've been
my bad.
You got to get back on here. You know, James coming back to cast just doesn't even really understand the Magicians pulling their classic trick. It's all part of their meta, but yeah, really fun training camp there as well. A lot of rabbits at land. But Alliance, you're in trouble, James. This isn't a trick. They go down. Oh my goodness. Alliance taken down by Zeta, who now have 4 kills to their name.
I told you can't trust Vicky. She's basically cursed them by choosing him to do well today.
Oh, no.
So a nice pickup for Zeta Sunset, Zeta & Co. early on, though, Zeta Division. Very, very nice indeed. I'm going to be in so much trouble when she's on the microphone. But I'm going to enjoy it while I can. She can't say anything, so I might as well roast her for the next 30 minutes.
Hey, if you're not reading, you know, the talent chat, I mean, I guess she can't say anything. But if you are, she's saying quite a lot. We're not going to broadcast that one, though, guys. Phoenix Legacy here trying to get on the board. 17 squads here as well. Importance with an R301. He gets a couple of headshots. Trades about 60. Takes about 50 of his own. Lippin trying to get an angle. They'll just wait here. Nice head glitch to hold by. 2 R301s. It's tough to push on that. But they force the Gibraltar Dome, and that means there's a defensive bombardment coming up. Will this team decide to push? There may be no other way to go about it. And you can see Shades, Poji Blot, but they might be in a little bit of a sandwich themselves, taking R301 damage from the front on the high ground, trying to climb up, but behind them is a group of 2 who may be pushing in as well. So 1872 have to be very careful, and they also have to get out of a crypto drone in case they start making or taking too much damage. There's a lot on the line here with this push, but the zone is not allowing them to really take too much time.
Yeah, that's the combo meal deal. The crypto drone breaking the bubble and then the bombardment afterwards. But the space is such that you can fairly easily move around depending on the situation. But now Phoenix Legacy find themselves with some potential. Always got to be aware of your 6 though, because who knows if all this fire is going to attract another team. But they can potentially gatekeep at the moment. They've got high ground and these teams may have to rotate through them to get into the next zone. 1 minute 30 on the clock for now. As we can see, you know, those ults have come in, they've gone, and now they find themselves in potentially a bad position, but they can try and get some information seeking with that crypto. 1872 trying to get some shots over towards those supply bins. And maybe we'll see some rotations from that team as there's an exchange of grenades as well, and Target finds himself potentially in trouble, trying to find a little cover with which to get some cells up.
Oh, and you know what? Hardeki, we just saw him involved. Could this be players getting from the top side into this fight, because that's where they had the angle on the Poji Blot? That might be players actually now gatekeeping Phoenix Legacy, who are gatekeeping 1872. Hardeki finds A10 as well, holding off this big mastiff shot. He misses. That's a huge whiff for importance. That was an important shot to hit. Lippin trying to cover the distance and make up for it. He will get one. Will he get another? That could be a down. It's a shield swap for Lippin as well. Phoenix Legacy doing a great job to try to rise from the ashes of a fight right here. It was ATK who was actually holding them. But that gate will stay open now. No keepers alive.
1872 just around the corner, but so far so good for the resume of Phoenix Legacy, a team looking to be picked up by an organization, surviving in a difficult situation, and there's potentially more to do. We've got some decisions to be made by what remains of that team, and again, we still have quite a few people in a concentrated area, none of them in the next zone, so rotations are going to have to come in eventually. We've got Horizonauts coming through, as well as 1872 try to fall back as best they can. But what play do they make? They've got a Wraith, they don't have that Valk, so they can't go over, they must go straight ahead or all the way around, as we see multiple domes now. They've got some rocks to try and hide behind, but that ring's starting to close, and 1872 may find themselves in a pickle very soon.
Luckily, this isn't a ring that's going to hurt that much when you look at it, but it will still hurt. And if they're taking pressure, they're going to have to somehow find a release from it and get out of dodge. Phoenix Legacy, importance, man, he's been taking a ton of damage, but he's been doing damage as well. And 1872 do not want to give this fight up. It is the fight that is never ending, the never-ending story. Will it have some type of conclusion here? It seems so, as Kavan does fully go down. Target FPS not working with the dimensional portal, but he does have somehow the ability to go into the void, and that might just be that last 5 seconds and that movement boost that can get him out of this situation. But it is Hardeki, it is Artico, it is Leogri who are on the money. Hardeki seizes the moment. He gets down though, and Leogri and Artico have to pick up the pieces. But it is a difficult puzzle, maybe a 1,000-piece puzzle, and we all know how long those sometimes can take to finally find the right fit. Hardeki getting revived right now, James, but it is such a tenuous moment. They know there's still damage to potentially be done, so he drops the shield just in case they need to make a quick swap. But Hardeki feeling confident that they've gotten out of that one. 6 kills to the name, kill leader. Boy, oh boy, they start where they left off, didn't they?
If there's a team you don't want to run into after all that, as we mentioned, all that gunfire could attract other teams, it is players. This is the squad you didn't want to run into. Very interesting composition as well. They still have the movement with Valkyrie on the team, but they've also got the area control. They can isolate fights with the Bangalore smokes as well. So they've got 5 or 6 kills on the board already. So far, so good. A great start for them in this first game of the series. Nice work from the Phoenix Legacy earlier on, and that charge rifle now taking up more space that we previously saw from the longbow, which of course is in the replicator, and it's just so annoying to just shred your shields and so on. These players continue to start moving forward now and find themselves in some more cover. Another chance for them to stabilize.
And just because of those edge kills, they're going to be really good in terms of resources. They've got 1 med kit, but 10 shield cells. They have 3 shield batteries, at least on the side of Hardeki, working with a blue backpack, a couple of ordnances, definitely kitted up with a wingman and a very fast reload that you will see come, I'm sure, into play with a man of this skill. But Artico running the Bangalore, you're right. And this is part of their edge strategy, playing so much towards the open spaces. The really only way to get cover consistently without giving up the moment that you either are safe or not with the Gibraltar Dome Shield is the Bangalore smoke, to create some type of quick cover that can allow you to get a bit of respite, James. And it's interesting to see Gambit really commit to this edge strategy and this lineup in such a way heading into game 1 of this new map.
Yeah, and they have a gold helmet at the moment on the Ash, and that might be hot potato depending on the situation. You might want faster smokes, you might want a faster like Valkyrie spam, so there's a lot they can do with that gold helmet, and they really need to bear that in mind with the current situation. But once again, they can stabilize, and again, if they do want to move forward, the cover offered by those Bangalore smokes will certainly come in handy. Hardeki and a wingman, as iconic as fish and chips in the United Kingdom, and that's never what you want to see if you're any other team. 13 squads remaining at the moment, as that ring has become very small indeed. You've got teams trying to coexist in and around buildings. Oh my god, look at the carnage that's happening. Somehow Magicians still have doors. I don't understand how they've got so many doors on their building, but surely they're going to start to go soon, as we've got a lot of trouble. These teams just can't coexist in this small an area, and surely we're going to start to lose some teams now. Zeta putting in more work, continuing as they started earlier on with some kills, and Reply Totem have gone. Zeta really getting a good amount of kills. We'll have a look at that later on, as we can see that Horizon's putting in some work as well. He's got it down. We'll see if he can finish off the job there as well. Empire just trying to chill and just allow other people to engage. 80k, that is quite the heat map in their area at present. We can see Maliwan now just making sure nobody encroaches on their position, but that's a lot of artillery coming their way from the Bangalore. You do love to see it. As a Bangalore main myself, very happy to see so many in this lobby. We'll see what they're able to do now. It might just be to cross the open area faster that Cleaver's popped the ult, but they do have some action up close, and there are multiple guns trained on this position, but Rogers has gone down, and now they're fighting for their lives, and players are coming through to do yet more damage. 5 kills looking to be 6 soon as Hardeki continues to smash with the wingman. Spamming the Q as well is going to cause some problems, but Empire might be able to try and get some more players up. However, that Bloodhound scan is going to see what kind of situation they're in, and they will be harassed because of that. Maliwan with 1 HP as far as his health is concerned, just trying to get it up once again. Somehow, in all this action, we've only lost 1 team. We had 13 teams for ages, down to 12 now as he tries to rescue the rest of his team. How on earth are they alive? They're just not being given much. They've got less and less space to work with, and who does have space? We have Morning Stars now up with the Peacekeeper looking for those blind shots. Another Bangalore ult now, maybe replacing the bombardments with their frequency in this area. We just got action all over the place, but there are still domes here for people to survive.
Crazy stuff. We're back in the action, and oh my god, what action to be back for. Look at the way that this circle is moved. Morningstar is trying to get involved as well, taking the Wraith portal as best as they can. It's just Mask and Nisa trying to do it alone. Magician still alive. What kind of a trick can they pull? So far, a good enough one, James, but the Mastiff takes down one. Infito trying to stay alive, and it's really going to be up to him to get the shield battery off and Stanny to hold.
I don't know if they've reinforced these doors or they've just got no grenades coming their way. Maybe there's too much action outside. Have a look at this. We've got 2 teams outside the door. Immediately, it's open sesame. They want something to do with this as well. Caesar Division trying to hold on. They've only got 2 players left, and that ring is on their back. The only way is forward, and now it's just Division alone. Impulse has to do it. The Peacekeeper, he's got 3 more shots with which to do it, but there's so much madness in front of him. He gets a shield swap as well. Can he do any more?
Kicks the door down. I'm coming, baby. And let's see if you can handle this. Oh, he cannot, Stanny. What a play from Magicians. It wasn't a trick after all. It was real magic. And that is what Stanny is known for. What a play. What a clutch. And you can see here, players, Rebels still alive, Magicians as well, able to do such great work. Fenerbahce holding on in the center building where most of these teams of the last 6 are still fighting around, but not on Rebel. Takes a quick down. It is players who might just be in the best position from here, James, and Hardeki with a wingman in his hand. We
Look
know
at
how
the
these
area
final
control.
circles end up going. I know, and it's a quick phase breach. They don't like what they see. This might just be a better spot for them to end.
I love this composition. They can force the other teams to just go and fight each other. They can't find angles on players because of those Bangalore smokes. They have the rotation as well, and they can just pick people off. It's like peeling a scab off a knee. Looks absolutely disgusting, but they're thoroughly enjoying it. Players now getting more KP, moving up to 8 on Hardeki alone. Absolutely outrageous stuff from them. And again, there's smokes everywhere. Everybody's forced to look at everybody except for players, and they can just pick them off one by one.
They're not going to have to move when the circle moves in. They're going to have the most open space possible in this lobby. What a rotation from players. 8 kills on the side of Hardeki. Fenerbahce and the rest of the teams cannibalizing each other, eating each other's resources. And so when they face the big giant, they're not even going to get a chance to do so. It is Leogri and players cleaning up the lobby. What a clinic from players and Hardeki, Leogri, and Artico at the center of it all.
Bangalore's back, baby! If you see that team, if you see Hardeki, Leogri, and Artico playing Bangalore, then you need to change your character. You need to pick up Bangalore ASAP. What a fantastic example. We did wonder about the differences we were going to see from EMEA to North America. And yes, we saw some in North America, but a team like that picking up Bangalore, great execution, great example, the area control, forcing everybody to look everywhere else, having an edge of the ring, waiting for everybody to come out from their cover and just picking them off one by one. That was exquisite.
I mean, it really goes to show how important one team saying yes, a vote of confidence to the lobby and to the meta, can influence it. I believe this might have been, and today we'll definitely be seeing the transition from Bangalore as maybe a side choice, as an option, into a legitimate, viable, strong choice within the Stormpoint meta. And 27 points, 15 kills. Yeah, that's a little bit of the players' effect from Hardeki, Artico, and Leogri, but it's also the way that they committed to playing Edge, James, and it worked out beautifully in a zone that then they had all the space to come into, and the teams that had rotated early had to fight each other before they even took a step out into the open space.
It really did, and I think everything worked out for them. Again, you saw multiple teams immediately outside the building, like Magicians were just enjoying all their doors, and you had like 2 teams immediately outside. You put a Bangalore ult over that area, never mind the smokes as well. Where do you go? The map is so open, it causes so many problems. We can see the likes of Alliance had a nightmare come out of that game with absolutely nothing. Phoenix Legacy, 5 kills, then they ran into players, so understandable that things ended for them there. But we did see a tough position for them. They dealt with it. It was an extended fight, and again, we saw good things from them as well. So we have seen some potential from the teams that ended up in the bottom half, heading towards the top potentially in the future games, but maybe they need to avoid the likes of Hardeki to do that.
Yeah, I think it's just really a matter of a great plan being executed very well. And that's the benefit of having players who are so experienced and so deadly. 11 kills to start out the day. Are you kidding me? Hardeki does it again. 2,400 damage. The Ogre actually topping that with 3 kills. And Artico bringing in the Bangalore in such fashion. 5 assists. Double, essentially, what any other member of the team had, showing you how involved he was in every single one of these plays, whether it was a smoke canister hitting for 10 or whether it was a rotation capability to put them in a position to win. It was a team performance. Now, clearly the team to stop today, as they are already off to a blazing start.
Absolutely. Again, I love how all these pieces come together. They've got multiple, they've got offensive rotation capability with Hardeki. They've got long rotation, like ring rotation capability, and offensive with Leogri as well. And they've got area control with Artico. It is beautiful how it all plugs together.
You know, what's actually so interesting about this lineup is you're right. Every one of their tacticals is a bit of control. You've got the smoke, you've got the missile swarm, and you've got the tether. All of these things help to create opportunities for them to slow a pace down, to impact a fight, and then they can also get out of dodge if things aren't working well for them. What a unique, mobile, and controlling talent lineup that they've got here with their Legend Diversity choice. Going to be very exciting to see how they make it out in Game 2 and the rest of the lobby adjusts to a player's victory in Game 1. That's going to be it for us. We'll have Tom and Vicky rounding it out in your next match. So we'll go to break. We'll bring you Game 2 after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
You know, Vicky, they have a saying where I'm from, play on players. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Players with 27 points in game number 1. Magicians coming in second. EMEA starting off hot.
Absolutely. We got these double-digit kills coming out in the lobby for game number 1. I mean, talk about heavy swinging from the get-go, and this is what I love to see within the EMEA region, aside from the composition changes that we usually get to see across all the different regions.
Yeah, and Shiv's not the only Bangalore in EMEA now, so get used to it. And now all of a sudden, when you're going to be playing ranked, get used to a lot more Bangalores. It just so happens that's how it goes when you see players pop off in the way that they did. But EMEA region's always been known as a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more unorthodox than what's going on in North America. I think that we saw that in game number 1 as you take a look at the leaderboard.
Can we talk about this? 27 points off the rip already, and it wasn't like there's a huge gap between first and second, with Magicians coming in second place with 16 points, and that was with 7 kills in that first game alone for them.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills, playing edge, making their way through. A lot of big, plays that were coming through, especially making sure that you're getting the res outside on zone number 4. When you're making sure that you're not getting ticked in the damage, we all know there's no heat shields coming through in competitive, so you're not going to be able to get a res and get your teammate back unless something miraculous happens. Yes, you can get mobile respawn beacons, etc., but to be able to keep all 3 players in, to be popping off like Hardeki was, is a great sign for players going forward. Our picks, Alliance, Vicky, I didn't know that you were the onset of the group today.
No, I'm not supposed to be. I have a perfect record. I have no idea what Bardoff was talking about. I messed up one time because I got the onset curse that one day. I have faith in the Alliance boys. We got to see what's going to happen with that team. But one thing I want to point out, though, something that we didn't highlight, Zeta Division got 7th in that first game, but yet they still were able to get 11 kills. So they're sitting in the overall leaderboards in 3rd place. So Zeta Division have been popping off in terms of that KP.
And I believe Zeta Division was the team that took out Alliance going out in 18th place, so you got to watch out for that and see if Alliance can bounce back, because I had a lot of faith in Alliance going forward. Randy was talking about the lands that they've done before in the past, the way that they're able to play as a unit. I also feel like they're one of the teams that would adjust to a map like Stormpoint fairly quickly. So we got 2 more matches left on Stormpoint before we move on over to World's Edge. We'll find out who's going to be the king of EMEA in our first day. Keep in mind, there's also the other group taking place on another stream, so make sure if you are interested in that. We also have on the command center, the multi-Twitch. It's live, so make sure that you guys go and check that out.
Yeah, I definitely use that just so that way I could hear IGLs like Hardeki just coming out and just really teaching me a lot about rotations. Absolutely want to highlight just the way that Hardeki IGLs for players has allowed players to just find so much success, not only in the first split, but already in the second split within that first game alone. And we could already see here, no team wants to contest this team. They do manage to drop Mill, very similar to what we see from the drop spots looking at NA with ESA. And there's a lot of rotations that is provided here in Mill, as well as really good loot in the middle of those rotations.
Taking a look at all the shotguns that are on the map, just talk about the current meta of what the weapons are. You see the Wingman being utilized fairly often. Hardeki's going to be using that all the time. R301 continuing to be very popular. Hemlock, not as popular as it used to be with the Rampage coming through, but I love that you can really pick up any shotgun right now, and it's going to be viable, right? The EVA 8's not as strong as it used to be. It used to be only pick up the EVA 8, right? Now we got the PK back. We have pretty good balance as we take a look at the zone happening on over towards that north side. I love the current meta in terms of the legends that we have, the balance. I think Respawn's really done a great job.
Yeah, now looking at where that circle is going to be pulling towards the north, you can currently see that team over by Northpad is going to have a field day. They have the beacon, so they're going to have where that next rink is going to be pulling, and they can really control this northern part of the map so far here. They also have a Trident available to them if they want to deny that from the team that's going to be rotating away from the wall. But a bit different compared to the circle that we saw, kind of pulling north of Barometer.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you could do a lot of different things with the Trident, right? You could roll deep with your squad. You could pull up on somebody, do a little quick little drive-by, or you could use it to block and try to use it to strafe behind and act as an extra cover as we see Scars. Mandy coming down with the first kill. Valkyrie trying to make the way out over towards the top. You can see, a lot of damage with that L-Star. The PK's there too. Taishin a little bit overzealous there, but the nade from Heavens coming down and doing some decent damage. Now we're in a 2-on-2 situation.
Bardolph cursing Pinky Finky though, as he is finished off. They have to try to get that banner, but Rev is going to be able to play around this dome here, and they get that knock. I love the patience. You were just highlighting how good the PK is, but can Revenix actually pull this off here? Wants to get that dirty, so at least secure that KP, but so does Scars.
Yeah, they also want to secure the armor swap. That's the most important thing. And when you see a new player coming into Apex, that's one of the mistakes that they make. They don't flush these players on the ground. That's a free armor swap that's coming through. That's also negating any information that that down player may be doing. So always keep your knockdown shields up. Always be paying attention. And now you see RPR getting back in this one for a 2v1. That's absolutely huge, especially with the bubble coming up here in 10 seconds.
I'm scared though, T-Squared. Monde's not only, he had the RE45 with the hammer points at first, he swaps that over for the R301 and Mastiff, but you could see the positional advantage that Monde had to be able to pull off that resin. They got that third player back in as Monde pokes in with the massive, more damage coming in with that grenade too early on as he manages to take care of Fenerbahce Esports, and that's such a good start here for Scars because they want to be able to carry on that momentum earlier on. This is a very momentum-based team.
No doubt about it, and that 50-50 is going to continue to happen, so you got to pay attention to what's going on between these two teams. But very difficult fight for Scars. When you already have that advantage and you're up in a 3 versus 2, you don't want to go. If you ever played COD or if you ever played any type, of Apex scenario too, when you get numbers, play those numbers advantage. It was a little bit scary for Scars. It should never come down to a 1v1. So while you do win that fight, I do think it was, if I had to nitpick, a little sloppily executed.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer than you would like, actually, as you make this rotation onto the northern part of the map. But you could also expect here on Stormpoint a lot more of those 50-50s to happen from these POIs, a lot less POIs to really have to yourself in comparison to the Pride and True World's Edge that we're so used to seeing. ANC with this redeploy, though, love to highlight the compositions that we've been able to see so far from EMEA. A lot less Lobas than I was expecting, but much more Bloodhounds, Wraiths, and Cryptos in comparison to NA that we've been able to see.
Pretty crazy. I would think that they would love to go shopping. Who doesn't like a good shopping spree with that black market boutique? I mean, Loba, love Loba, and I love what she brings to the team, especially when you're playing ranked and your ranked teammate doesn't really do anything besides put down the black market boutique. And you're like, all right, at least they're doing something. Or you got a Bloodhound in your team that really sucks. And you're like, all right, man, at least you're hitting scans, okay? Shout out to all the Loba and Bloodhound players. But you are seeing a pretty standard meta in terms of, all right, Valkyrie's got to be a pick. Gibraltar's going to be a pick. What's going to be that third pick? Just because those two legends are bringing so much to the table.
I'm just having some of that PTSD coming because then you see sometimes the Lobos just take down the black market as you start approaching it. That's the perfect teammate grief that I like to see. We're not going to be seeing that in EMEA though, as we haven't really been able to see that composition come out. But with Alliance making up with this redeploy rotation, they were able to pick up 2 teams in that scan from the Valk passive, and they do see that the team in the spot that they really wanted to take has already been taken by team players here. So they're actually just going to use a phase breach to get out of that position and actually reposition themselves away from their line of sight.
I really wasn't feeling that spot they were in, right? Over in that little gully area seemed like a pretty risky spot, especially because Vapes is rocking just the gray armor and players known to pop off. So you can see gold armor, double purples coming in for players, and that point total is actually sitting up around 27. So they are sitting in first place after their phenomenal win. They played Edge in game number 1. This time they're getting a little bit more central, Vicky.
Yeah, and you can already see players taking some of those shots here. This is such a good spot for players to be because we usually see the circle pull in this direction, kind of end up a little bit on the outside of that dome cover that they've been able to build. But can we also highlight the position of this Trident? How perfect to cover your head? I mean, you would think so out here. They're actually allowing this Trident to fly right in front of them, but players are able to pressure out. That could also be Alliance on the other side there too, as a lot of these teams are already making their rotation into this area.
What is it? Engardia Laviosa. Get that Trident right up into the air as the players are going to be big chilling over here. And yeah, this is a very hot spot already. You can see a lot of our top teams are coming to filter in over here. And the bow check, I would say probably my weakest weapon overall. G-Dolphin with the knock though, former coach of TSM coming through on Pia and getting the knock onto Rebel. Now this is a pretty tough predicament to be in. You see the Arc Stars are coming in. You do have the defensive environment that is going to be laid down, but without the bubble, do you even go for this res? It seems like bait.
Oh, but what's really scary about this spot alone is that this is in the middle of a lot of rotations, leaving Cascade Falls and Checkpoint, so you can expect this place to get hot real soon, as Rascals are another team trying to take some of those shots. They're splitting their attention in 2 different directions because they know that there's another team sharing up the real estate of this building, but they want to secure some of this KP after you actually noticing that Rebel have lost PL, but they're going to go in for that res. And talking about some scary weapons, the Rampage revved up here just to apply some of that extra pressure for any of these players that are trying to poke.
Yeah, and he still has an extra thermite coming through too. That Rampage will just rip you a new one when it's revved up. And the bubble was really useful. Defensive bombardment coming through, just like we were talking about. Gibby is just so darn strong, right? You're getting so much utility. You get the fast res, you get the quick healing, you get the passive coming through from the shield whenever you want to try to contest with players with a sniper rifle or any type of weapon where you're ADSing. Then Valkyrie coming through with the Skyward Dive, getting the ticks on the passive as well, plus the movement. Poor Pathfinder. I miss him.
Oh, man. Rest in peace. But, you know, we got to see some of that action in the Challenger circuit from It's Timmy and on Team Sheesh. They were able to rock the Pathfinder here on Stormpoint. That's why I was actually surprised to see teams like Team Empire not running the Gibby. In the first game, we saw them running that Bloodhound, the Wraith, the Valk. Lots of mobility as players are still continuing on their onslaught of pressure onto that team that's down below. Making those quick rotations really paying off for players here just to hold on to that one building that they're sitting on. And this is the team that I was also talking about. This is one of the teams that are actually Gibby-less. Probably the only team, as you were highlighting amazingly, T-Squared, how powerful the Gibby really does provide on that pick.
The Empire state of mind. I'm not quite sure if I agree with it, though. Even being from New York, Team Empire, they're playing a little bit risky here because, you know, Wraith isn't even that popular on Stormpoint either. So 2 kind of non-meta legends coming to fit in, and now players are #1 team after game #1, looking like they're fighting with Alliance right now. Leogri trying to do whatever possible with this EVA 8, missing a couple shots, trying to connect on that last one, and now one player running for their lives, but now both teams are going to be griefed and ANC outplayed. That is a lot of loot.
Oh my goodness, Alliance player, they basically get both taken out at the same time with ANC moving in with those arc stars that they toss into the middle of that fight. But you can imagine players still were able to get that KP, but not the placement that they would have ideally liked. Now Outplayed is in such a good spot, hanging onto the low ground. They know that players had given up that spot there, but we can imagine that another team has already capitalized to take that exact real estate that they were situated in.
So much loot, so little time over here. It's going to take a while for them to even decide what they actually want, but there's a lot of armor swaps on the ground. You can see gold armor definitely going to be utilized by the entry fragger Ash. Always give your gold armor to whatever entry fragger that you have, whether that's going to be, you know, Wraith or Ash. But whoa, there's already going to be another fight coming through as Guild Esports is getting interested around the corner. Matafe going to have to hit a battery. Has plenty of them to boot though. Silta has to go inside of that bubble. Horizon's there as well. A lot of action happening over towards the back of the zone over here. As you can see now, everyone's starting to push on over towards this bubble. Guild saying, that's not a good idea. We've already healed, and if you want to come, you're going to have to come a lot stronger than that.
And we were expecting this. We were expecting the spot to get heated really quick here. With 17 squads now left in the lobby, a lot of these teams are making the rotation away from Checkpoint, away from Cascade Falls, making their way around the mill too, as Guild Esports decide to call for the disengage. They're going to be able to reset here with Horizon being on this Valk. Going to be able to utilize that portal that Silta was able to put out here. But they need to cover more of this ground with a lot more of these Bloodhounds being out in this lobby. That's going to be intel from the scan to know which of these teams are playing split up. And Matafi is actually being one of those teammates. He does manage to take that portal right back to the rest of Guild.
Great time to see that mini-map right there on the top left of your screen. You can see where the next zone's going to be. Going to continue to pull on over towards that north side as it typically does. But over towards the south side, you can see there's not a lot of action. There's a lot of real estate that's free. But one team will have to make their way through that choke. And there could be a lot of gatekeeping that ends up happening. Solaris looks like they have lost a player, so going to be a little bit unfortunate for them. They're going to have to slow things down, as you can see the healing having to come through. But we'll see what Joke's going to be able to do. I mean, the R301's looking solid. You got the Massive in the back pocket. It's just so difficult with so many people around in this vicinity, plus the zone pulled away from this spot.
Yeah, but right now Solaris is in such a good spot to be able to utilize the natural land formation to get out of the line of sight of a lot of these teams that are going to be rotating away from North Pad towards the east. So as Solaris holds this ground, they have to make sure that they're not going to be pinched in between two of these teams, as more of these teams are going to funnel away from North Pad.
And one of the things to do when you lose a player, whether they're down or just in general, if they've respawn timed out and maybe quit out of the game, not like this happened here, but always play big and always make sure that you are representing your area that you are holding down. You do not want to play small. You don't want to turtle up because all of a sudden a team of 3 will run up on you for free. So you got to almost pretend like you have 3 players whenever you're in this type of instance, no matter what that instance is going to be. So great job owning a lot of this spot right now for Solaris. But again, they are going to have to make a move eventually, and all these teams are going to be forced to fight each other. So that's going to be that big part of the game. Already had a decent amount of fighting. I mean, you would expect this to be a little bit slower pace, but EMEA brings the action.
Yeah, I love it. That's why I love watching EMEA. And we also saw that there was a team coming in from the other side of Solaris. We could see that. Obviously, Solaris can't. So they're going to be in a tricky situation if they do find themselves pinched there. Because, again, with all these Bloodhounds, the moment that scan comes out and it scans those 2 members of Solaris, or even Odin Gamers out here since they've lost Shades, that's going to be an opportunity to push in on a duo.
Running out of ammo, though, here, Vicky. What do you do in this instance, especially without the Loba? You're going to be running around looking for this light ammo like your Hal, and it's just tough because, what is that, maybe 3 or 4 different bursts that you could let out of that R301, and that's just not going to be enough. So at this point, you almost want a turtle and say, all right, we're going to have to wait for someone to come to us. But then again, we were just talking about not wanting a turtle when you only have 2 players. So a tough situation to be in as we see what Scars is up to. Nice flying camera action, and Scars, they're going to back off away from this. They have that face breach directly behind them, which is how they were able to entry into that spot in general. But we were talking about shotguns. Got to also give a little shout out to the Mozam coming through. He's like, you know what? I got the hammer points. Screw this Peacekeeper. I'm going with that Mozam. That thing slaps from medium range sometimes.
Oh my god, especially with that that purple choke. I mean, don't sleep in that close quarter fights. It is what it is. You know, what you got is what you got. Scars, though, I like this decision to disengage because Magicians came into third party. It was Totem Esports that was making their way to try to contest Scars. So now with this reset, Scars can see what's really going on here with that third party. But I did hear a redeploy out in the distance, and Scars are still getting pressured out from these buildings, and they have to start moving soon in less than a minute to get into that next circle.
And I also heard that we have a listen in with Scars, so prep your ears as we take a look at listen into the strategy of what they're thinking.
I'm getting a left angle on them.
We should go more, hold them out of zone in the choke.
Yeah. We should. I'm gonna get on these rocks and hold them out.
Yeah, we should all do it together.
Yeah. Come.
Yeah.
We don't have Gibby-ult, right?
No, I used it 25.
Yeah, they're moving left here. I have ult Axel, here.
Nice.
For the Gibby-ult.
I'm coming taking it. I'm gonna pop it then, alright?
Yeah. Down on the left.
Yeah, they're going full left. 45 purple on the first guy. Cracked him. It's okay. They have to fuck off. They have to fuck off now.
Clear choke together. Come. We don't know what's going on.
Make sure this team is gone. Make sure this team is gone first. Yeah. Okay. I think they're gone. They're gonna Valkyrie or some shit.
Choke
okay, watch here.
Yeah, choke's fine. I'm in choke.
Do they have Ash? Didn't they have Ash, Gibby, and
Valkyrie?
Yeah, just look up. Flying on us.
Choke.
They're gone. Keep looking up. Keep looking up and look left.
I'm looking left. Everywhere. I got left. Look up then.
Yeah, I'm looking up. I'm fine. I'm looking everything.
I'm looking choke, boys. I'm chilling here. People flying over here. Really.
I got 6 bats still and 7 cells.
Mandy, how much light do you have? I have 140.
160.
Okay.
I'm on heavy.
It's fine.
Good fucking fight. Good fucking defense, boys. Good job.
There's a team in the open here looking at us.
Okay.
I don't know how can they do that. I don't know. I don't get it.
We're just fucking shit on them right now.
Oh shit! Wait, we can shoot on them.
Yeah, shoot on them.
On top of us! Out of bounds!
Where?
On top of us! I'm pretty sure I heard it.
On the left here, right? I shot it on the left here. I swear it was on the left. They jumped here. Look! We can shoot them at the back.
Nice. Yeah. Get a little bit ahead. We have Valkyries, right?
Yes.
We can fight for this shit, man, later.
Yeah.
Well, cover your ears, especially if you have youngins around, because, you know, it's like being in a locker room at a football game over here with Scars.
Yeah, I mean, they're scarring us out here. Come on. But I like their plans to actually hold this choke point. They wanted to contest any other teams that may not have had the redeploy to push deeper into circle. And the fact that they're taking their time means that they could go in and pinch Data Division, who are just stuck in a hard place right now, in between these rocks, but in between 2 teams at the same time as well.
Lily, Rock, hard place, and a handful of teams that are cursing at you. You could almost hear it from here, the way that Zeta Division is hiding, and they have to make their way over to the zone eventually. As you see, they pull more over towards the northwest side. this time, and look at the teams inside of the buildings, Vicky, that are just loving their positioning right now. Not that far to go, as you see the team of 2 with their backs against the zone trying to fend off everybody in front of them. But this is going to get crazy over towards the southern side.
What's also crazy to see is Zeta Division's another one of those teams that do not have the Gibby, so this is so risky where your only form of cover is this landslide here, and Taskmaster is on the Bloodhound. Yeah, they have the Rolling Thunder and the natural cover of what those smoke grenades can provide from 9 Impulse, but the rest of Zeta Division know that they have to try to find themselves out of this pinch, as Guild Esports actually are on top of this team, and there's a fight happening right underneath them that they're missing out on, as Rascals, it looks like, has just been cleaned up.
Guild is starting to heat up a little bit. You can sense the way that they're taking these fights, feeling pretty confident going forward. The momentum seems to be shifting towards their side right now, but Zone will be closing here very shortly. You can see it's already starting to collapse. This one's going to be doing a lot of damage, Vicky, so you cannot sit on the outside. Remember, again, no heat shields in competitive play here. Also, no gold knockdowns, which is pretty exciting for our players to not have to deal with in these certain situations, because you give these pro players any little bit of movement and they are going to take advantage of that one for sure. But a lot of different healing going on inside of this little area, and a lot of coexisting. You have a team down below, multiple teams on the outskirts. Whenever you're coexisting like this, you really don't want to take these fights. You have to wait for other people to make the mistake. You almost work together with them and take the teams out on the outside first, and that seems to be what's happening.
Yeah, and the circle, too, closing in behind a lot of these teams, just acts as if that fourth party to just funnel them outside of the cover of the natural building here. But Zeta Division in a close fight. Sunset goes down, though, in that 1v1. Morning Stars managed to come back, but here comes the third party. They can't get in another shield swap in time, and it's Rebel who have made their way to actually push into that fight.
Ooh. Look out, that zone was chipping away. Pia almost goes down right there. That was a scary instance. That was a slippery rock. Make sure that you're wearing water shoes out there. It could get pretty crazy in Storm Point, but look at all the fighting happening on the southern side of your screen. There's just so many players and so many teams that are sitting on top of each other. Again, no one really wanting to pull the trigger on this one quite yet, because the third parties will come in, and Outplayed is definitely sensing that. Holy spray with the R301, connecting big time. Has the bubble in hand. I'm shocked the bubble didn't go down there.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and they don't have space other than that knockdown shield to really work off of. Andy is quite literally the definition of one, but Outplayed. Our full Italian squad cannot clutch it out. It's Team Empire, the team that we were talking about before. Like, Zeta Division does not have a Gibby, and that makes things so interesting in my opinion, where the Valkyrie is being prioritized over a character like Gibby that has those domes, and Team Empire, they make it work because they were able to dance around the cover of this building.
Yeah, but Outplayed played themselves basically. I mean, if you're gonna have Gibby, if you don't use it, you lose it, Vicky. You know, we all know that's the case, and it's very unfortunate there with little cover, with a battery that you could really heal in, with just Gibby in general. That is a 100% bubble situation. Speaking of bubble situations, here's another one. It's going to be a bubble into the skyward dive. You also have the defensive bombardment landing on top. Looks like you're getting a little bit of tick on that one. 25 and 25 damage onto Horizon and Silta. But this is a good opportunity to get that Valkyrie passive going to find out exactly where everybody is setting up. And if they may notice that that is just a team of 2 on there, they may land and bubble on that immediately.
Yeah, that's not the type of fireworks that you want to see. Nemesis, though, in some trouble themselves, actually getting stunned a little bit as Team Empire are still continuing on this pressure. And from such a good spot, uncontested, they're finding these knocks. This is what you like to see for them to push on for this KP.
This is an amazing situation, especially when you're coming in with Bloodhound. There goes the scans. You're going to be able to basically see the entirety of this final circle and where everybody is going to be located. Kills going on over to Team Empire as they're having their best game so far here on Storm Point. You can see now Rebel is going down. All the fighting happening on over towards that east side. Empire has such a huge advantage right here, Vicky.
Oh, you can see Solaris still as a duel, by the way, still living for as long as they can, playing from the side. Rebel, though, get taken out. Nemesis clone with that quick shield swap here. Solaris now with Lyra Banu being the only one left. They've been playing this out as a duo again for this whole game, but you're pinched in between so many members, and Team Empire, they're looking for your heads.
Yeah, and that is all she wrote. Team Empire going to take game number 2. What a phenomenal play coming down from the opposite side of the zone, making their way down and clearing everybody out, making it look easy, Vicky, and that's the sign of a great team, and that's what you want your dubs to look like. Everyone loves the good clutch, and it's a crazy 1v1 with no shields, but nothing feels better. All 3 members mobbing out with the red armor, coming through, cleaning up some people, no shields, getting that free dub. That's when you know you put yourself in a great position.
But can we talk about the fact that we saw Guild go down? We had seen Alliance also just go down there. We had seen players also go down really early with Guild. And just looking at the way that Game 2 really played forward, looking at Team Empire, looking at their composition, what games are we seeing here from EMEA? I mean, I love what things are starting off for, not only with the composition, but these kills from Team Empire, playing their rotation so smart.
They love to fight, that's for sure. EMEA is an aggressive region, and they just love to go at it toe-to-toe. Again, we've seen situations where going into round 3, there's been 20 teams alive. We had 17 teams alive as round number 2 was closing, so we have 50-50s that are taking place. But we also have teams that aren't afraid to fight, even when they're in priority positions. And we saw as 2 of our top teams go out because of that. So it was, I believe, Alliance and players that were fighting over towards the zone, and then all of a sudden that Arc Star came in and just ruined and just destroyed all of their dreams. That was a really clutch play coming in, but wow, a lot of kills on the board, and we definitely are going to have our top 2 teams for sure after that one. But exciting way to start here on Stormpoint.
I love Stormpoint. We still have one more game on Stormpoint after this one, but Team Empire winning with 12 kills. Meanwhile, game number 1, players had won with 15 kills. Double-digit kills going in favor for our top fragging teams getting first, and those 12 extra placement points is always something you really like to see. But I also really like to see a team running this type of composition coming out on top. I mean, look at the amount of damage that they were able to clean up with Cleave coming in with 7 kills.
Yeah, Cleave leaving some serious damage on the table right there. Almost 2K, but one thing I am curious about, Vicky, are we goosing in our predictions? Is Alliance got the big old goose egg right now? Come on, Alliance. Let's go. We can't let Guild outdo us over here, so we'll see who's going to be on top of our talent predictions. One thing's for sure, Empire is on top right now in terms of what they're feeling. What a great aggressive play without a Gibby coming through with the scans. Only a couple Bloodhounds in here. We're seeing Bangalore's, we're seeing Bloodhounds, we're seeing Cryptos. Not seeing as many Lobas as you were thinking. Not a lot of Caustics, if any. So I'm excited to see what happens going from Stormpoint on over to World's Edge 2 as we take a look at that leaderboard.
The overall leaderboard still set players in that first place spot with 30 points, but look how many spots Team Empire just jumped up. 12 spots, 25 points. That was game number 2. So you can expect the overall leaderboard to shift a lot as we continue on throughout the day.
No doubt about it, but it seems to be pretty even right now. Nobody running away with this one quite yet, which I always love about the early parts of our tournaments here. And you'll see again on the second page, it's still going to be anyone's game, because look how Team Empire was able to jump 12 spots after their one game. And yes, we are goosing. Unfortunate situation. I thought that the way that Scars was moving and, you know, just working as a unit, that they were going to continue to put up more points. It's a little surprising to me to see them down in 12th, but there still is a lot of Apex to be played.
Yeah, I think they were just caught in the middle of the chaos, rotating away from the northern part of where that circle was. There's a lot less cover when you're forced to traverse to that water that you have that area by the northern wall. But looking at game number 2 and also highlighting how Team Empire played that with their composition, they were very smart with their rotations because they know that they don't have the safety of the dome. They have to be able to look out for not only the bombardments, but with so many Bangalores in the lobby, the rolling thunders too. So now having to play that safely, having the natural cover of that dome-like building was really smart on Team Empire's part to get basically the god spot on top of those rocks to overlook all the chaos in front of them.
Yeah, so they're going to be hitting the scans to figure out exactly how they want to go and rotate. But also what's really nice is whenever you don't have a Gibby, you have this all-in mentality of, okay, if an enemy team throws their dome, then you have to send it on that dome, because a lot of times the dome is met with the defensive bombardment. So once everybody has that idea of, okay, we're all going to send it, it means at least everybody's going to be on the same page in that instance.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how more of these composition changes, looking at EMEA, because usually it's EMEA that sets the stage for a lot of these compositions that play out throughout the rest of the season. I'm excited to see how that's going to go on throughout the rest of this day, since this is the first day here in EMEA for the Split 2 of the ALGS.
And we also have our leaderboard from our other group stages that are happening on the other stream as we take a look at Na'Vi coming through with the big 35.
Oh my goodness, you definitely do not want to miss this right now, guys. There's so much action happening in EMEA. That's groups A versus D, with the EMEA matches happening right now on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. Nodis though coming in with 35 points. Forgan, I love their name. I've always loved their name. 21 points, and they're tied right now with 69 IQ Esports.
And you won't be able to get the multi-view on over at that stream, but that won't stop you from checking it out over here as we take a look at that second page over there. And you know Shiv's going to love the current meta with Bangalore in there. Big shout out to him and the solo queue goats. 789, glad to see them competing as well. Want to see them continue to pop up on that leaderboard. But we're still very young here on to Storm Point. One more game left in Storm Point before we go on over to World's Edge.
You're surprised to see Ascend actually on the second page of that overall leaderboards. I'm wondering what they got in store for them. But you know what? We're going to see more of what's happening over by those groups. And we got game number 3 on Storm Point happening on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Right here.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another game here in the ALGS Split 2 for EMEA. It's day 1, and I am joined by James Bardoff, who has been watching alongside me in Game 2, where Team Empire took the dub. Tom, Vicky did a great job of calling the action on that one. But, James, you know, we saw a lot of teams that we had our eyes on, like Guild, be in a position to maybe do some damage in that final circle. Didn't work out. Skyward Dive did not play and make the difference. But what did make the difference was the Bloodhound and the scans and this off meta that seems to be getting more on and on as we watch.
Yeah, it seems like there's room for everybody in Storm Point at present. There's a lot of different styles you can play. Obviously, I think what's interesting, you've got the utility for Bloodhound, but I think if you look at like Gibraltar's ultimate, for example, I wonder if it's a lot worse to use on Storm Point in many areas because you can move around so much and you might not, it's quite like a bumpy map, if you will. So I feel like it's harder to. There's more concentrated areas on different maps, whereas on Storm Point you can move around a little more. And I think, going back to the first map, we saw we spoke about area control with the smokes and so on, but I think the ultimate stops people pushing you and just keeps people away as well, where you can target other people. But Bloodhound certainly coming in handy as well. And again, he is a character that we have seen abandoned for other choices, but I think this might be our most diverse, potentially diverse roster that we've seen so far in terms of all the different people that we're seeing, all the different play styles we're seeing implemented as well. So it's great to see, and this is just the first 2 games of Storm Point in EMEA.
Yeah, and without a doubt, this is the most diverse Apex Legends esports has ever been. And add the fact that it's a new map. I mean, there's just so much to unpack here. And you look at trajectory of where this goes. There are so many teams now having their shot, their bite at the apple. Team Empire, when players takes a second, doesn't have the type of performance they had in Game 1 with 27 points, only grabs 3. Team Empire comes up with nearly a 25-point win. Magicians stay consistent throughout it all. In Zeta Division, obviously not as much movement as we saw in Game 1, where they had, I think, a 14-kill game or 11-kill game. But Nemesis here making a huge move up 15 places. Rebel involved in these final circles. I think that's a bad sign for a lot of these teams because Rebel is one of our most veteran teams, maybe the most veteran team in terms of the same roster from beginning of Apex Esports to the end, playing with each other still. That's a team you don't want to let back into this tournament as games go on and they start to figure things out.
Yeah, I was considering them for the ones to watch, but we'll see how they finish out today, and perhaps they could be a choice for the coming days. Props to Solaris as well. I believe they came second with 2 players. They lost 1 player one way or another, and they were able to get 3 kills, but definitely pick up some points, some placement points there to keep them in the top half. Scars have got more work to do, as we can see. They're in the bottom half of the table at the moment. So with 4 more games to go, there's plenty of time for them to change the proceedings and make them more in their favor. But yeah, there were a lot of different things happening in that game. And again, Solaris was a big one. When we saw them with only 2 players on the server, I expected them to die, but hey, they came second. So they were able to limit their variance and keep some kind of consistency by getting those place points over the kill points in that game.
Yeah, Joke and Larabanu have done a good job kind of holding down that final circle for them. And it's going to be interesting when you consider the way that Europe and EMEA in general are transitioning now into the final game on Storm Point. And I always like to bring up this conversation in Game 4. But since I'm not talking Game 4 now, I'm talking Game 3. For the fans at home, this is a question that if you're watching any sport, if you're watching any esport, as a team that's starting to find their rhythm, knowing you're going to have a halftime break, you're going to have a map swap, it's a bit of a precarious moment because you want to start doing more of what you did before, but then you're also saying, I'm going to have to change. I'm going to have to adjust. And that's where I throw out the old adages of just, you know what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I like seeing teams run the same thing through 3 and 4 and give it a better shot at just working because you're used to it. I think a bad plan, executed well is better than a good plan executed poorly. So I'm not one for lineup swaps from 3 and 4 to World's Edge, James. I don't know what your opinion on that, but I think if a team starts to heat up here, especially in Game 3, keep it running.
Yeah, there are a lot of variables. For example, where you're landing may have something to do with that and how you're planning to move around. Worth noting, we haven't even mentioned the horizon. We've seen some horizon in Storm Point as well. So there's just like all kinds of different things happening, which is fantastic to see. So I think we may see an increase in caustics once we move to the second half of our proceedings today, and I think it's just a more concentrated map, so you can close in on people, more Gibby ults, more caustic ults, things like that. Whereas I think people are trying to spread the jam a bit more over that bread with the Bangalore. We've got an open area, but you can't just cover most of it when there's going to be it's going to be more open. So
Yeah.
So I think there are different options here. I like the different opportunities we can see. And hey, I think that can be a credit to a team's versatility if they are able to change their choices from one map to another.
No doubt about it. Seamless transitions, always a big positive. You can make it happen, but there's so many other variables to consider. Some of these teams don't want to take the risk, but sometimes the risk is where you get the biggest reward. Vife's trying to stay alive, but Alliance Yuki doing everything that he can to just get in and get out. It would not be his day. And you could see so many of these top teams consistently just inches away from turning the tables in these 1v1s. That's how close of separation it is between going into first place or in a final circle or going home 11.
Smokes everywhere as well. Multiple Bangalores. I am so happy. I think a lot of people enjoy watching the likes of Shiv, so to see multiple bangs come through now is just fantastic. I don't know, we've got so many more games to come today as well, so I'm just really looking forward to see what else we see. But hey, we're seeing positive things from the likes of like a Bangalore implementation, but there may be things which are happening off screen with different characters. And again, as you mentioned, Rainday, if you're changing from the first half to the other depending on the map, then if something goes wrong for you in one particular map, how much do you look towards the, I don't know, we have this character, maybe if we change another one, perhaps that creates more variance for a team long term if they don't stick with the composition they want to go for, because it could be, I mean, it could have something to do with like a bad game where you need to figure out how to change things, turn things around and improve things. But if you don't have that kind of patience and you're moving through characters as well, it may limit your overall progress through a split. So it's such an interesting predicament for these teams, but we'll have to see if they stick with what they've started with here in EMEA.
And that's not the only challenge that they've got as well. It's just about getting the job done in the individual games too. And meta aside, where we see things shifting all across the board, you know, it does come down to execution. And when you consider a team like Guild that I would have maybe expected to have some better execution in that final circle, you look at some of the decision makings and basically what you're risking on the other side of the rewarding skyward dives. We see this happen quite often, you know, caught in between a rock and a hard place. Let's just get up, let's get out, and let's go. And the Gibraltar and Valkyrie composition, which maybe people didn't notice, I think this is maybe the biggest issue. They had to bubble to Valkyrie skyward dive out. And when they landed, they needed the bubble to not get pinched by Empire and to take that 2v2 in a bubble fight and not get third-partied. And that actually was, I think, the reason that Guild wasn't able to land successfully. And it's those little things that you got to kind of take into account, saying, you know, Matafe as the in-game leader, we know that he's been successful in so many different ways as a streamer, as a creator, as a figurehead within the community. But it's that in-game leading and the right two next to him to put it together again and again and again. And it's one of those stories where you compare it to a lot of different stories, even almost maybe not NRG from North America, a team that can kind of have these amazing performances but almost not quite eclipse TSM, not quite take the championship. But you look at maybe a team that's just always involved in these final circles. You know, what do they need to do, really? Is it just tightening things up? Is it almost time? What is it that Guild, since we both picked them, can add to their game to really say, yo, this is the time to really go ahead and claim #1 here and win some games heading into the rest of this tournament?
Yeah, well, being day one of EMEA, I think that looking at Storm Point specifically, there may be questions as to whether an adjustment of their style is required for what they do with their normal bread and butter, if they need to do something different, which can be, sure, it can be about your character selection, but also about how you approach the scenarios, how you move across the map. These Val cults, you know, being one of those questions. So there may be some adjustment to be had in that respect. I think every game they play is going to have a lot of data, and of course,
right,
you do want to limit your risk as much as possible, but you do have to take the right risks as well, and sometimes that can include a Valcott. Sometimes it can be out of necessity to escape a situation, you know, and hope for the best, but you don't want to be, you want to limit the variance across the day's games, let's say. So that's certainly something they'll need to think about, especially, maybe it depends on the area you're rotating to, because we did discuss in that first game around that big
Right.
tower. Like if you're, you know, we saw some rotations where one of the smaller, more vulnerable buildings in terms of windows and so on was available, but that might not always be the case. And if you try and land towards a building which is occupied, maybe you have to land on that building. We've seen multiple people coexisting outside a building, but you know, if you're rotating late into an area like that, then it might have more inherent risk than if the ring is heading in a different direction. So there are, of course, some map-related variables, but there are different ways to rotate as well. It can be a late edge rotation, picking off players and getting resources and so on. So it might be that they need to play Storm Point in a different way to a map like World's Edge, for example. But then again, the sample size is small for now. Of course, it's day one of EMEA, so I don't want to like overcommit to one thing and say they have to do this, they have to do that. But we'll have to see how the games play through. But definitely, I think as they get more experience on Storm Point, once you're rotating with that Valk, you need to know, okay, in this certain area, we have these options if this goes wrong. Our plan B is here. Maybe there's a plan C, maybe there isn't. And you know, with more experience, they may take a different decision on whether they go for that scary rotation, especially if they've got a dome to leave in the first place. Then maybe they reconsider where they aim to land, bearing that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's hindsight's 20/20, right? So they're going to look at that and go, well, maybe it would have been better to just challenge Empire on the edge. At least we wouldn't get third-partied, a shot from the center. We'd just be able to take a delayed 3v3, having no dome with it. But obviously there's a lot to contend with in Game 2, a lot of different ways to go. Points on the board, that's a good sign. And the other side of things, we got some leaderboards to show you as well. As yes, we are not just talking for James and I to start our new podcast, although it may just be happening. I wouldn't mind it, but we are waiting for these games to get going. Not a Sincere on the other side. Oh my, 35 points, jumped up to 4 gang as well. Big shout out to Phoenix. I've been following this guy's career, casting him in multiple different esports, actually hero shooters, 3 years prior to Apex even being a game. So shout out to 4 gang and their IGL Phoenix there. 69 IQ esports, K-Swinney, Slayers, Nags, jumping up one more, but it's kind of tight at the top. Some familiar names, you know, Bryn and IG International, Kungarna holding it down. Solo Q Goats, 9 points so far, probably not what they wanted, dropping 4 after Game 2, but still a lot of tournament to play.
Yeah, there's been smaller tournaments around and practices and so on, but this is where it really, really matters, and maybe things will be a bit different once you're in the servers, and they'll have time to try and figure out what the best play is. Obviously, we are focusing on this broadcast, so I can't see what their composition is of their team. Have they gone back to the Bangalore, or are they trying something else? It is fascinating, though. I could talk all day about all the different things we're seeing, but the composition of players in particular, very, very interesting to me.
James, I do want to mention one thing I'm noticeably not seeing. Maybe let's look at that. We're not seeing, you mentioned this already, so maybe tag it at the end, the caustic. We're not really seeing that today, whereas we saw that a lot and more throughout North America. That's one thing. But the Loba, who we have seen more and more throughout all of NA, a character, mind you, that NA has been so stubborn to include in their meta. I mean, EMEA last year was winning a game almost every tournament with the Loba team in playoffs, in championships. Still, NA did nothing. Now, NA almost adopting the Loba fully. Really not seeing it much in this lobby. What's up with that?
Yeah, I feel like it would be more of a niche pick, generally speaking. So I think we're seeing a bit more than I would have even expected in North America. But what I do want to see from Loba is some ammo dumping. If they have a building, just take all the ammo available everywhere and just dump it next to your store. So anyone who's raiding for ammo and supplies just doesn't have any. That could really pay off. So I'm waiting to see that from Loba, but who knows? Maybe there'll be one in this match we're about to see now. Perhaps we're going to see some changes in heroes as people try to improve their situation. Time will tell.
Well, boy, oh boy, we thank you so much for bearing with us on that one. We are getting into game. It is our 3rd game for Storm Point, and off the back of a win, it is Empire landing down near Barometer on that southern side of Storm Point, getting out of the dropship, feeling good about themselves. Maliwan, Cleve, and Ranches, a team that has performed very well throughout their history as a unit in Apex Legends and seem to only be getting better with this new meta. Running an atypical lineup, this is something that not even we saw last split or last championships or even last year, because the Gibraltar would have been involved in this. It is the Valkyrie and the Bloodhound and the Wraith. And now, James, you know, getting into the Wraith too, really a character that has almost disappeared due to the Ashe and the immediacy, but there's still a lot to be said with the, you know, the utility that that Wraith brings to these teams, despite teams like Scars, you know, opting for the Ashe instead.
Yeah, I think the Ashe just full send over a open area is quite helpful and very direct, but if you want the option to disengage, then the Wraith can be quite helpful, but just in how open the map is, it might not be people's first choice. So I think on this map specifically, we're going to see a lot of Ashe. We have seen a certain growth of Ashe on other maps as well, but there is still space for Wraith to exist on the maps where there's more closed areas to deal with.
So interesting, too. Just such an interesting way the game has adjusted, and for all of our esports fans who have been following us since day one, back in Poland, our very first LAN, it was such a different viewpoint. Whether it was a Wraith, a Pathfinder, and a Watson leading the charge and almost declaring that this is how esports will and forever be played in Apex Legends. What a bit of growth we have seen, and it just signifies the growth of the game.
I have a question for you. So we see Empire have a player called Ranches, right? Ranch,
yeah.
Like, ranch is not a word which is very common in Europe, I would say. It's like an American thing. People have their ranches. Like, what is...
Power of the dog.
What is ranch sauce?
Ranch sauce. Oh, wow. Well, you know, first of all, we just call it ranch, James.
Oh, excuse me.
You know.
Pardon me.
The sauce is unnecessary, and you sound like a noob. Secondly, it is something for really an eclectic sauce that's used for, I would say, dipping pizza. You can do that. There's some weirdos who do that. Not me, okay? I like it with the fries. I like it with the tenders. I think if you start getting into some weird stuff with ranch, you know, I know people who just drink ranch. You know, I have to say goodbye. I think, you know, maybe acquaintances, we can't be friends at that point. We can't be close. I just know too much about you. But overall, you know, it is very American the way it's utilized. And if you haven't gotten involved in it, I suggest it, but I would go chicken fingers and fries first before you start delving into some other areas with that. It's a deep hole.
Yeah, and it's one I regret opening once you said that you know people who drink ranch. That is...
Oh, man. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. I need to get this out of my mind now. And maybe I can, by focusing on Magician, Stanix has had his armor cleared out, but he's able to pop a bat and get it back up again. Now, one thing that we see where there's a lot of teams in proximity early on is a lack of ammo and so on. Of course, we mentioned the Loba earlier on, but no shortage of ammo for Hardeki, who has the Rampage for the time being. We'll see if he holds out with it. Plenty of ammo for him. And exchange some skirmish. He's found himself some gold armor as well. So nice to just get a double cell, basically, with that gold armor. Really helpful to quickly keep your shields up, but we'll see how they look to move through things as this continues. All 60 players up for the time being, so no early problems just yet, although there could be quickly here as Morningstars are considering making a play, trying to pop a bat. That's not working out though, and down goes Nisa. SMS needs some help.
Mox trying to finish it off. It's morning time, but it looks like they hit the snooze button. Rascals cleans them up in bed, and that is it. G-Dolphin, Sivin, Alpha Draft, gonna find the first kills for them and the second team to go down in the lobby. Not a great start for Morningstars. They're going to wish they didn't wake up on such the wrong side of the bed as they did.
Yeah, things escalated very quickly. Magicians got eliminated as well, and it seems that Stormpoint isn't going very well for them. That's the... Oh, wait, it was Nemesis who got eliminated, but we thought it was Magician, so they did Houdini out of that one. But I don't know how deep they went, so they're going to have to try and find their feet in the future days. This will be the last time we see Stormpoint today.
And it's always a great day when you get to see some Stormpoint. Here, round one, closing 2 minutes, 50 seconds before that is complete. Following along with Rascals, they've just cleaned up one. Playing the Bloodhound. Character that has maybe come back a lot more today than we've seen. Unlucky G-Dolphin. Now he's got to go into the void. The benefits of Wraith, though. Ashe wouldn't have been able to get out of that one without an ultimate, and he's going to get back to safety where the rest of his team is holding. Just buying time.
If he didn't get cracked by that Arcstar, I do wonder if they would have been ready for the full send there. They forced the dome on the inside, and there wasn't really many places for ANC to go there. I think they would have had to stand and fight, so they may have fancied their chances. But that Arcstar did. I mean, who knows if they would have pushed or not? But that Arcstar certainly helped them hold their position. But that might not be the last time we see that engagement. So many armors we see around, I think it was Rascals as well, so they may enjoy the position they're in. We can see Target having a look behind them, seeing what kind of opportunities there are, but so many theoretical shield swaps, they may not fancy a push there.
A lot of engagement here towards North Pad in Storm Point, and you can see ANC outplayed. Another problem being the shields. One white for Will, Shex, and Andy on a blue. And absolutely not what you want to do when a team has got their eyes on you the same way that G-Dolphin and Rascals do. Already won an engagement, so they're not afraid to take a fight. Rampage trying to light it up. More of like a slow stir. And still 230 damage left to get to that purple. They're going to try to just poke away, and that's the smartest play for ANC outplayed right now. Just try to get a little bit of damage done, but that's too much. And this could spell trouble, because if you know you do that much damage, you know you can do a little more, and that is Andy down. ANC outplayed. Got to be careful here.
They just don't have the cover in this position. I think they're getting shot by at least 2 different teams. Look how open it is. They don't even have windows, because there's no walls to put the windows in. There's just pillars here and there. And another down as they get one up. There's one more down. They have no dome this time to help Shex. And the interesting thing is, Rascals may not even consider a full push here because of how exposed they would be. The 3P could come in very easily indeed. It's going to be players to get some KP there. 2 kills for Hardeki early. He does not wait around, enjoying the spoils here. That's what happens when you have no walls. Got to be real careful about where you choose to try and hold. Nothing went their way there, and they may not last very long. Indeed, we have lost another team, so they may be gone already.
And you see the damage that can be done trying to hold a position on Storm Point. It's so open that you hold one area, but there's 3 more you can get shot from. A bubble doesn't do enough in a moment like that, which is why we're seeing more utility and movement-focused compositions here. Solaris, Slagger, Joke, Larabanu, they had themselves a heck of a game in Game 2, looking to build upon that. The Havoc, we haven't seen that one much today. Larabanu takes to the sky, is going to fall down. And he's seeing that there is a team behind there, but doesn't want to take the damage himself. He's taking it from more than one angle. Oh, and that's Zeta 9 Impulse, who's actually going to pay the price. Larabanu gets out, has to pop a Phoenix kit within the dome, and he will, but that was close as well. A lot of these teams getting third-partied without really knowing it from Hardeki, who was just moving all over the place, peppering these fights, making it difficult for these teams to really take a full-on engagement 3v3.
Yeah, and I do wonder if Rascals will be frustrated at the team they were engaging, getting harvested by the likes of Hardeki there, as of course it was awkward for them to try and force in that position and not get 3P'd, because again there are just no walls in that spot. So that is a very, very tough spot indeed. But you know, you've got to play for the long term, play for the long game, and hold your position, as it was much stronger. It is much stronger. You can see Hardeki just out there again. He can have confidence in that gold armor.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it, James. I mean, every 50 damage he's taken, it's 1 shield cell versus 2 that he's going to be able to get right back up and go do it again. He's going to win every single poke battle. Might as well have twice the resources as anyone else that he's fighting. And you don't even talk about that. You talk about the economy of the map loot distribution. You're going to have more shield cells available. So this is something that Hardeki wants to do. He's going to encourage. He's going to go toe-to-toe. And that's the type of player that he is. It's why he's been so successful winning these 1v2s or 3s or 4s just by himself, because he has the confidence to go ahead and take those fights and trust that his aim, his play, his mind is going to get the job done. And it certainly is proven as he's created a history legacy for himself so far in Apex Legends esports. Phoenix Legacy, speaking of the name, trying to create a little bit more this game so far. Still working on 2 blues and a purple. Sitting high ground here, knowing there's probably a team they're trying to gatekeep out here. And a good couple of shots here from the 30-30 repeater.
Yeah, they had ATK below them, who may have just rotated out. This is match number 3, B versus C here in EMEA. A versus D are playing at the same time. You can see the individual streaming, and there is another stream to be found for that as well. But we will keep you updated with the leaderboard. And indeed, Phoenix Legacy We saw some nice engagements from them in the first game of our series today. They'll be looking to do some more damage now, playing with confidence, forcing the dome, but I'm not sure if they're going to chase that now, as that team will abandon ship and get off the high ground completely. So they've created more space for themselves. There's a crack as well, but at what point do you full commit and drop off the top?
Yeah, well, what's the bigger trade? The Gibraltar Dome Shield, you're relying on defense if someone pushes you, or the ultimate from Horizon, which is really usually just a little bit extra, a little bit of, oh, maybe guaranteed team wipe. Now she's still got all the uses of the gravity lift. She's got the mobility. She's got the spacewalk passive. Can she walk a little bit here and find some better space to hit some headshots? We'll definitely see Bear do it. Phoenix Legacy pushing in a little harder. R301, 28 in the magazine. Only going to need a few here, seems like. 14. Kuya is going to fall the Lippin. And they're just going to try to finish it off to get a shield swap. That's Kuya going fully down. It's Volcano as well. Maybe one gets away from ATK, and it's Kralix. That will be short-lived. It is ATK down. Nice cleanup there on that team.
Yeah, Empire getting some KP as well.
Out of the fire, frying pan into the fire, huh?
Absolutely, into the ranch.
Into the sauce.
Yeah, into the big vat of ranch. Runch is trying to get his armor up to purple. I was impressed with how early Rascals got to purple. Maybe they found themselves some nice armor, which certainly helped their skirmishes earlier on. But it is Empire who are 2 purple, 1 blue at the moment. Much better than being grey. You don't want to be squishy. So we see some zone rotations now from Nemesis coming in with the Trident. It's a very loud machine, so people will certainly hear them coming. They've got to be careful about where they choose to re-emerge, but it is quite the rotation. At least if you're not driving, then you can heal up as you go along, but the driver's just got to hold a fat L and just keep both hands on the wheel. There will be a medkit dropped as they try to get back in the zone, but what awaits them when they go inside?
Pinky, Finky, and Fenerbahce, that's for sure, as well as Scars, a little bit of Empire. There's not an easy way for these guys to get back into the zone, and Fenerbahce are well aware there is a Trident behind them. And that's part of the issue you mentioned, the loud noise. North pad circle, so teams still on the southern side as you take a look at your map on the left, going to have to make their way up past checkpoint. A lot of teams on the northeastern side as well, still holding buildings. Absolutely fine, maybe just biding their time, maybe don't have the information yet. Able to scan on a recon beacon, but Nemesis will continue their wide rotation and get out just for another med kit. They are cutting it close. Asking now working with syringes into the med kit because he could have most likely been down, but they're going to get right back into the ride. A lot of miles on that vehicle today.
If you're going super deep, then you've got to exchange drivers so the former driver can heal. They're basically doing stints. They're like GT3 racing with that Trident, but they've got some catching up to do. Where are Scars going to land now? If they land on the high ground, they will be sitting ducks, absolutely. Might be like North Dakota, everyone going duck hunting. Immediate queues on their landing spot, but they have found a wall at the very least. Now, they need to try and find more about their surroundings. Of course, they've got the Valkyrie information once they land, but the people in buildings will be harder to spot. So who knows how many teams might have angles on them. And as we can see, a lot more traffic is coming in this way. Aerial traffic landing. And the next team to maybe go for an aerial rotation could find themselves in a lot of trouble.
A huge moment here. Round 3, 25 seconds left, 16 squads. Odin Gamers have found themselves up on height. Definitely inside the zone, so this is going to be a beautiful area to hold if they can hold it. They've got access to the zip line. They'll be able to see anybody try to sneak their way up, and it won't be sneaky, it will be loud. But there's still going to be some contest there, and that's part of the issue. When you have some of a better spot, you're going to have a few more people around fighting for it. Nemesis doing a little bit of fighting themselves. Pops the Bloodhound ultimate, and the Allfather seeks justice. He's going to get hit with a crypto ultimate. There's going to be a defensive bombardment as well. A lot of ults involved here. This is an engagement that could tell a lot of top 8 situations just from how this decides to slice. But Nemesis still alive, getting the shield batteries and smoking onto their targets. They're ready to go in.
In the meantime, Rebel are getting downed by Mandy with a bow check, and Alliance have just been eliminated as well. Look at the kill feed. There's carnage everywhere.
Wow.
There's just not the space to coexist. There's going to be the res now from Clone getting his teammate back up. But look at Pinky Finky coming in from the back. Fenerbahce want to join the proceedings as well. Those are big buildings, and we've got Alpha Draft and Co. Rascals on the other side as well, so I'm sure we're going to see more down. 14 squads, but for how long? I think we may have more reses outside as teams try to find even a corner to survive in. More crypto ults as well. Not crypto ults, sorry, that is the Q from an Ash. Never mind. Got a bit scared there for a while, as I can't imagine how much damage that would have been, but the ring will finish closing, and it's going to get even more uncomfortable as now we see the crypto look to see what the climate is outside.
Oh. And I feel like this is a bit of relief, too. Finally getting to know what's going on without having to peek. It's going to be short-lived as well, as this could be the angle. We've seen it taken throughout many of these fights in these buildings. Just inch your way into the zone, poke around. It's worth the damage that you're going to do, but this is where the Wraith Portal comes in. Beautiful bubble, and that's going to allow Kaven to at least buy time for Target to get out there, set this portal up, and they're going to take it. Tetsu all the way into the void. Dimensional Rift at play. It was Nemesis on the other side of things as well. Robin, he's going to find a Mistmastiff shot. Doesn't look like he'll be able to do it. This should be the end of Nemesis. It's Fenerbahce cleaning things up. 12 squads now, James.
12 squads remain, and they find themselves some space, they find themselves some boxes, but we still have some far rotations. Look at that big map. We've got 2 teams exchanging at checkpoint. There's a lot of teams playing edge at present, and a lot of teams exchanging each other. We might have a standoff in terms of how they can rotate. You can see at the bottom, that's true, and towards the right as well, but in the meantime, bang in the middle of our screens, we can see the Empire trying to put in work. Ranch is down. There may be no Ranch left, but we'll see what the rest of his team can do. There goes the Ranch now, and it's going to be a flavorless remainder for Maliwan and Cleve, or is it? They're doing some nice damage, some cracks, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get their teammate up anytime soon.
Yeah. To all the ways you can deploy Ranch, we talked about, well, to a respawn beacon would be the one that Team Empire enjoy the most. Screw Pizza for now. We'll just take one of those green things that gets our Wraith back in business. Maliwan taking too much damage here. He's going to make it out, but one bullet will actually take him down. Is he going to get over? It looks like he will. What a rotation here. There's still teams who can shoot at him, and Maliwan knows. Oh, he's running into 2 as well. This is a precarious situation. He's going to have to hide and get any level of healing off right away. And Reply Totem maybe having a chance to clean him up, just busy with other things, and maybe those were the things that the rest of Empire need to be worried about, more so than a little bit of damage onto Maliwan, as Reply Totem fully healed up. Amaz on the Ash, Sharp on the Gibraltar, and Jay Savage on the Valkyrie inside the building where this thing is destined to end.
I thought that Valk rotation was going to see us have Maliwan fly like a penguin, but he did manage to stick the landing. We have lost Guild Esports in the meantime about 2 or 3 squads ago, and now we see that bow check once again. Everybody's least favorite weapon out here, and it has got some downs earlier on as well. Reply Totem with some nice high ground advantage, but you don't want to extend too far. You don't want to overextend here. You want to keep things safe as best you can. Don't get downed outside. He is playing a dangerous game, but he's playing it well, Jay Savage, and keeping the area control for his team.
I mean, they're in such a good position. Jay Savage, don't get greedy. That's what he really needs to hear from his teammates. You're in the right spot. Teams are going to have to push you. They're going to have to try to creep around. The gun shield allows them to get a little bit of damage off onto the Gibraltar, and they have an Arc Star. If they have the utility, this would be so valuable to just throw it there, and I think you're going to hear it right now. It is definitely going to be thrown. It will not hit, and there it is, the movement. The Gibraltar squad knows they are in trouble, and it is Importance who is going down. A little bounce. Oh, some style, and that is going to be it. What a play from Amaz. Clean them up cleanly.
Absolutely beautiful. I was wondering, as they swing on that bridge, who can possibly see them from a different angle? Who could be behind them? But they were fine. 9 squads remaining, 30 seconds, and then they're going to really be in trouble. And by they, I mean everybody, because look at that next ring. There is going to be very, very little real estate. If you're in that building, you're going to be a lucky soul, because you're going to be bearing witness to the death of others outside. That bow check continues to do damage. 38 arrows, and who knows if he finds more around him. Scars have some space for now, but 7 seconds, and that ring's going to shut a lot of doors.
And the only thing worse than Hardeki poking at you with a gold is Hardeki poking at you with a red Volt in hand. What a weapon, what a player. A combo the entire lobby is going to get scared of. Why? Well, just like that, a couple of cracks. He takes damage. He's got an easy swap if he wants it. Look at the ammo, the shielding that they've got available. Quick swaps if things get badly. Ogre, though, taking damage as well, and this is where Artico comes into play. He's got to use those smokes to shield off anybody who's trying to poke through so that they have to move forward through the smoke and expose themselves or stay back and give them a little bit of time. Remember, they've got no Gibraltar, and this is where the circle starts to close. Look at the teams. It is congested. It is traffic on the North Pad Freeway, James, and it is bumper to bumper.
And I think it's starting to rain. It's raining Bangalore rolls, and that's not going to help either. It's 8 squads now. We've only lost 1 somehow in this tiny area. People desperately trying to find corners to play with. Gamer drones, there's no more drones for them in this particular game. And we've got a wingman popping off as well as we see these teams, I want to say, try to coexist, but they're not. They're trying to finish each other off.
James, it's the same.
We've got queues in the middle of nowhere.
It's the same thing. From the first game that we cast, players have put themselves in this far corner. Everyone else is on top of each other, and Players is the only team with all of the space that they can move into when the circle starts to close. I mean, what a performance. They're setting themselves up for another win. Odin Gamers hitting a couple shots as well, but we're seeing the same thing from Players in terms of their mastery and kind of moving into these final circles. But just as I say it, Hardeki, he almost goes down.
He's dancing in the smoke. He just about has cover, trying to force his way back to his teammates. And does it just on the edge. He's alive for now, but is he able to get his shield up once again? You can see Osako just creating space, normally by smokes, this time by gunfire. And again, they have the power to force other teams to disengage. And one more team is lost as Fenerbahce are eliminated. Pinky Finky dying to a thermite. That is very uncomfortable indeed. And Players, again, just take advantage of this space. They can force the teams to fight each other by using these smokes. Case in point, another one. It basically creates a wall for them to play with. They're the guys who have the digi-threat as well on the car in this example. So they are laughing at the moment.
And it's not like we haven't seen this displayed throughout Shiv's greatness, taking third in the original playoffs here, bringing Bangalore to the meta in EMEA and to really the highest level of play in Apex Legends. But it has become so much bigger than that now. Players, Artico, totally giving us the best view of what it looks like to take this final circle. And if you want to check out what Odin Gamers are seeing too, or any other team here, check out Multiview live. And you can see different angles of those 2 headshots right there coming from Aiden.
What did the 5-finger say to the face? Slap as far as Odin are concerned. Enjoying this position. We spoke about Players, but they have sight of everything. They are the Cardinals of Carnage up top as they look to make their play at the right time. We'll see if they've got the ult as well. But for now, we've got Empire trying to edge forward. They've got a bridge to hide under for the time being. Odin keeping their control of the top, and they've been waiting for this ult to go down. Domes have come and gone. Is there any defense left from this bombardment? Now Jibby's going to show his strength, but Scar's tried to survive.
Scar still inside. RPRE goes down, and it's Ranches, as well as Molly1 and Cleve, who are still fighting. Cleve on a white. He's going to get some damage off, and this is crucial. He's going to have to climb in. Otherwise, the zone is going to finish him off, but it's still Team Empire fighting to retain their place. Odin Gamers in the God spot, coming down from Mount Olympus, or maybe it's Valhalla. Either way, they own the skies, but will they own the ground when they land? It's Players still alive. They're going to have to tame the beast. And it's the World Dragon here. It seems like Players who won't even let them fall. What a game. Players does it again. 2 out of 3. They came to play.
Absolutely unreal. 3 teams remaining and 1 Valkyrie's just like, nope, I'm going to disengage. Gets shot from the ground. Absolutely hilarious to watch. And again, Players have maybe solved Stormpoint, at least in the short term. Again, the area control is ridiculous. Oh, you want to fight us? Oh, no, I think you need to go and fight them. We're going to just put this wall here. You go and just play over there, guys. We're going to chill in this position. They create their space. They had Gold Armor, Hardeki out there with a Rampage, with a 3x on it. They control space from game to game. They control space. They force other teams to disengage rather than choose to disengage themselves, and they reap the rewards. Another game of 15 kills.
Like, are we watching this on repeat, James? Like, this is exactly what happened game 1 that they did. What an insane performance from them. And 15 kills, 27 points, 14 points for Odin Gamers, who got involved, and Scars, again, making a really nice showcase. Team Empire, top 5. They stay involved in terms of these final circles, making an impact, getting Ranches back up after that. So some strong movement from every single team here. Notably, Guild not involved in this top 10. But, man, I mean, the story has to be Odin and Players somehow getting a similar circle where they can approach it when everyone else has to fight each other.
Another Fat 0 for Alliance. Starting cold in our first day of EMEA so far, you might want to say, but we did see a better performance from Scars towards the top quarter of the table, so that's going to be it's progress. I wouldn't say anybody's happy unless they win, but it's definitely progress. This is a very competitive lobby after all, but my lord, players again. Hardeki,
wow.
Almost 3,000 damage. It was about 2.5. He's improving. It was about 2.5 in the first game, and he's just making it even worse for his opponents there. And Artico coming in with 6 as well, and being consistent with the assists as well.
The word savant comes to mind when thinking of Hardeki and Apex Legends, because this is really unheard of. Not even the 2,800 damage. We've seen that before. 9 kills? His first game was 11 kills. This man has 20 kills. I think that's more than the entire NA kill leaderboard last tournament. I mean, this is an unbelievable performance we're witnessing. If he keeps this pace up, we could be looking at a 40-plus kill game from players Star. And Artico, 6 kills this time around, 1,200 damage. Look at the efficiency with all of this and the assists across all of them. This is a team that is putting together a lineup we're not seeing outside of them, which is the Bangalore, the Ash, and the Valkyrie, and it is being so effective. And it's got to be partially really the way that they're approaching heading into these final circles, not just the lineup, because we haven't seen a Bangalore have this much impact consistently outside really of what Gambit has been doing today.
Yeah, all this open space, Bangalore is reaping the rewards, and it's just their chunk of the real estate on the map, they're just taking way more than is reasonable, because what can you do really? If you go beyond those smokes, then you're going to be potentially facing other teams as well as being at a distinct disadvantage, of course. So what choice do they really have? It is fascinating to watch it. Who knows? Maybe we end up with a Bangalore Watson mix-up to try and deal with that or something. Who knows what the future holds, but this is a fantastic way to start things off. I love seeing Bangalore on the win screen. We start with a match 1 highlights here, which was another huge game for players, as we can see them getting to work here, controlling their space and telling you where your space is, and they did it again in the third.
Well, you know, I can't wait to make some videos on really what I'm seeing from Gambit, and specifically Artico and the Bangalore on this team. I mean, the way that they're playing it, we're seeing Zeta, 9 Impulse, play it, but they're using the Bloodhound, right? And they're not, no one is doing it with this Ash, Bangalore, and Valkyrie way, which gives you so many different options when it comes to positioning and late game aggressiveness, and of course poke and control. That's the other thing we mentioned about this lineup. It doesn't feel like it would have a lot of control, but it has a lot of control in each of their tacticals. That was match 1. They were able to let everybody fight. Match 2 wasn't exactly the same. We saw Empire really have their big push.
Absolutely. Moving into game 2, Empire had 12 kills in this one. And let's not forget, we have to give a special mention to Solaris, who managed to make it to second with only 2 players. So they definitely made the best of a bad situation in that respect. But it has been a hard day in the office for Alliance thus far. Stormpoint hasn't really been the one for them today. We'll see how things continue in the other days, but of course, that is the last time we're seeing Stormpoint. So maybe for them, that'll be a relief.
And it is really going to lead into a very fun conversation. We already had a little bit of it. We teased it. But what do you do now? Do you stick with this? Do you trust your roster swaps? I mean, this is specifically for maybe teams like Empire and for players, considering they're at the top of the leaderboards. They've been playing so well. You know, I'm curious to see how they go into World's Edge, where Tom and Vicky will be casting and talking about the dynamics that occur between these players. But really, this North Pad zone, it was all about pressure from the beginning, right? I mean, we had incredible shielding onto Guild. We had incredible shielding onto players. Hardeki was out getting involved in almost every single fight that he could.
Absolutely. He has done so much damage. Again, the unit, what is that phrase? The whole is greater than the sum of its parts or whatever. I've really mows that one up, haven't I? Oh, that move, this is like, if there was a move of the day, that was so beautiful. Apex movement is one of the most feel-good, rewarding things, and that was absolutely fantastic to see, apart from the fact that I'll never be able to do that myself. But that was real huge, and so was match 3 for Hardeki and players, showing why they are the best, or one of the best. definitely in this region. Absolutely monstrous from them. But in terms of changing your legends, Rain Day, nothing makes me happier than hearing Vicky Kitty pop off about Caustic.
I think we will see some Caustic for sure. I think we'll see it, but I think we will still see some Bangalore. At least that's what I'm hoping for as well. Taking a look at where the teams decided to drop, can we see any dynamics that resulted in some wins or some more favorable positions? I'm looking out for players, and well, what do you know? Players in that last circle being up north to where Odin Gamers start typically. In Northpad, look at that. The two teams that started really close to that, let's see, Magicians had the two best spots in that final Northpad zone. Being that it ended there, they were shielded up well. They had early resources. They could get KP from poking at other teams who were rotating in. So definitely starting to see some impact in landing in these northwestern zones and being able to also have advantages there.
I think one hot spot that we saw early on here was this trio of Phoenix Legacy, Magicians, and ATK. I think they got stuck fighting each other for a while, which, you know, again, we've seen a lot of skirmishes with Phoenix Legacy, I want to point out, because they're not a name that we mention too often because we have so many big established names on the server. But I think they've done well surviving and controlling these kind of situations and doing good for themselves so far. But again, moving over to World's Edge now, I think that's going to be interesting if again, there's a lot of questions about consistency over the day, but I think for some of the teams who, like Alliance, for example, who find themselves at the bottom half of the table, I think going back to Old Familiar is going to be reassuring for them. To say
yeah. I mean, it better be, James. You know, that's, of course, if you're an Alliance fan, that's what you'd be hoping for. Players out to a lead that we've seen a couple of these days looking pretty insurmountable. There's still plenty of time, though. Halftime, you could always repeat what happened or be the opposite. You've got the same amount of time and games to play, so shouldn't feel too down about it. Fenerbahce, the big climber there, up to 7th, up 3 places. Rebel still holding down the top 10, as well as Odin Gamers and Scars making a move towards certainly top 3. Can they inch into top 2 and top 1? Teams that haven't won a game being able to be involved in, you know, really the conversation for heading into 2nd place, that is a good sign for Odin Gamers and Scars, meaning they're putting together some consistent performances, James.
How is Magician's logo not a top hat? You mentioned the rabbit already earlier
rabbit,
on.
Right.
Come on, guys, it's easy. I'll do it in paint if it needs to be done. Moving over to some of the newer guys like Game of Drones, I want to see a good logo from you guys as well as a big drone man myself. Nice to see the name ATK in this game as well. But Alliance, they are dead last. It's like the door hasn't even been opened. It just walked into the door. Yeah, that's a shocker of a start from them. But hey, sometimes you start cold. There's still time for them to have a reasonable score out of today. But right now, again, dead last is embarrassing.
It's not even dead last. It's not a kill. It's not a top 15. That's out in the top. I mean, what went wrong? That's going to be something we would love to hear from them for sure, whether it's in a tweet or whether it's in a conversation, because this is a team that half the talent cast picked to actually win today. So definitely need some answers to that. We'll hopefully keep a keen eye on them in World's Edge. But let's take a look at A and D and the leaderboard here. Not as sincere off to a great start. Solo Q Goats. Looks like it's a Bangalore kind of day. Of course, we're assuming they may be playing the Bangalore. We don't have that confirmed. 4 gangs still staying in there. K-Swinny and 69 Esports holding it down at top 3. Kick making a move, as well as Vex and IG International staying there, as well as GMT, a team I've been looking at, kind of hanging in. There's really only 8 points that separates 2 versus 9, so a very tight lobby in A versus D.
Absolutely, and if Solo Q Goats have been rocking the Bangalore in the first half, I cannot imagine they're going to be doing that in the second. So it's going to be interesting to see how their composition changes, should it change for the second half, and we probably won't have to wait too long to see how that goes. 7-8-9 in dead last is not fantastic for them. Not what we're expecting in those groups, but again, we're only halfway through the day, so there is time to change the fortune by force.
You know, and the other thing that's made these legends so successful it's been the iteration too. I mean, these teams. I mean, Alliance was one of, if not the first team to implement the caustic into esports at a high level for Apex Legends. And you know, I think that goes to show that means they're a great team that once they kind of figure things out, can make that adjustment and really then take the tournament and the lobby by storm. So I am hoping that World's Edge provides that for them. But it's just day one in EMEA for those who are joining us. We have not had the same level of practice and time playing in EMEA to be able to watch these guys and see the meta develop as we have in North America thus far, which is why this week is action-packed. We've got EMEA every single day, basically. I mean, you know, I've cleared my whole schedule. It is just an Apex kind of week, the best kind of week for those watching at home. If you guys want to see A versus D, we'll be showing basically one group of 2 of the groups playing on our broadcast. The other, they will be on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. You can watch that simultaneously if you want to see any ways that it looks at. And also, if you guys want to make sure to keep in touch with us on anything Play Apex, make sure to shout out our socials at twitch.tv/playapex, youtube.com/playapex esports, and of course, Twitter. Play Apex Esports. Make sure to shout us out. Everybody, the crew running that channel and running the esports social and communications. Fantastic, fantastic job. We're so excited to stay in touch with you. Keep you up to date on everything happening. It's Rain Day and James. We'll be back in Game 5 for World's Edge, but we're going to take a quick break and be right back to kick off our second half of action here in EMEA.
Buff Caustic.
No.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I apologize for everybody for Bardoff saying buff Caustic. He meant nerf Caustic. Welcome back. It is time for game number 4. Vicky and T-Squared bringing the action. Storm Point's done. It's time for World's Edge, Vicky.
Yeah, this is going to be Bardo's favorite part of the ALGS here in EMEA, because now as we move on to World's Edge, you're going to be expecting a lot of these teams to probably swap over to the Caustic, although I love to highlight just the different compositions that we've seen so far. We've been seeing the Crypto, we've been seeing a lot more of those Bloodhounds on Storm Point, and I'm excited to see how these compositions are going to transfer over to World's Edge. If we're going to see more of these compositions kind of stick over to the Pride and True that we've usually seen on this map.
No doubt about it. And hopefully our pick Alliance can pick up some sort of kills, right? We're getting goosed on that end. We could have picked any other team in our predictions as we take a look at that leaderboard. Players coming through looking so strong. 57 points. If this was our match point format, Vicky, they'd already be there.
I know, it's absolutely insane to see how consistent of a team Players has been. And not only with that consistency, taking 2 games out of the 3 that we've seen so far, but taking 2 of them with the same amount of KP, double-digit 15 kills each.
It almost feels like everybody's racing for second place right now, and if that's the case, the race for second would be pretty close, right? As you take a look at the rest of the leaderboard, it's pretty evenly spread across the board. Coming through and looking at, again, that bottom half of the side, who do you think besides Alliance on the second page could really step it up?
Guild, most definitely. Guild could definitely be bringing on more of the action that we have usually seen, because we know that Guild usually takes a little bit of time to build up that momentum. Very similar to Alliance, where if you take a look at the first split of Pro League, that team was kind of quiet for the first 3 weeks and then started picking things up by the end of the Pro League for that first split. But now we're going on to match number 4. A lot of players and just overall community members wondering, hey, what's going on for Alliance? It's me, I'm community members. And I'm wondering here, Alliance has been able to put on a respectable performance within the EMEA finals leading up to the first split. But I want to see more from this team, because they came from being very consistent at the later half of the first split. And I want to see more consistency, at least at the start of the second split, so that way our teams can start feeling a lot more comfortable as we go on throughout the weeks.
And when we talk about compositions and changes of potential compositions, interestingly enough, Players is going to keep the same composition that they did at Storm Point. So a Gibbyless composition going through with a double rotation comp instead. And then obviously Bangalore. It's been the day of Bangalore. Solo Q Goats, they're in second place in their other groups. So if you want to go and check out that stream, what is that stream, Vicky?
Oh, that stream is going to be, I have it right here, twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. You guys definitely don't want to miss it. Unfortunately, we don't have it in the multi-view, but it's still right there that you guys could open up at the same time. And, you know, while on the topic of multi-view, if you guys want to take a look at any of these players that are currently streaming, trying to get some tips for your own gameplay, definitely open that up, because we have so many talented players out here in the EMEA region.
Yeah, now it's time to get stinky as we take a look at what's going on with Caustic. And you know what? What better way to get points than have the zone pulled towards where you're going to go, Vicky?
Oh, man. Color me shocked. I mean, out here at T-Squared, we usually see a lot of these southern circles pulling towards the south on World's Edge. And now
Tree's empty.
Tree is empty, and that's going to be absolutely huge for the rotations of our southern teams as they make their way away from Lava Siphon, or rather launch site, and then through that beacon, they're going to be able to have all that intel and freedom to rotate through Tree.
If I'm ATK's coach, if I'm SMS's coach, I'm like, yo, Tree, it's open. It's one of the best POIs that you can get on terms of getting a beacon, getting rotations. I wouldn't want that crummy survey camp blue. Dome? No chance. Yeah, you get the beacon over towards the dome side, but it's so far, and the loot at Tree is a little bit better, in my opinion. But you do have to deal with Alliance. You do have to deal with a lot of great teams like Players that are down there, so maybe teams are a little bit scared to rotate, kind of similar to what was going on with early complexity in NA. No one wanted to go over towards that northern side because Epicenter was all their spot.
And look how quickly Team Empire has made the rotation away from Harvester, and they could have gotten that beacon in Harvester to just have that information, and they're going to see that Tree is empty. Meanwhile, we actually have some early fighting going on right here, and in staging, we see a lot of those quick rotations, but an early fight here from Outplayed, if it's not clean and simple, could easily get third-partied.
No doubt about it, and I'm not really feeling the vibe of the weapons here. Alternator L-Star, yeah, right when you land, but maybe 2 minutes later, I'm going to be needing something else. I need that R9 car, R301, anything besides that. I know Alternator, you know, it's not that bad, but it's not going to be slapping nearly as hard as, say, like the Wingman will this early on. 1872, the bubble is going to be coming down. You can see a decent amount of players on the player outlines. Vicky, like you said, this is going to be third-party central. Whenever you have these thermal station zones, this area and that Dorito building sees so much action.
Yeah, it's a lot of those quick rotations from the western part of the map all the way down, passing staging, and 1872 are trying to take the high ground. This is the team, the only team I believe that we've been seeing rock the crypto from Storm Point moving onto World's Edge, but I have to highlight those timings on the EMP have just been phenomenal, especially timing the time that a lot of these teams drop those domes as the EMP does negate that safety.
And this is the Dorito building that we're talking about. It's right in front of you in that player outlines. But also, if you want to know what's going on with multiple players, check out that multi-view. Click the command center. You can get up to 4 points of views, I believe. But you can also get all of the team comms that are coming through. So that's always really exciting. What's also really exciting, again, the compositions. Got to just talk about the non-staleness of the current meta. I love this rotation coming through over here into this choke point. This is always really smart. You wouldn't expect a team like Alliance to be over here right now. Sometimes if the zone is going to be a little bit different, this would be the priority spot. Also, there's a lot of ending zones over here, but this one seems to be going more over towards that tree side. And again, getting away from that Dorito building is always key. Coming up over here, you expect teams potentially to be on the high ground, but this is a fairly quick rotation from 1872.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's been the name of the game here. Since they are on the crypto, they could scan those beacons without overcommitting with just the drone, and you could see that target still has a Mozambique. Yeah, they got the wingman in hand, but that Mozambique could be a little questionable as they want to prioritize that final positioning, even if they're not running a defensive character like the Cossack to secure more of these tight-knit areas.
Players taking the high ground up on top of another very popular ending over here where the respawn beacon is. Also, playing that back fence area is always a viable position as well. As we take a look at probably the best spot, if it is going to be in that back tree area, would be where Reply Totem is. So I love their positioning going forward. You could see how serious everybody is about these southern rotations, Vicky. If you're not in, you're going to be out, and it's so tough when all of these teams are inside buildings, basically setting up a firing squad on you. So I like how all these teams made their moves. They're respecting each other. It's a lot of just armor checking. I'm not anticipating any crazy fighting happening here anytime soon.
And look at the armors that Totem is running, too. They have the 2 purples. They got the gold. Yeah, they've been putting in some damage, but they want to hold on to this building to at least try to cut off the rotation, as a lot of these teams want to take that southern rotation from Thermal Station by that choke point east of Tree, or rather west of Tree. So Reply Totem want to hold on to this building without giving up too much space, but it's going to be difficult without having the Cossack themselves and without really having a beacon to know where that next circle is going to be pulling as well.
So there's about 2 endings directly on this building and kind of in front of them. There's that popular ending that is right where the tree is, and then there's a couple other endings inside of this tree area. So again, anticipating that this is going to continue to pull over here. I don't believe the beacon is on top of that building right now either. We'll have to get confirmation of that one. But Guild Esports making their rotation through. I believe they are only rocking 12 points after the first 3 games. Not what they were looking for, but still pretty solid in terms of the loot. Should be feeling pretty good about the current situation, but just look at how everybody has to rotate the same exact way. It is so brutal, and that is why the early rotation is extremely key. Now, there's a couple options, especially if you're rocking Valkyrie. You could wait for round number 2 and then scan on to round number 3, get a ton of info, and that's when you're going to go and make your move. But we do have in the kill feed Rebel going down.
Oh, that's going to be crazy here. So a lot more of these players are just trying to play patiently inside of these buildings. I'm wondering what Outplayed's gameplay is, because they see another squad, they hear them on the outside, but nobody's charged inside the building yet. They don't even have the actual Cossack barrel trap set up because they want to be stealthy as
it's a Bloodhound team.
Division. Yeah, it is a Bloodhound team. All they need to do is get a scan, and they would know immediately that there's a whole squad actually just posted up inside that building, but they're not even going to scan in that direction because they don't fear that there's anybody in there yet.
You know, they're just making out in the building. Get a room. Actually, they are in a room. Never mind. But if you hit the scan in there and you saw 3 players, what would you do? I would just run immediately. That's exactly what Zeta's doing. They're going to be rocking that old school Bloodhound with the Bangalore, scans through the smokes. Now, Digithreat is going to be extremely useful in this type of situation, but that was a really, really interesting ambush. I mean, when you hear shots, you feel like you'd want to poke. They're expecting a team to run inside that building. Maybe one player gets weak, and then they can go and pick that one off. I feel like that's a little bit too desperate for my liking. You got to go and try to play big in these situations, and they missed out on some kill opportunities right there. I mean, all these players are extremely talented. They know what it takes to go and shoot. I would love to see them play a little bit more aggressive and confident.
Now we have to see what their gameplay is going to be, especially running that Caustic. They want to play a lot more patient. Rascals, though, they don't have the Caustic. Instead, they have the mobility from the Wraith and the Portals, and they're charging right into the circle to get that knock. They get one. I saw earlier they had gotten another one, trying to deny the res as well, as Rascals are just going to continue playing off of the edge of the circle.
His name's Dolphin. He's got Big brain IQ. He's coming through with the kills. That's why he was the coach again of TSM. Now coming through and competing in this EMEA region. Awesome to see him continue to do his thing. But yes, Rascals just eating zone damage in zone number 1. Not going to be that big of a deal. Plenty of heals coming through too. 20 seconds to that next scan. You know, if Alpha Draft really wanted to go in, the Beast of the Hunt would already be being popped. So no big deal over here down towards the bottom side of the map inside of this Hot Springs area as the kill is going to be secured now. Surprisingly enough, nobody is on top of the high ground over there, on top of the main rock, which we see people hold a lot of times. But again, this is that situation where Rascals has to stay on the outer edge here and not push too far. Otherwise, another team's going to come behind them. And that's why they're continually checking their back, running through the zone, making sure that they clear out any possible flanks coming through as A Division now going to make their move underneath the train tracks going through the thermal station side. So you do see the scan over on the mini map. They have that scan for the next zone, and that's when they make their Valkyrie redeploy. So one of the teams with a little bit more information than the other squads, and let's see if they put that to use.
Yeah, what's crazy is that I think it was actually Solaris that's on the train tracks trying to figure out where they want to rotate away from staging. So good on Rascals to just note that there could be another squad that's coming in on their 6 as Zeta Division are going to use this redeploy to try to get closer to where they think the circle is going to be pulling. But there was another team that already took up shop inside of the building off to their left, and another team on the sniper tower in the middle of thermal station. And that's going to be such a good spot for that team to hold because they're going to have so many of these other teams rotating away from tree into their line of sight for them to pressure.
And Phoenix Legacy got the memo. I was shocked that this position wasn't locked down yet because this is a great spot to gatekeep. But with 30 seconds on the clock for the zone to be moving, as you see Guild picking up some kills, that's going to be Solaris going down. I'm shocked again that Phoenix Legacy wasn't interested enough to kind of pressure them down below. But again, you do have to make your rotation. There are a lot of squads left, and you don't want to be making a blind rotation going forward. Guild are going to be playing the edge over here, and they're going to be feeling good about the situation. Probably a very similar spot where they're going to go and hit this scan on the beacon directly in front of them, and then they're going to be Valkyrie skyward diving out.
What I love about what Guild is doing differently in comparison to their gameplay on Stormpoint is that they're playing very much to where they feel comfortable. And Odin Gamers, though, may not be having the best time on this game, still rocking the big boys with 2 white Evo shields. So as they put down some pinks and figure out where they want to rotate, with that composition, you want to play very defensive heavy, and they do not have a building just yet.
Here comes the scan from Guild Esports. Let's hop on board with a listen-in to find out what their strategy is going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, look.
Yeah.
It's shifted big time. We should start probably rotating now.
Yeah, we should. But where? Wait, let me think where we go in. I think we go in from staging. I doubt someone's gonna play like here in the open.
Yeah.
You can even go play below or something.
Yes.
So let's go right to staging.
Metafi, remember? We can tank Storm, alright? Please don't forget that. I have 2 medkits, 8 syringes. What about you, meds? What's your meds, guys?
I'm 4.
4. I've got gold armor. We can tank the Storm extra, alright? Please, just don't force the fight. We can literally tank Storm and we got Valko.
Yeah. There's a team walking in right now, so if they start a fight, we
can
go...
right? Do you want to back for the choke? They wouldn't expect that.
No, we just after them and see what's happening.
They Valkoid on the left. They've Valkoid.
That's fine. There's one team still here. They have to go to the other side and they'll probably fight the team on height.
So we just tank Storm then, yeah?
Yeah, just walk after him and see what happens.
Heal. Nice. Don't pop syringes. Tell me if you're gonna pop syringes. I'm gonna drop the armor for you.
They could just play there. We can always just Valkyrie past them. It's fine.
I was gonna say,
they're playing right there on the edge. They're playing both sides right now. They're right here. They don't know about us.
Yeah, Gibby's healing.
Wait, walk up.
They might have seen me. They might have seen me. I don't know. Kind of showed. Walk up a little bit.
I can get close and see.
Heal up. Everyone pop a syringe. About to go in a fight.
I don't see nothing left. Like on the track.
Yeah, let's see what's happening, right? Worst case, we go left. Easy.
Walking.
Popping my medkit and then...
I did see a guy left now.
Yeah, he's on the rock on the left, come! He's on the rock right here. We can beam him, we need to get to the rock though. Right here, come!
Yeah, I see. They're walking. Don't shoot! Do not shoot! They're walking up!
Yeah, alright, all of us put medkits! Heal!
Yeah, come in here. Wait, it's actually free up there? They got it for free?
Let's chill, hide.
No, we can just walk after him. Wait. It's us.
No, wait, it's right. No, we need to go back and storm.
Do you have
I think we just walk from here.
Come.
I got stuck.
Just go.
It's coming to storm. Come all the way back in storm.
Right here. Pop a bed and we go. Insta. We have to go insta. There's a bloodhound. Come, Horizon, right now. Insta pop it. Let's go.
Come in one syringe. One syringe.
I mean, there's team here as well. Let's go. Alright,
okay,
I think we go low ground. And we walk in. These guys will not be able to play out there, I think. I think we go here, and then we play the pillar. Go for the pillar, go for the pillar, go for the pillar. Here, on my ping.
Going.
Use the pipe on the other side, look! Use the pipe as cover behind us. We're good. Completely safe here. On me. Present.
Oh.
On me.
Oh, no, there.
Arc, dodge it. I'm bubbling.
Yeah.
We're fine.
In front of us over there. Look, beam in!
Yeah, shoot. But don't get beamed in the back. Do not get beamed in the back.
Nice.
There's one more.
They died.
That's good. That's very good.
Just stay here.
I have no bets.
We played that late. We take it. Okay?
Yeah, later, yeah.
This team here has to push us, otherwise they die.
Go?
You have to push us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Again. Oh my fucking god.
Guys, listen. Silta, the team on top has to drop on us, and we need to take this. We can't allow anybody to
they're gonna play there. They will not drop. They will play there. They're completely fine. Chill. Don't panic.
No, I'm not panicking. It's just
I kind of want to go there.
It's unplayable.
Yeah, I want to go there.
The excitement, is it Christmas morning or are they just making a rotation? You can't really tell with Guild Esports.
I mean, after they were able to find Morning Stars off to the side, they could definitely see it as an early Christmas gift. I just love the attitude and the energy that I'm hearing from Horizon's comms. Matafi trying to match that there as the IGL of that team. I just love it. I love what I'm hearing here from the EMEA region, but what I do not like here is the way that Scars is pinched. They're getting shot in every direction. They have the shield swaps. They finish off of that fight here, but they need to restabilize as they are going to be able to infiltrate this building, but they're sharing that with potentially another team that is holding a nice off angle off to the right.
What a crazy pull of the zone. You heard from the listening with Guild how unpredictable this one was. Everyone expecting and anticipating Tree, but a majority of Tree is already outside own in zone number 4 here, Vicky, as the kill feed starts to light up.
14 squads left. You can see Magicians in a great spot trying to hold the choke point of the tunnel, but Nemesis, after losing one, they burn down the opposition. They have a portal if they want to get Clone into safety potentially here, but they still want to continue on this fight as players are only just left with Hardeki. This is the team that won 2 games basically only on Storm Point, and they want to continue on their onslaught of damage and just pressure, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening right now.
Well, they got the memo. They can only win every other game, Vicky. It's unfair to the rest of the competition if they win every single game. 57 points after 3 games. Potentially hitting a big res here. This could be phenomenal again without a gimme. This moment is a little bit scary. Hardeki feeling that one as the shots are going to be landing. The flatline looking good. Gets the knock, but doesn't get the LM as Nemesis is going to be able to clear out our #1 team.
I know Hardeki is feeling a type of way of just getting that knock nonetheless, though, onto Nemesis. You see the third party moving in. That's probably Magicians who are shooting from the mouth of the tunnel, but they are going to be able to get that res, get out of the line of sight of Magicians. They're going to have to start moving, though, in 25 seconds, and you hear a redeploy going off as more of our teams make their way into that next circle.
Yeah, it's going to get very congested over here. 12 squads remaining. It's not as crazy as the previous ending on Stormpoint where we had 9 squads going into zone number 6. That was absolutely insane. But that gold backpack in Gibby's hands going to be looking good. These are what we call the jungle gyms. A lot of jungle gyms over here towards the thermal station side. You can see how many teams can coexist over here. You got one team on this level, another team down below, and multiple jungle gyms in the surrounding areas. Hey, teams should be pretty used to this. I mean, this is very similar to one of the maps that we have in arenas. Look at the big stick coming in from behind from Team Empire.
Oh my goodness, the follow-up, the combo, Team Empire with that Arc Star, the pressure, but they both get broken. Team Empire being our second placing squad right now behind players. It's a good look for them as players we just saw getting eliminated, taken out of the lobby. They're going to continue on this pressure though after getting those knocks, and here comes 1872, our third party squad with the crypto after following up from that EMP.
They're popping out from all over the place right now. You can see 3 teams over here on this specific area. Empire's made their way on over towards the side. That's Ranch's big chillin', maybe out of heals too, or maybe just doesn't want anybody to hear the sound cues that are coming through. But look at the kill feed. Alliance now picking up some kills. They don't even get them though, because Zeta's gonna wipe the squad. So unfortunately for them, they're gonna go out in 11th place. That is at least 1 placement point for them. Not quite sure if they were able to pick up any kills though. The even 8 connecting down below for Nemesis and Clone. The shots are looking good with the R301. Unfortunately, doesn't have a mag, and that could be Ranches from behind with that Havoc in hand too. So now you can see Scars is going down. Tai Sheen is going to be on the floor. Nemesis with the God spot right now, but how many different players are you going to have to fend off over here?
And meanwhile, on the other side of Thermal, we see Horizon getting taken out. Guild Esports in some trouble as Nemesis continue on this pressure. Clean up another team here. It's going to be Phoenix Legacy meeting up the rest of these squads in the lobby. Scars also down. Tashin, like you were talking about, but they're in a pretty nice spot where they could have a little bit of a high ground, but not inside the circle just yet. They may not even have the chance to be able to get this res in time, especially with this EMP that's going to delete the dome.
Unfortunately, the first shot misses, and that's going to cost them the dome, which cost them their lives. RPR doing the best that he possibly can. Now just going to have to do this one as a solo. Those are going to be virtually impossible to go down. I mean, you have 18 seconds to the zone's going to move. Your portal is down, but the team is sending. You can see Vicky, they are pushing, they are looting, and they are not letting Scars get back up.
RPR get that res. Hopefully they can get the third. Reply Totem, though, they take care of DSBLF, and Reply Totem with that phase breach are automatically going to take onto the high ground. Lovely utility here with that mobility, and talk about the double whammy with the redeploy on top of the phase breach. They're definitely going to be able to escape this pressure, get right through this choke point, and they are going to be able to get into the circle. But these are always so risky, T-Squared, because usually here with these redeploys in the late game, you're risking and just dropping on another team and just being the focus for a lot of these other squads.
It's also risky when you are eating the zone damage, you're not able to heal with any batteries, and you're coming through potentially half shields. And that is a scary, scary situation as Totem now is going to be taken out. Nemesis still big chilling up on top here, putting a lot of damage down. Round number 5 is going to close. We're going to move into our final round with about 6 squads. You can see the Rat over down towards the player outline, still sitting in that same spot as before, has not made one peep as the Wingman shots are going to connect. Wingman PK with the Digi-Threat is going to be so useful here. All red armors basically on the Nemesis squad. You can see the advantage that they have over a team like Zeta, but Ranches has been sitting there in the wings, just waiting patiently as the zone does pull directly towards the middle of this circle.
And Nemesis is just blocking where Ranches is going to have to actually make this rotation, but Nemesis has other problems on their mind, and it's going to be this team that's right in front of them. 6 squads left, with a solo here coming in from Team Empire to try to hold down the fort. They see another team also on the high ground, so they don't want to put themselves out into the line of sight of 2 teams at once to prevent getting pinched.
It's their game to lose right now. I mean, they've done so much work to get to that point. That building is so hard to defend. Scars was able to get their team back up. Now it's in the hands of RPR, who was the one that hit the res to begin with, and now looking for the kill, is able to do so as someone gets cleaned up from behind. But will they be able to hit more reses? Scars somehow, some way, still in this game.
And sweeping up that KP, Nemesis coming in from Robin there, and that's amazing here for Nemesis, because not only is he the kill leader, but they're racking up so much KP as an overall squad. They're still looking for this Rat, by the way, and they have not been able to find the last member of Team Empire, but they do see this one Valkyrie that's off to the side, coming out of left field. I mean, where are you going? You can't land those headshots with the car. Unfortunate here, but it's just a matter of time before that player gets taken out from that high ground.
Or is it? Or is this person just non-stop, like unstoppable right there? How do you not get that kill? It looked like you got the kill 2 or 3 times. All of a sudden a battery's being hit. It looked like a quick armor swap underneath there. That was pretty impressive by whoever was able to stay alive. But now you can see everybody racing on over towards this jungle gym. Big armor swap coming in right there for Scars. But Nemesis again making this look easy. Vicky, this spot is not that easy to hold down. So many teams are trying to take this with their Ashe ultimates, with multiple skyward dives, but they've been able to just pick up kill after kill, damage after damage. Combined, they're sitting at about 5K damage just between the 3 of them as Guild now with the 2-man squad making their push. It's going to be difficult. You have 1 Rat and you have 2 teams of 2 here.
Yeah, and Scars being the other team that's running this as a duo. They've also been putting in a lot of work. Saw something fly from the sky. It's going to be a mobile respawn beacon. Make it 2. Some makeshift cover here for a lot of our duo teams as Nemesis are holding onto the God spot, the high ground here, while they have a lot of these teams going to be funneled into their line of sight.
There goes the portal. That's most likely going to be coming in from Ranches. Still alive as that Rat, picking up a lot of placement points, Vicky, getting into that top 5, potentially even further as the Wraith portals are going back and forth into the middle of that zone. Now the Gibby bubble is most likely going to be popped from multiple sides. ASCII's the first one to put this down, but with all 3 players alive and healthy, Nemesis has a huge advantage here. I love the skyward, or I love the jetpack on over towards the side from Clone, looking to close this one out with a lot of kill points. Nemesis, it's all a matter of time before they get this one unlocked. The zone is coming down, and there it is. The perfect position, the perfect execution, and a lot of kill points.
Just a matter of time, just based off of where Nemesis was situated in for that final circle. And of course, the fact that Empire was playing off of the solo, Scars, Guild, they both had a duo going on. But Nemesis were able to control that high ground spot for so long. Remember, we saw them earlier just clean up squad after squad, even moving in for the fourth party.
Again, locking down those jungle gyms, not as easy as Nemesis made it look. You have to give them props. The communication had to be on point, barking callouts here and there. We had multiple listen-ins to hear what the strategy was. All in all, the biggest point total we've seen from a single game after 4 matches, 29 points going down for Nemesis.
Yeah, remember, we were shocked when players were able to win Game 1 and Game 3 with 15 kills, but make way for Nemesis winning that Game number 4 with 17 kills. That's definitely one way to shake up the overall leaderboards.
No doubt about it. And Guild, you were saying they could bounce back pretty strong here on World's Edge. They were able to do so, I think, only 12 points after the first 3 games. Well, they got 17 after that. They actually got the second most overall, even though that they do see them down at 3rd place. That is what they placed. And then you go and look at the rest of the squads filling in there. Magicians, unfortunately, they have had a pretty solid day. They did not get inside of that top 5. It was a brutal zone. It started off over towards Tree. A lot of the teams thought it was going to be that way. Bounces right back on over towards that thermal station ending, and we all know how brutal that one is going to be. But surprisingly, again, you know something's up when Alliance, they land there, they're not able to defend home court advantage, and they only have 1 point after 4 games.
Absolutely true there. We saw something happen in the feed earlier where Zeta Division had actually met up with Alliance, Zeta getting taken out as Alliance as well. And so could have been a third party that happened there. But you would imagine here with Alliance trying to control that ground, where could they have rotated there in that situation that put them pinched in between those 2 squads? But it's Nemesis who were the ones that took that game, who dominated that space on the southern end of Thermal. And now you can take a look, over 2,500 damage from Ro. We even saw Ro pick up a kill out in the distance when we saw Scars in that fight.
And that's not like some sort of fake news damage where it's charge rifle or something along those lines, triple take. That's all wingman, that's all R301 in your face with the PK Mastiff. Really nice job coming in for Nemesis. You really couldn't play it any better. Again, baiting and switching with one another, armor swaps constantly, making sure that nobody really fell down without the support that they needed. If anyone was going to go down to the low ground to clean up people beneath the jungle gym, a lot of times it was Clone. But it could be just one simple misstep costs you a zound of points right there. Again, 29 points, but one minor fall down, one minor, looking left instead of right, and all those points could have been thrown out the window. So many teams are looking to take that spot.
Yeah, before that game in the overall leaderboards, I believe Nemesis was number 9, and Robin had accumulated, I think, 2 kills throughout the course of Stormpoint. So while we make this transition into World's Edge, you could really see how that highlights teams like Nemesis and really plays into the way that they rotate.
And you can see just the difference of what happens when you're outside of the zone, looking in, or when you're able to predict that one as we take a look at that overall leaderboard. Starting to, get a little bit top heavy over here between the top 2 teams, but again, a lot of teams were fighting for second. Fortunately for this lobby, Players was eliminated early and I think only got 1 point. That is what you want to see if you are a fan, though. You want it to be as close as possible, and I think that we were set up for some great Game 5s and 6 action.
What I think is crazy here, Tom, is looking at second all the way down through 5th, very doable here for a lot of these teams, but that gap for Players at 58 points, even though they only secured 1 point in that game number 4, should really highlight the play that Players is bringing to the plate right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at that second half of the leaderboard if we can, and there it is. Vicky, same question as before. Who here on this right-hand side can step it up? I'm looking at Rebel. I'm also looking at potentially Rascals to do some big things.
I know I highlighted Guild before, and they definitely came and they performed, but I really want to see Rebel actually, come back around. I think Rebel could definitely do that. They've dropped down 3 spots, but Rebel's been another one of those teams that we see kind of get pinched, and with unfortunate timing, taking a little bit too long with their rotations as well as some of their fights that they keep getting third-partied with.
We'll see if game number 5 and 6 are going to have unpredictable zones, because anything over towards the thermal station side, completely brutal. Anything over towards the tree side that jumps away from the tree, extremely unpredictable. And I think that's why you saw so many teams holding and waiting. A lot of teams were banking on tree. They got inside the middle of it, like Reply Totem. They got that God building over towards the backhand side. Unfortunately, if you don't have a crypto and you don't have a scan over there, you're not going to be able to get a lot of information. And then we saw, for example, Guild over towards the landslide area, getting that zone knowledge, skyward diving over towards where they needed to, over towards the thermal station side. I'm expecting a little bit more similar gameplay here in the next 2 games.
Yeah, and you know what else I'm really excited for? To see what's happening over on the other stream on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG, because that's groups A versus D. And look at this updated overall leaderboard right now for these 2 groups. Kick just moved up 4 spots. They're sitting in first place with 46 points, but right behind them is still Nodis. Navi with 45 points out here, just 1 point difference between first and second place.
Wow, that is an extremely tight leaderboard. Excited to see what happens between those 2 groups. Again, it's a round robin type of format. Every team is going to be able to play each team twice. Each group is going to be able to play each group twice to keep it fair. And again, we start off on Stormpoint, then we go to World's Edge. Eventually, we will start off with World's Edge and then switch on over to Stormpoint. You can see how talented these players are when it comes to playing both of the maps. It's been pretty impressive to see how Stormpoint's been adjusted to already, but we are going to get back into game number 5 action very soon, and we're going to toss it to Rain Day and Bardoff after the break.
Well, we certainly know that the lobby has a new nemesis after that one. Game 4, what a stunner. Nemesis, Guild, Esports, Empire all staying involved, but it was Nemesis who would take the win, and they've been climbing steadily, James. It also has looked like Guild has been climbing too. A couple of movers, the only two to jump over 7 spots each. We have a new second place position, and we'll see if they can keep it up. Players, they've got a lot of traffic on their back. Can they hold off those trying to claim the top spot? It's only 13 points separating them. And Game 5, what a crucial game at that to make that gap even wider or to see the distance closed.
Many questions to be answered in this game and the next one, but another big one is what on earth is going on with Alliance? 1 point from 4 games.
Unreal.
It is very bizarre indeed. I don't know if they're trying something different or they're just having a really, really bad day, but we'll see if they're able to get something from this day in what remains of it, these last 2 games. Riding now with Nemesis. A good game 4 for them. We'll see if they can continue things in this 5th and second to final game.
It's a very top-heavy teams with hard scores to beat in terms of the kills that they've been averaging. I believe a lot of our game winners have had, considering 2 have gone the way of players and 1 now of Robin, who has joined the 9-kill club. Teams who have individual players over 9 kills a game. What a standard that is to win in a lobby like this. Harder than your ranked lobbies for sure, especially in the Predator side of things. So an incredible standard being set in EMEA. We are in match 5. We're now in World's Edge. Looks like we're going to be close to maybe epicenter on that northeastern side where things are going to finish up. Outplayed just trying to settle down.
Uh-oh. Very early action here. But I think Corsic may be able to crawl to some kind of safety inside. Don't think players want to lose their position. Checks with some very important damage with the wingman. See if he can make it inside as well, as their troubles increase now. As you can see, Corsic hasn't been rescued yet. They really can't afford to have 2 players go down here, but they're so concerned of what's going on the outside, they're not willing to hold on. There's 2 teams outside. Empire on the way as well, and that means more ranch.
And this could be more dips as well, or at least more containers to dip those bullets into. Mandy, he smells danger, and he is going to get out of there to the high ground. This is such a beautiful spot for the Valkyrie. As you can see, anywhere away from this is the place he wants to be, and it's going to be Team Empire cleaning this one up very simply. The Gibraltar turns his back, may not have a chance to turn it forward yet again. Maliwan and the rest of Empire looking to disperse 2 teams who didn't do themselves any favors, James, taking each other out and really making it a hopeless Game 5 for both.
Yeah, they just came in there like Wu-Tang. I don't know, everyone just ran for their lives, and they're really trying to hold on. Empire have so many opportunities in so many directions, looking to see what the climate is elsewhere, as that dome will mean the end of Rondo. Goodbye to him, Rondon. Empire now just trying to take away the final players now. They are running for dear life. Just 2 teams fighting. Again, that Corsic was down for so long, and then suddenly Empire just came in, and everybody else has dispersed. Wow.
Yeah, ANC outplayed, and Scar is able to make it out with at least 1 player. I believe it might have been Mandy on that side to just escape with the Valkyrie up top. So one of the benefits you could see there, and despite the kills, no teams out yet. Still 20 squads remaining in Game 5. So there is still a breath of hope. Will Empire stay here, try to guard these loot boxes, protect banners, or will they just move it along? It feels like they've already got what they came for. 3+ kills. 2 kills for the squad here, and that will be a great start for a team that's kind of looking to climb back into that second position that they were in, just a few behind now from Nemesis.
All purple as well will encourage them to engage more teams early on, I would think, as I can't imagine they're going to run into many other teams in the next few minutes who are going to be purple as well. But they've definitely got some nice KP to sit on, either one, whatever they choose to do. Whatever opportunities arrive, I'm sure they've got an Empire state of mind. Rebel in the ring. Triple blue for them, R301 Peacekeeper, nice combo. And it is worth mentioning, in case you joined us late, we did see a loaded up Mozambique being held over the Peacekeeper in one of the earlier games, which I don't remember seeing before, but that was definitely something I won't forget. Didn't see any crazy action with it, but perhaps that'll come in future as opportunity knocks for Rebel.
Well, Rebel getting into a bit of an engagement, an entanglement you might use. Pierre looking around the outskirts. He's got the 301. He does about 70 damage to the name. 15 points for Rebel. Not necessarily the best performance we've seen them have. Of course, a long-standing team and members of EMEA at the highest of highs in the ALGS. But it seems like maybe that won't be a problem for them. They're going to let that one pass by, but certainly not passing by the importance of starting out the tournament strong here in the first day of EMEA. Let's listen to what Pierre had to say heading into this one.
I'm looking forward to playing the new map. Coming from previous Battle Royale games, we're used to changes, a lot of different maps and environments. So I think we will be one of the teams to look out for, especially on such a big tactical map like Stormpoint, because it's so much bigger than the other maps. I think on Stormpoint, we will see way less cryptos and caustics in general, because there are more characters suited for like the close range, the pushing fights and stuff like that. And during practice, we've been playing a lot of Ashe, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie, because the map is so big in its size, and you need the teleport, and you need the flying, and you need the bubble for the open areas.
Really not a big change from what they're doing here on World's Edge. Just swap the Ashe and the Wraith. I guess that, as far as asking a player to play two different legends at the highest levels, that's probably the closest in terms of two you could ask them to play, James, as far as not changing your playstyle too much.
Yeah, one I feel like is just more aggressive than the other one. Wraith, of course, good for missions, but rotations can be shorter and can include some verticality, which can certainly help. 1872 there, maybe getting sent back in time with the problems they're currently having. Target naked, and he's not going to last long. Horizon will offer no mercy, and 1872 indeed will be eliminated. We go down to 16 squads left now as Guild Sports will find themselves with some success on the bridge as they look to loot up and replenish their resources.
Horizon not wanting to let any of those kills slip, and Guild, they just feel like they've got a pace to them this game, which I like. I need to see more from Guild, a team that we both picked to win today. Making a big move, up 7 after Game 4. If they continue that and add another 15, 16 points to their name, they're going to be contending for that top 3, potentially a big game, getting them into the top 2, top 1 conversation if players do not perform the way players do. Matafe trying to lead the team as well with the wingman from the backside. One of the more interesting in-game leader situations, traditionally not on a character like Gibraltar, but you know, one of those things that works for Guild specifically, and the pace that they like to play, and the style of leading and conversation that they like to have. It is a talkative group. Horizon keeps things enjoyable and spicy too, and so there's a really interesting dynamic to Guild that I think makes them enjoyable to watch, but also a very deadly team when they get going.
Yeah, Horizon's very, very fun to watch in his streams in general. Full of energy. He's a good kid. Very entertaining as well. I noticed in the team's remaining overlay, it looks like Alliance got a kill, so they've doubled their score.
Oh wow!
In the 5th game, which is something. They've made some, you know, it's a step forward, and maybe it's a step forward in confidence as well, as has been a worrisome day for them so far. We'll see if they can pull anything else out as this continues. Scars, another team that we have a big eye on, who certainly had some better results, will be looking comfortable now as they look to snipe through the window.
Longbow, not normally what you see here, but a decent weapon. I'd still much rather have a charged rifle, despite Stormpoint or World's Edge, but sometimes you got to work with what you're given.
I was wondering, actually, looking at what's in their replicator at the moment, if like maybe the backpack is the main focus. It's a backpack, purple helmet, 4-8x scope, and the purple mag for a sniper. Maybe it's a bit more encouraging today to craft something like a longbow.
Yeah.
Rather than more bats, or I don't know, depending on what is in the replicator, maybe you need some more resources. But perhaps this is a longbow day. Yeah, and it's what you get too. I mean, what do you get when you're looting? A lot of us don't see that part of the frustration of, man, what is this loot? You know, what? Oh my God, I haven't found something. I've just got an RE45. I still have an alternator. I need an R99. I need something different. 301. So, you know, this is happening throughout all of these teams. It's so intricate, the level of detail, and sometimes these decisions boil down to, all right, would you rather have a longbow and an EVA 8, or would you rather have, you know, this and an EVA 8, right? And they go, you know what, the way I'm playing, I'd rather have a longbow, give us some long range here.
since I'm playing the Gibraltar and kind of hanging back for most of these engagements. It can be anything, which is why if you want to watch and see what these players are doing and deciding real time, check out Multiview in the ALGS. We have brought this new feature where you can watch any and all of your team's favorite perspectives from their perspective and tab in and out of our main broadcast if you want more information on exactly how they're planning to play each engagement and get to the final circle.
I wonder if... I think the charge rifle is very good, of course, for leveling up shields, but I do wonder if you're more likely to get it down with the longbow. But perhaps this game will give us a small sample size. What do you think?
I just, you know, for me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Like, there is that ability for the faster fire rate, but the impact of the 55 shots, the presence that it provides, I just feel like the charge rifle gives you so much more presence for when you want to be using a weapon of that range, right? And I think the longbow and the charge rifle both, I mean, why use them up close? You don't have them for that. So if you're talking about making someone feel uncomfortable, warding people off, trying to step into an open area, or even just punishing someone who's got to rotate, the charge rifle for me, I mean, I just don't think it's beating it. So that's why I was kind of going into that conjecture, like, why go for it? But, you know, James, and players have their own preferences too. That's another part of the game. Sometimes players just prefer a different weapon, even if it's maybe not meta or if it's not as much bang for buck, and that could be part of it too. Yeah, comfort.
There was a tactical respawn beacon we saw at the opening of that building, just to give the players inside some more cover, as they will be there for a while, which is nice to see, especially in early tactical. I guess they are expecting to be there for quite a while, because it's not often you'll see a tactical respawn beacon for cover be put down so early on. Normally that's a late game play. But we have 16 teams up, and again, another situation where things are very close up already, and Empire may have some more opportunity. They are purple versus blue, as we can see, but they need to land their shots as well, should they want to engage. And you also have to beware of exposing yourself to the angles of other teams as you look to push a squad. So we'll have to see what they choose to do. Say to division around cover for the time being. Having a look at what's going on. Potential shield swap if they need one. Trying to control this bridge as well so they can keep eyes on many places. You can see them just communicating with the pings and letting their teammates know where their opponents are. But there are indeed many opponents around, 43 in fact. So it is going to be a busy day at the office for the successful teams at least.
Still looking to get eyes on players who are leading our lobby, 13 points ahead of Nemesis. You can see the circle pulling just to the right of Epicenter. Not going to be too far from where a lot of teams like to set up. In fact, this little bridge and building that we've been watching State of Division go up and over is actually a place where we could see this circle start to climax. But there is an interesting kind of approach to what we've seen so far work in Stormpoint and World's Edge. It is that late engage, and it is that late rotation into a spot where teams are not setting up. And I don't know if that just happens to be the theme of the day or if that is really where we're seeing a lot of the trending here for EMEA. A team that hasn't been trending upwards at all. In fact, they haven't been trending anywhere. Starting Game 4 with 0 points, now have 2. Let's go ahead and listen in to Alliance, see how they're managing a crucial Game 5 to get them back in the right direction.
Guys. Look at this scan, Rise. Look at this scan, boys. 2 guys up top. Could be only 2. Could be only 2 as well.
They're playing split as fuck, I think.
Round this up? I think that's the duo.
Careful. We gotta clear right side here. We gotta try and clear right side.
Yeah.
Or just take space. One peeking.
Guys, give me a helmet real quick for a little bit.
60 on back, 60 on back. There's one guy playing the rock here.
Can we move up? I'm gonna scan the rock.
Move up a little bit. Move up a little bit.
I'm smoking us. I'm smoking us. Come. Yeah, I see him.
I got sniped. I'm dropping.
Moving up a little bit. One close to me. I had to smoke this.
Yep.
Minus 31 Bloodhound.
I'm staying low ground for now. I can fly up.
66 Bloodhound. 66 Bloodhound.
We gotta look for 3.
I need to drop. Yeah, I'm looking for you.
Are you in on the heady here? Is it heady?
44. Yeah, I'm in. 48 purple.
Okay, that's good.
I'm dropping down a little bit. Trying to get angles on these guys. 97 purple Bangalore.
Nice.
I'm looking at the same side right now.
They're peeking. Peeking hard. Keep bullying this team. I got a bat. As well. We're safe on me, by the way. Guard follow me. Okay, watch out to the left side. Left side.
I think they're getting pushed right now. No.
They're getting pressured a little bit, but they're gonna get pressured soon. By left. Yeah, we're just gonna stabilize. We need to wipe this. We're playing for the. Is this in? What are we playing for here? We need to pay for like the right side somewhere, I think.
Get shot here.
Maybe push back. Oh. Okay, I'm moving left a little bit. You hold right, one of you.
Yeah. 34 purple on Bangalore. They're healing at the moment in this corner.
Bangalore 50. I think we 3P bridge here. There should be a fight here. It's ape height here. You're gonna bang ulti wipes and we ape the height here, I think.
Okay.
I think that's our play. Bangalore ulti and ape the height. We have nades and everything.
Yeah.
Should be Fiesta on bridge anyway.
The Rave's still
playing. There's nobody playing there.
We need to take it, by the way.
No, I don't think you did.
I don't think
it's the team that's playing right. It is the team that's playing right.
There's
Bangalore
here. Yeah.
No, it's a Bangalore. He's first. Knock one.
Nice.
Take kill this.
Go.
Only blood him.
I'm going.
Go.
I'm going.
Care right.
Yeah.
Stabilize. We're gonna take the height on me.
Selling.
Oh, there's team on me.
I'm watching the right side.
Smoking us. Safe on me. Come to me.
Coming. I'm scanning in front of you.
Stabilize on me.
Yeah.
We need to kill the guys Logan after this. We didn't get the thirst.
It's only right side for now. I'm gonna scan right side again. Left side, sorry, this.
Yeah, scan Logan. No, you need to scan lava. We need to get the duo kill there.
It's only a duo on the left side.
Can I loot this box? If it's on a duo, we can send them when it's close.
I think it is only duo on the left.
Okay, we stabilize and send them when it's close. We can just scan lava though. The Bangalore died.
Okay, I'm gonna scan lava. You mean scan southeast, right?
Hold behind.
Yeah.
Someone needs to hold there.
Nothing below.
Tethering, careful.
What a great listen in there, Alliance. Going through the trials and tribulations of trying to make it through. Almost didn't want to take my ears off of the comms. I mean, it was fierce, and you could tell they're in the middle of really trying to navigate their way into these final 5.
Bangalore smokes on deck as well. We've got multiple Bangalores now, and that is a very different composition that we see from Alliance, but Empire getting involved yet again. They've been busy boys, and they're looking to get more KP. Only 2 for them at the moment, despite these skirmishes, but now they start to be in trouble. Maliwan's gone, and they need to try and keep the rest of their team up as best they can. Try and stabilize with all these ults going down. I'm not sure how they're going to go for the res here. I think there's some players on the way. The gold backpack would be useful if he could full stick it, but he can't because there's angles everywhere, and down go to Empire. They'll be eliminated by Fenerbahce.
Nemesis down, Empire down. It looks like there are only a few teams left to have a say in this final 9, and one of them we haven't seen all day long. We've been waiting, and it's good to welcome them back. Alliance, top 8, here we go. Devotion on the side of Yuki. Bloodhound, not scared of these smokes at all. Bangalore, I brought something else to the table that does pretty well when you can't see, and they're going to push onto this team. A nice crack. It should be 1 more kill. He's going to get away, possibly a little quick flight, and Yuki will hold down all 3 of Alliance on reds. Looking real good heading into this one.
And Bangalore will certainly help, the Bloodhound will certainly help with the paranoia. So much cover, so many obstacles here, just to clear them all out and find out exactly where people are, especially with the gold helmet. Very, very useful indeed. And again, we see those respawn beacons on either side now. They've basically made it a train you could hook onto those and pull that thing away. But that's going to give them a lot of extra cover, which will be very helpful indeed, as I think those teams have been coexisting there for a while. And let's see now what the other teams are going to do. 8 squads remaining, and that ring is going to start to move as we see Alliance rotating, but they've got to press forward because they won't be in the next zone, and the time is up. It's time for that zone to start moving. Still pressing on with some cover, and again, you've got those smokes to create some space. Very different composition to what we're used to, and that could be a very nice, some nice work from Alliance, but doesn't quite get all the bullets he needed there.
That might have been it, though. That might have been it, though. Was that Matafe and the rest of Guild up in the air? Because it looks like Matafe, Silta have both gone down from Guild, and that is Horizon as well. Guild is out. Alliance is in. We haven't seen them all day long. A good time to knock on the door and say hello, and they're knocking all right. They're pounding right there, and they're going to take one out. It is going to be Vipes slicing through the competition. 6 left, 6 to the name in terms of kills. Players trying to stay alive. 3 all low. Hardeki, the only one with any shield whatsoever, but 64 points has put them ahead of the entire lobby. Can they keep it up with teams closing in on their heels, especially with the likes of how Alliance are starting to look now?
Gas Daddy's back, baby. And I think Phoenix Legacy died to some caustic gas earlier on, and maybe there's more work to do. We see Solaris going for a deep run as well. Let's not forget what they were able to do with 2 players. Never mind that. As I say that, of course, they have been eliminated. Cast the Curse is indeed here. Alliance, 6 kills on the board, looking for a late resurgence. There's more work for them to do, and a potential top 3, as there's only 4 squads remaining now.
Alliance, Odin Gamers, Fenerbahce, and Players. Players looking to extend their league, making it so Game 6, they are out of reach of the rest of the lobby. They've been playing out of reach this entire time. The only team that seems to have been able to climb the peak, it is Alliance. But they're going to have to do more than just ally here. They're going to have to destroy and dominate, and that's how you do it, especially with a weapon like the Devotion, which hits that hard. And those double headshots, what a time for Yuki to put them into action. Fenerbahce, though, still hiding on the high ground, and that's going to put a difficult spot for Hardeki and the rest of players to be able to rotate when the zone starts to push, because they'll have to deal with that squad coming in behind. Alliance actually in a pretty good position here, but no cover outside of this, so what cover can they make, James, with the Bangalore smoke?
Hemlock absolutely shreds. The Bang ultimate is going to try and force the position of their opponents as they try and get into a safe position. Hack is getting peppered. He's got no armor left. Going to have to pop his bat, but is he going to get shot? Will the Bangalore out-save him as people will have to move away as well? Indeed, he is able to pop the bat off, and now he's looking up top. There's so much potential KP here, but it might not go their way. Yuki's been eliminated. Fenerbahce now up top in the god spot for the time being. Arcstars towards the box, trying to force everybody out and find some more KP. They break some glass, but can they get some downs as well?
Oh my goodness, and I think Vipes is still alive. He might not be for too long, but I think Vipes is still alive for Alliance. There are still 4 squads left, so no one has quite died yet. That Bangalore smoke is hiding 2 of the most important teams in all of EMEA who are showing up today in Game 5. And it is Fenerbahce Esports who say, Rainday, put some respect on Pinky Finky. He is still alive, holding it down, the last one standing for Fenerbahce. They're going to fall. It is 2 squads left. It is Vipes. Can he clutch it up against Players? Can Alliance somehow turn this around? No, it's Odin Gamers who clean up the day. A beautiful performance from them to stay alive. But Alliance, well, we asked when they would show up today. There's your answer, Game 5.
About time they did, and as soon as we move map, we've got Caustic on top where he belongs. But Fenerbahce, I do wonder, hopping into that port, if that was the right thing for them, because they ported into the open, put the dome down, but once that dome was gone, they were sitting ducks. They were exposed to everybody. So, I think the alternative was to maybe drop on one of the teams above them, but perhaps that was going to be a concern for the other teams trying to 3P. Either way, they will feel like maybe they should have gone deeper. But Odin, with only 4 kills, were able to ride out the storm and take first place there. But hey, in second place, Alliance, it's great to see them finally make it onto the scoreboard.
You know, what an interesting game, too, because really low point totals, but the top 3 getting that 16, 18, 17, allowing themselves to really stay involved, and a lot of these points getting spread out throughout the top 10 and more than we usually see. No one completely dominated, but I would say that the storyline goes for a really solid game from Odin Gamers, who have already put together a solid 4 games before this, so they'll be threatening top 3, top 2 with a chance at those numbers in Game 6, but Alliance finally say, hey, we're awake. Can we crack top 10? Can we get involved in Game 6 and double what we've done here to make a splash in the rest of this tournament? They've only got 1 more game to do it, but that's certainly the Alliance we know and love.
We have to, of course, recognize the consistency of players. I think they came into 4th place there. Very awkward position towards the end, but they are delivering game after game, and their points, I'm sure, are going to be nothing short of outrageous once we see the overall leaderboard. But things are perhaps getting more competitive now on World's Edge with the arrival of Alliance finally. But indeed, the story is about Odin, who made it into the top 1. Only 4 kills on the board, but hey, winning the thing will give you a lot of bonus points as well, so it all balances out in the end.
And what a weird zone, too. I mean, just a terrible kind of thing to fight into. 4 teams surviving, but all just barely. No one really having any advantage whatsoever in terms of being able to withstand some type of damage, any position that wouldn't expose them. There was no real rock to hide behind. It was just high valley that was closing in faster and going into a slope where everyone was shooting fish into a barrel. So how long could you stay out of the barrel was really the question that the fish, the metaphorical fish, had to answer as far as our players. And it was not an easy thing to do, but you could tell, you know, coming in from match 4 to match 5, which we're taking a look at now, there's an awakening of the beast in Alliance, and the consistency in players. 2 themes that we, you know, probably from the player side expected, Alliance maybe didn't expect, but are glad to see now.
Yeah, you could certainly see the focus was still there from the listening. They smelled opportunity with the position of different teams and chose to, you know, they pushed with confidence. We can take these guys out. This is in our favor. Let's take this opportunity. They're not shy to take that chance. Despite the previous games and the lack of points they had, it's not going to make them gun shy. It won't make them hesitate or doubt themselves. No second guessing. Decisive action leads to points, leads to rewards, and they took them by force in that game.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to say that in many ways the randomness of Apex Legends and the way the circle pulls, the way you somehow maybe get a third party that's unlucky, you know, you could feel that, hey, next game's mine. This really doesn't have an impact on how I'm going to perform following up. So it's just a matter of us bringing in our confidence, bringing in our trust in one another. Players definitely doing that game in and game out. We saw Nemesis have a strong performance. Unfortunately, only ended up with 3 points in Game 5. But it was all players, again, who made a great opportunity into an even better one, finding that final circle, the 2 Bangalore ultimates going up against each other, hiding in the little inch that it started before it would actually crash land and that Rolling Thunder would hit. Some funny moments there for sure in terms of the way that they had to go back and try to counter each other. But it was Odin Gamers who just stayed out of all of it, James, that would take the win.
Absolutely. The timing worked out very, very well for them indeed. And maybe the distraction of that rotation from Fenerbahce certainly helped them just bide their time until the crucial moment, because there wasn't really anywhere to rotate, as we saw. They had the best position until it was no longer tenable because of the zone coming through. And I think that was definitely a helpful distraction for Odin to help pick up the W. So props to them. They got some very nice points from that, at least in terms of placement. And we'll see what they can do as we move towards the final games of the day. But it's great to see Alliance turn up. Yeah. I didn't want the story to be 0 points or 1 point for the whole day. No. So they got some fat points in that one, some fat stacks, and that's going to be important moving forward.
And here is how it shakes out. Not enough to get into the top 10, but Alliance will be sitting with 18 points, just below that. But look at the big movers here. Fenerbahce getting up 3. Odin Gamers up 3 as well, staying ahead of Fenerbahce. Guild in the top 5. Striking distance for number 2? Absolutely. Striking distance for number 1? Not quite. I feel like Empire really maybe the only team that's been performing consistently with a chance to go ahead and make that happen. Otherwise, it does just feel like we are looking at a player's victory and everyone else fighting for second, which first day back, you know, you could ask for worse.
Yeah, players on top, you know, nothing wrong with that at all. But Alliance, they've moved 7 places, away from the bottom, which is what you want to see as well. Again, of course, they've come in with big results. We spoke about Alliance and Scars, and we're kind of seeing polar opposites. Scars have gone missing for a while, haven't had the results in our first day. Alliance obviously coming in with big results, have gone missing today, but they finally turned up as well. So we'll see if they can make it into the top half and salvage a little more from what remains of today.
There's only 1 game left, you know, and so turning it up now, it's unfortunate for Alliance fans, but in the same way, you're glad that they did it at least, and you're glad that it's happening now. There's still so much more in the tank. And Hockey's as a in-game leader, and I've studied this man. He is not only phenomenal mechanically, but in terms of his understanding of the game, his patience, you know, coming from, I believe, a military background and the ability to kind of lead and learn that lesson and saying, you know, we're going to follow my command. It may not work, but we're going to follow it. Right? And I think that's the biggest key that I take away from the way Alliance has been able to play. If you look at Group A and D, though, we'll look at how things have shaped up. It's Solo Cute Goats. They're involved. What a final Game 6 we are going to have. It's going to look a lot like North America the other day, where we had 6 teams in the final game that could probably, if they won, take the entire tournament. Kangarna, Nodus Vincere, IG International, Solo Q Goats, and Kick, all within 11 points of each other. Top 3 within 5 points of each other. That is fun. And if you guys want to actually see some of that action, make sure you have it on your side monitor or tab over left and right. We'll obviously keep you updated, but you can do that on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. We will be having that all week. We're playing these broadcasts simultaneously. These groups are playing at the same time, but we're only covering one here, so make sure you guys check that out, James. What a bracket we've got over there.
Yeah, that looks really, really exciting indeed, especially with Kick on top. I think that's fantastic. You know, there's a lot of names below them, and it's nice to see them above everybody else. So I would like to see them hold out for that last one, just for a change, because they're not the, you know, there's quite a few teams that we normally like default to over them. So for them to you better pay attention to us. We're taking the day one in these 2 groups would be fantastic as well, just for some more stories. And hey, to pay more attention. And who knows what kind of compositions those guys are playing over there.
Yeah.
But Solo Q Goats having a good day one as well is awesome to see, because of, you know, everyone wants them to do well, but they're the people's players, and you know, they've struggled with the legends they've had in previous seasons. But maybe finally we have all the things coming together for them.
I know, it feels like a perfect storm, doesn't it? Just the Bangalore, 2 Bangalore's teams potentially being on top at the end of day 1 in EMEA in players and possibly Solo Q Goats. It's a 1-point difference in A and D, and it is a serious point difference with players at the top here in B and C. If you want to stay tuned, we will keep you updated not only here on twitch.tv/playapex, but on all of our social channels. Make sure to follow us. This is the best place to know when we go live, what we're covering, who won, and the highlights of each day. Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and talk about the content that's going down on YouTube as well. Just some phenomenal educational content with pros, interviews, and just some really, really expansive stuff. If you not only want to get more ALGS when we're offline, but also become a better player, which is something I love to do as well. All right, guys, that's going to do it for Game 5. James and I, we will see you guys in just a bit, but it's Game 6. Who will take it all? Players, they seem like number 1 is for sure, but nothing is for sure in Apex Legends Esports. We found that out the hard way. Stay tuned for our finale here of day 1 in EMEA after this.
The smile on Bardolph's face when Caustic was in the end zone just grinds my gears, Vicky. And also, you know, if I knew Alliance was going to go with the Devotion Charge Rifle Bloodhound switch up, I don't know if I would have picked them in my picks.
Yeah, but although Alliance, it's better late than never out here, Tom. You know, they really popped off that last game, and I kind of highlighted it before when we were talking about Alliance. This is a team that in the first split took a little bit of time to jumpstart. They were able to pick things up by the end of the first split, and it looks like they're trying to replicate that, but just in the form of a day of competition where now their gears are really grinding. They're tired of it. Now they're really popping off, but is it too little too late? I mean, that was already game number 5. We only have one game left here for our EMEA region.
You know, it's never too late because keep this in mind. This is day 1 of EMEA, and we're taking the top 10 teams from North America and EMEA. They're going on into the playoffs. So in terms of your overall leaderboard, yes, take a look at what's going on here. We obviously have what's going on in groups A and D, but Alliance going from last place to 12th, maybe they can bump up a little bit more and say that you wanted to get top 10. That means that you want to average at least top 5 in your day. And right now, Guild, Scars, Empire, Nemesis, and Players are looking like those teams.
Yeah, just remember, Alliance was all the way at the bottom. Now they have just moved up to 13th place. They were able to secure 9 kills in that game, but they didn't take the dub, and that was really what was very lackluster for them, because that would have been 12 additional points that they would have definitely needed. But Odin Gamers played that positioning amazingly on the high ground, just like what James Bardolph was saying. They had the God Spot, they had the Caustic, they had the Nox Gas, and we know how lethal that could be for those late-to-end circles.
Yeah, and no doubt about it that every point is really mattering here. If you can just bump up a couple of spots, that's going to be great for you. Again, it's not a sprint, it is a marathon, and these teams know that for how much they're grinding through Apex and how much they are playing. And we saw so many different compositions, we saw so many different strategies, but we saw 2 zones that are fairly popular on opposite sides of the map. I love that we had the one southern over towards Thermal Station, we have the one over towards the north over towards Epicenter. Maybe we can get something a little bit more central here, a fragment zone. That's when Caustic's really going to shine.
Yeah, I actually really like to see, now that we have 3 maps on Storm Points where we get to see a diversity of our games in the rings, now we don't see as many Southern Circles all the time on World's Edge just because we don't have World's Edge for all 6 of those games, and now we have a bit of that diversity. We had a Southern Circle, now we have one pulling all the way to the north. Where is this final circle going to take us?
I'm not sure, but it's interesting to see that Gibby is not going to be a pick for some of these teams. And when we have cryptos in the lobbies, when you have all these different things, you have horizons, you have so many things that could just destroy you when you don't have a bubble, including an enemy Gibby. How are these teams able to do so? I love that. I think that, again, when you have someone so strong like Gibby, you want to continue to utilize that. But we're seeing meta shifts, we're seeing teams adjust on the fly along the way, and sometimes you need to just make minor changes to go and have big games like that. And I think that's what we saw coming in from Alliance. Again, only 1 point after the first 4 games, then picking up around 16 points right there in that in that 5th game. So a lot of great stuff that we saw as we take a look at some of the highlights from the previous games in match 5 specifically. Again, a very, very brutal zone. If you're not over towards the Epicenter side, you're just going to get completely lit up. But the Bloodhound scans proved very useful. We again saw some great skyward dives coming forward, but the shots from EMEA are just so on point. The tracking is disgusting. I love to see the confidence of when they're pushing inside these train carts as well.
I love casting NA, but I also love seeing the composition changes within the APAC region for both North and South. EMEA 2 really does pave the road for a lot of unorthodox compositions that we don't really get to see as often, specifically the use of the Bangalore that we're seeing more than ever. We're not on Storm Point anymore, yet the Bangalore is still coming out in full swing, and I believe the Bangalore has definitely been the MVP, at least for me, looking at how a lot of these games have just gone on throughout the rest of the day. But just looking at the different compositions and looking how a lot of these teams make it work within their own playstyle has really been the cherry on top for the competition.
And you don't know which team is which, right? Whenever you were playing against, solo queue goats, you would say, okay, this is the only Bangalore that's inside of the lobby. Now that's not the case right now. You're going to see a handful of different Bangalores going on, and you're going to see teams still get better and better because they're not really playing Bang as much as a lot of other teams have in the past. So there's a huge learning curve. So if Alliance can come through and make a switch going into game number 5 and then do really well, imagine if they actually practice with that type of composition. But there's still a lot of learning going on in Split 2, right? I think a lot of teams are getting a feel for what's going on. That's why you're seeing a little bit more 50-50s. You're seeing a lot more fighting that's taking place. And it's definitely been a very aggressive day overall.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is just day one of EMEA. We've seen a lot of the competition go down within NA, APAC, so a lot of the compositions have been figured out or maybe observed by some of the members in the EMEA region, and that's going to be influenced going into a day like today where the competition is kind of being felt out in a sense, going from Stormpoint into World's Edge. We still have a lot of teams still feeling where they feel more comfortable, whether it be either of those maps.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that if, say, players wasn't in first place and it was like a typical composition with, say, Valk, Ash, Gibby, or Valk, Wraith, Gibby, and, do you basically think that it could be some sort of placebo effect that's going on with the rest of the lobby, or do you think that Bangalore could be that strong and viable?
I've always felt that Bangalore is obviously very strong on Stormpoint just because of the natural cover that the smoke grenades provide, and it's not like World's Edge where there's much more buildings and much more cover that could be utilized, which is why you usually see the Bloodhound used a lot in World's Edge, because that scan comes in handy and so clutch, especially in those late circles, because so many teams are able to actually conform to some sort of cover. So I do think the Bangalore being out for the EMEA region more than any other region that we've been able to see play out in the ALGS does have a highlight point that we've been seeing a lot of those strengths. But to see it on World's Edge as well is what really makes things interesting for me.
And I think that Bardolph hit the nail on the head in terms of paranoia. If you're playing Bloodhound, the Bloodhound's going to help get rid of that paranoia. And if you're not feeling very strong and confident about where you wonder the players are going to be coming from, that's when you go through it. And I just feel like that is something that's going to happen early on in the split, and that could be very strong in your first couple of stages. But going on, and once you get a little bit more comfortable with the lobbies and you're able to study how that lobby went because you have coaches, you have the rebroadcasts to go over, then you're going to understand where these rotations are potentially coming from. So right now, I get where they're going at with the strategy with Bloodhound, with Bangalore bringing it back. It's just kind of odd to me to see it happen so late on in the series.
Yeah, I also want to highlight, I believe it's the only team that we've seen rock the crypto, 1872, with the timings on those EMPs and such, although just not getting the placements that they want to achieve. So still lingering a little behind when it comes to that composition. We even saw, I believe it was Scars rocking the Loba at one point. So Loba had one appearance. Meanwhile, you take a look at the pools of hero selection for a lot of the other teams, and you don't see some Gibbies on some of these teams. You see one Loba, one Crypto, but a lot of Wraith compared to what we are usually seeing in the North American region.
That's true. That's what I love about the differences in the region as we take a look at the other stream that's taking place. This is going to be the other group, which is A versus D. Such a tight race over here. Again, anybody could take this one, just like Rainday was saying. Very reminiscent of what was happening in NA a couple days ago.
Yeah, look at this. 52 points for Cake. Solo Q Goats. We highlighted Bang. I mean, this is the first team that comes to mind when I talk about the Bang. Of course, with Shiv being on that roster, they're having a field day. They had a bit of a rough start at the start of the day that we had seen. They were on the second page, but they have not only bounced back, they are sitting in second place and still climbing on top of that. Just 1 point away from first place.
And they went from the relegations back on over towards the top over here. So started from the bottom, now we're here, Vicky. That's pretty impressive stuff coming out from Solo Q Goats as we take a look at the second page of what's going on in Group A and D. Now again, anybody can jump up on this leaderboard, and you have to not get down on yourself if you're not sitting on that second page. You got to scratch and claw your way up this thing and try to get a dub where you can, or at least grab as many points as possible, which is why I love the Alliance not giving up and saying, hey, this isn't our day. They made some adjustments. They went through and had themselves a big game number 5. So it's completely doable for any of these teams like 7, 8, 9, Rats. We've seen these teams play very well in the past. Hopefully they can get it going here in those final games.
Yeah, if you guys want to give those teams your energy, don't forget, that's groups A versus D in the EMEA region, now on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. So much Apex and ALGS action all around here for our EMEA region. You gotta love just the appreciation that this region has been getting, and you guys want to support them all the way that you can. But I'm excited to see what this final game is going to bring for us here for Group B versus C, Tom.
Yeah, and Ascend, they were sitting in 15th place after doing really well in the playoffs, and it's kind of tough to go and see, but we're in a new meta. We have new maps being introduced, and there's a lot of changes that are going on. It's the first day of EMEA, so again, you can expect some surprises. I think that there's a couple of major ones that we touched base on in terms of teams that are placing really well, teams that haven't really lived up to the hype, but the teams that are really great, Vicky, again, are not going to give up. They're going to make their adjustments. They're going to continue to put the pedal to the metal because that's what it's all about. This game is a grind. There's sometimes some RNG that comes involved, and sometimes it's just not your day, right? So I would love to see, again, I'm rooting for the underdogs a majority of the time, and I love these teams that have gone from an NA, for example, through the Challenger Series and have done really well on Storm Point. They're still adjusting on World's Edge because, again, the meta has been there for quite some time in their new teams. But we're seeing so many different shifts, so many different changes. It's really exciting. I'm curious to see when we're going to start seeing other legends being implemented in there. We've seen sometimes in esports arena we get a chance to cast those weekly Mad Maggie coming through on the open days, or maybe we're just going to see more Gibraltar-less comps. So that to me is the most exciting part about Apex right now, on top of what's going on with the balance and changes. And I was just joking a little bit earlier with Charge Rifle Devotion for Alliance. Hey, use whatever you need to do. I am known for carrying those two weapons way too often.
No, it's a different feel when you're playing arenas and you lose the first 2 rounds, so you have to whip out the Devo out for that last round just to make sure you can make a statement. Not saying I do that, but I definitely run into some teams that have in the past. But talking about feeling out the competition, we've also seen some early 50-50s happen on Storm Point. Looking at Scars and Fernobachi actually having that 50-50 on that map, but then maybe some early 50-50s on World's Edge that we don't get to see as often, as there are much more POIs for these teams to share.
Yeah, we talked about where the zones are going to pull. Let's take a look at the map and find out where the actual landing spots are to see who gets the edge, because when we're looking at the first zone, it was a tree/thermal station zone. Nobody in the vicinity. Alliance couldn't even hit the broadside of a barn with that pick, and I was really disappointed to see them go out with only 1 point in that game, 11th place, especially when you look at this map, Vicky.
I mean, that's why I feel like they just came in swinging for that game 5. How do you lose out on positioning when that is your drop spot over there by Thermal Station, where the circle ended on the southern part of Thermal Station? Yeah, it could be tricky because then you also have to try to guess out on the 50-50 on whether it was going to continue south towards that usual beacon building that's by that choke point next to tree, or if it's going to continue towards Thermal Station, because regardless, if you guess on the 50-50 wrong, you're forced to traverse through that open ground that the lava is there to provide.
Still no teams going on over towards tree, but we look at the second zone and game number 5 on World's Edge. Odin Gamers very close to where they were going, so again, kind of protecting their home court advantage, understanding the rotations, picking up kill points along the way. It's all about locking down these checklists of priority positions once you have a feeling on where that zone's going to be. So again, we'll find out what happens in this final game as the players are loading into the map, and hopefully we can get this one started for you guys very shortly. But a lot of congestion happening on over towards that northwest side. A lot of free space down over towards that southwest side. So we'll see what happens. And again, I'm kind of rooting for something a little bit more central, maybe something a little bit more west. I love the lava fissure zones. I think those are some of the most exciting ones. Big mod endings are always a blast over towards that Lava City side as well.
Yeah, I love the Chaos and Lava Siphon too, especially when there's that beacon in the middle building. I mean, come on, bring me the Chaos out here. Talking about the congestion, though, that you were highlighting in the northwestern part of the map. 3 of those teams landing by Skyhook, 3 other teams landing by the landslide area. You could only imagine how those choke points leaving that northwest part of the area, either to go east, northeast towards Survey, towards the train tracks, or even going south, could get highly congested early game 2. So I'm excited to see how that plays out as we move on to our final game, because at this point here, T, we have a lot of these teams that already know where they're sitting in terms of points, what they need to do differently for this final game, so that way they can stay in contention for the competition.
A lot of times the final game ends up being a little bit more fast-paced. Everyone's kind of looking at that math like you were talking about and saying, okay, well, we got to go big, or we have to at least go for placement. A lot of times it's a lot more kill heavy, and it's a little bit more of a frenzy rushing for placements and, trying to find out where you're going to go and get these chokes like you're talking about to get a lot of these kills. But go back and look at game number 4, right? When everybody had to rotate from that northwest side, where'd you see the first fighting happening? Over towards the train tracks in that Dorito building. And that's what you can anticipate, right? But if it is going to be, say, like a Lava Fissure zone, 3 teams in Skyhook, they're all going to be going on over there. They're all going to be coexisting. And the teams that land over towards the southern side aren't going to be liking what they see. So a lot of it, again, you have to play out all 6 games because there's so many different factors that come into competitive Apex that's why you can never really give up. You can fully drop a 30-point game and go from, 10 points and maybe, 18th on the leaderboard to all of a sudden being in playoff position if you continue that pace.
Yeah, shout out to Alliance just after that last game, too. And again, we highlighted that squad was on the bottom end of the overall leaderboards, and in just one game, they shot up about 7 placement points. So that's amazing for them here as we move on to that final game. Hopefully, they can solidify some points. I feel like I'm a parent just basically pushing them closer to the edge, like, okay, you got this, you got this, you can do it. But you know what? This is the Alliance way. Again, I know that it takes up some time for them to build up that momentum. Usually, when they start off strong, they continue on that onslaught of pressure onto other squads, but they just had a rough of start today. I'm excited to see how that's going to kind of force them into a different mindset looking at the rest of the competition as this day has gone on.
Now, I'm looking from the kill leaders from today, but let's take a look at the kill leaders from Split 1-2 to see how that kind of matches. And you know what's kind of interesting is 69 kills for Hardeki, nice, in first place right there, but he also has 21 today, Vicky. The dude's popping off.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. Horizon, we heard those comms coming in from Horizon. I love the energy from this player. 58 points right behind Hardeki. You got OJ Ryan right here with 56 points as well. Silta with 56. So many kills coming in for so many of our players here, just in total from that Split 1 regular season.
And look how many ashes are on there, right? For the majority of the thing, it's all entry fraggers. Then you have post-kill standing out like a sore thumb, and Sonya standing out like a sore thumb on the big boys in the middle right there. But that's how you expect things to go, right? You want your entry fragger to be exactly that, to be a fragger, as we take a look at the damage from the previous split as well to see if it matched up. Nope, Hardeki's not stealing kills. He's putting up the damage as well.
All right, Hardeki, we get it. We get it. You get the medal for everything out here because Hardeki does what Hardeki does best, and it's getting all those kills, putting down all that pressure. I mean, I'm not surprised one bit out here, Tom.
Not at all. I guess the most surprising thing is that, you know, Taskmaster is not in position for the previous leaderboard, but he's out there laying down the damage, and also not quite sure where he stands today in terms of the kills. But again, Hardeki putting in some serious work. You can expect players to continue to add that type of aggression. You want your main Slayer to come through laying down that damage. The big question now is, how many more ashes are we going to see in Split 2, right? Because we've had so many changes in the meta shifting as well. Not as many Lobas, if any, today. And I think that was probably the most shocking things in compositions. I was expecting, I think you said, more Caustics, more Cryptos, more Lobas.
Yeah, especially going on to World's Edge. More Caustics, most definitely. You don't see Caustic being played on Stormpoint just for the fact that you don't have many of those buildings like you would have on World's Edge. Looking at Zeta Division, though, and just talking about Taskmaster, it's actually Sunset who's been popping off today. I think before that game, or I think after that game actually now, he had gotten 9 kills overall throughout the rest of the day. So Zeta Division's also within that top 10. I'm wondering if they would feel comfortable taking out the Loba, though, because like you said, we haven't been able to see much of the Loba, if not any. I think we've only had 1 Loba in the lobby, and that was just in the last game. So hopefully to see much more of those composition swaps as we go on within EMEA.
This has been so crazy. I don't imagine where anyone would be grabbing stuff from the black market boutique, right? It's been so fast-paced. There's been so much action. What, are you going to think in Thermal Station over towards the jungle gym with defensive bombardments landing on top of you? That doesn't seem like the ideal way to shop, right? I want nice music in the background. I don't want anybody like coming to steal my goods or anything like that. So maybe that's why Loba's not been as popular today. But we saw Loba be very viable in North America. Cloud9 put that to work. Zach Mazer switched on over to that for Stormpoint and did phenomenal.
Just reminds me of what Black Friday is going to look like, honestly. Just when you're just trying to just be peaceful in that black market, but there's too much chaos is happening all around you. But yeah, as we get set up, guys, thanks for being patient with us. We're just waiting for our players to load into this final game lobby. It's important that we get everybody here because, again, it's the final game to determine where our teams in Group A versus D on the other side in the separate stream is going to be doing against our teams that we currently have right now, which is Group B versus C.
No doubt about it. It's not like if I was to lag out, Vicky would start the game without me. We have the competitive integrity over here. Vicky, on all of our 1v1s, if I lag out, she says she still wins. I never get enough of it.
Yeah, no, it's actually true, though. It's actually true. If that ever were to happen, that would be a great companion stream, honestly. But, that, you know, time would have to tell out here is our teammates that are moving into this lobby aren't going to be doing that. Nobody gets left behind.
Yeah, we love to see it. So, yes, we are loading into game number 6 right now. And, again, players sitting pretty in that first position at the poll. And, really, the rest of the teams have been playing catch-up after they won 2 of the first 3 games and then put up a pretty solid performance in game number 5. Alliance our pick, not doing too hot. Guild was looking kind of middle of the pack, but then they started to step it up. That's going to be Baroff and Rain Day's pick. But, overall, I think that this is a little bit of a surprising day for EMEA in terms of, you know, storylines. Yes, the teams that we're expecting to do really well haven't players coming through with a chip on their shoulder, playing phenomenal, but a lot of Bangalore's, a lot more than we were expecting. And then on the other group, again, A versus D, that is extremely, extremely close. So you love to go and see how each group is really going to balance with one another and just kind of these teams getting a feel for one another too, because it's impossible to practice these scenarios. As much as you say you want to scrim, as much as you want to play ranked pubs, whatever it is, nothing prepares you for the intensity that is the ALGS, especially a match like match number 6. Vicky, here we go. The teams are in the dropship.
I wouldn't have said it any better myself, Tom. Now we get set up here. Last game as our teams get ready. They already have their drop spots set up. We saw that Tree wasn't contested, but hopefully trying to see if Tree gets contested this time around as we take a look at our winners from the last game. Odin Gamers, they had the God spot. They had the high ground, and they're looking to continue that on with their composition. They got the 2 big boys that they got to taxi over to that final circle positioning, and they already have the information for the next circle that Fernabachi won't even be able to have time to get because they just lost one of their teammates.
You give this guy an inch, he's going to take a mile right there, Hardecki. He's #1 in kills from the previous split for a reason, and he's showing it with the first kill already. Rocking that Ash here. It's going to be really exciting to see how many points basically players is going to be able to put up. They're already sitting at 70. Can they hit triple digits? That would be absolutely insane, but they've already started off fairly hot. Makes me wonder, what are you really thinking if you're Fenerbahce? I would not be contesting the #1 team.
Absolutely not. That's why we were highlighting the early 50-50s that we usually see on Storm Point. You don't get to see as much here on World's Edge, but Lava Siphon, players taking over Lava Siphon, especially with how they've been performing today, I do not want to take on that fight. So Fenerbahce, they may need to just cut their loss on their third as we get to see where our circle is going to be taking us. And lo and behold, we got another Northern Circle, and the teams that are going to be rotating through Epicenter are going to have a field day with that beacon.
Yeah, it's going to be super easy for these teams over towards the northern side to lock down their positions early. 1000% this is going over towards that overlook side. I can't really see any other zone for this one. If it bounces, I will be completely shocked as we take a look at another fight happening over here. You can see a lot of damage happening over towards Outplayed. They do have the high ground. Triple take should be pretty viable in this type of situation. Maybe a couple barrels need to be tossed out. Still have 3 in the backpack there. Would love to see some of those be utilized. But Vicky, they're on the run and without any resources. I mean, you see the syringes. That's not really going to cut it. All these gray armor is not going to cut it. But I'm looking at the ammo situation. What do you do here without a Loba? And I think if you are going to take a 50-50, some of the things that I've loved to see in the past is teams say, okay, well, if we are going to 50-50, we're going to utilize Loba, and we're just going to go take our loot, immediately run, and then get things late game from the enemy boxes once we put our position in. Outplayed, they're just going to be basically in no man's land here, and their rotation is going to be extremely tough based on what they have.
Yeah, it looks like they were fighting a game of drones. So that was the other team that was contesting them over by staging, but Outplayed, they get out of there. And like you said, they don't have the Loba. They can't afford to just wait out more time on a black market. That's not going to come. They can't wait on that minute just for this fight to pass over. And they'll just be inviting third parties into their area too. They have to get going once they figure out where that circle is going to be pulling, especially seeing a lot of teams like Phoenix Legacy making their way right over there after being able to get that beacon control.
Yeah, you brought up Black Friday. It looks like they're shopping for like Halloween stuff after Halloween, trying to get that cheap candy, and it's just, you know, not ideal. The Sweet Tooth's already been gone after the amount that's been consumed on that day, as we see what Phoenix Legacy is doing, sitting pretty inside of this building. This is what you want to see, right? You want to see more like 300 ammo, purple armor, blue armor, multiple cells and batteries. This is how you do it. Odin Gamers already in a great position.
This is the ESA way. I mean, how else would ESA be leading in the overall leaderboards in North America, especially here on World's Edge? They run a very similar composition. They have the Cossack. They usually just bunker down in one of these side rooms here, but they know there's a squad right above them. An early dome here, actually, wondering if they're just trying to figure out or bait where this other team is, because they don't have a clear sight on them, but this is definitely going to let them know as Phoenix Legacy go into their line of sight.
The discipline not to use the bubble there from Phoenix Legacy. I like that. Speaking of bubble, it's a bubble fight happening. Hockey's inside of that one. Alliance on the rotation being caught out. But this is going to be a 3-team battle, if I'm not mistaken. And this had to be a skyward dive to get ahead of this team, too. So now you can see Hockey's has his skyward dive. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe it was utilized early and then he had some ultic cells, or they could have ballooned to get to this point. But Alliance has made up some serious ground in a short amount of time.
What's crazy is we highlighted how many teams congest this area and what these choke points are going to look like, especially since a lot of them have to now move over to the east. But we saw Game of Drones earlier having that fight by staging. We had that other team getting away players now in a fight themselves. They had great Evo shields, though, and they do clean up Attack Esports. They're going to be taken out of the lobby in their final game. Another one of the teams that we didn't really have the opportunity to really shout out, but Krellix being such an amazing positive member in the Apex community, unfortunately, they are going to be going down first here. And the players, they're going to be having such a good spot on this top platform, but they're going to have to get moving soon because this circle is pulling towards the north.
The dude had 6 batteries, Vicky. That is absolutely insane. Now he has 5. You know you're Thuman when you don't even go for the armor swap immediately. You feel completely safe just hitting that battery. You know teams have already rotated past you. And at this point, I feel like teams are just scared to go buy players. It reminds me of when Sentinels used to land on over there, and they still do. And teams were just terrified to rotate through there because they would sit there and wait for you to come through, and they would slay you out. As you see, Phoenix Legacy is going to go down. The bubble res does hit. I believe that is the battery being popped as well, but that was a scary situation.
Yeah, getting tickled by the charge rifle is just as griefing as getting tickled by the caustic barrel traps. I'm just not about it here, but you know what? They get that knock, but they're not going to be able to push in. They don't want to give up their position, so they're going to be able to get that res from Phoenix Legacy, and they just want to bunker down inside this building. Now, the only difference is it's not like the team that's sitting right underneath them. They don't have those caustic barrels to set up to really secure that room, so they're going to have to take position in different angles to contest any other team that wants that same space.
And we're not really in a sniper meta, let's be honest. I think that you know, we've seen in the past with the longbow being very useful. We've seen triple take be very useful. Scout, before it ended up getting put inside of the drops, was utilized all the time. The problem is when you're inside of these buildings, how do you charge up your Evo shield? How do you find kill opportunities? And then if the zone moves away from you, how are you going to rotate with all of these different squads? And that's what you saw with that brutal rotation coming through from the tree on over towards the thermal side. So now players playing on the edge over here, again, completely fine with their loot. Plenty of opportunities to go back where they came from too, and it's always nice saying, hey, we know that there's no one really landing over towards tree. All the teams that rotate from the south side are already going to be gone. So in terms of round 1 closing, there's no pressure right now on players.
And players haven't moved from this spot exactly either. They've just been kind of clearing the area around Lava Siphon, going through the train tracks, overlooking to see if anything's happening by tree, by harvester. They see that there's already a team that's beaten them in that rotation closer to the circle up north, so players are just opting to go wide here. And they have the tools to do so too, especially after cleaning up 4 kills in the process. So they're going to take their time. They have the phase breach if necessary, and maybe even a redeploy from Leogri.
Exactly. They're just playing their hand right now. And like you said, they have better resources, so they're looking for a fight. So if they run up onto a team, more than likely, I would say almost 100%, they're going to have better armors. There's no way someone's going to have a red Evo right now, and there's most likely not going to have a gold armor. Plus, you're feeling confident about your team fighting because you're just been so strong today. So realistically, anyone that comes their way, all you'd be worried about is a third party that happens after that. So I love the players' approach to this ring.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is players here that we're talking about. They're sitting on 69 points. They're in first place right now, and the difference between themselves and second place is Nemesis with 48 points. So they're feeling extremely confident, and they're going to be able to play into this next circle very carefully.
And it looks like we have a little bit of SOT with Pierre from Rebel. Let's take a listen.
The gun changes. I'm a little bit 50-50 on the putting the flatline and the longbow into the crafting. It's nice. It's nice in the way that now you can craft it whenever you don't find it. So that's a kind of nice thing. But usually you will always find a flatline or 2. Longbow, of course. Sadly, I don't think Maggie will make it into the competitive pool. Her ultimate being a little bit too weak. Her tactical is very strong. Some would say overpowered, but if you would swap around her tactical into her ultimate and her ultimate into her tactical, she would be much more viable in most situations.
I love hearing that insight from Pierre, just being able to hear what his thoughts are and just having the guns in the replicator, denying some of that loot pool away from other guns. Could be a double-edged sword for some of the players that maybe have either the flatline or the longbow as their comfort pick. But as we take a look at an overhead of where our teams are as they situate themselves over by Climatizer, this is why it's so important to be able to secure these buildings early on, especially depending on the team comps that your team is going to be running. But we know that a lot of the map was congested southwest and on the northwest side. So it was just a matter of time before those choke points leaving Survey, even leading through Landslide towards Frag West, is going to be extremely tricky to get by.
And like you were talking about, the power of Caustic in these situations too just can't be undervalued, especially with how many buildings are over towards World's Edge and the amount of endings over there. So you wouldn't have to watch the doors. You could literally just put the barrels on over there and you're going to be A-okay. But now you have to sit there and body block the door. Everybody has to keep their head on a swivel. Right now we're looking at a potential bubble into a scan coming, but this is a scary situation. As you can see, teams collapsing from both sides onto 1872.
And look at this composition change that we also see. They're off on the crypto. They don't have the crypto anymore, so they won't be able to get that beacon scan as flawlessly as they were able to before because they had that drone. Now they have to commit with the Valk and maybe even a dome, but they won't even have that chance. They wanted to stop these teams from being able to obtain that beacon on top of that beacon building, but now getting pinched, they're just going to have to call it quits and actually reposition.
Unfortunately, this is what looks to be their first beacon scan, too. So they were maybe hoping to hold that building down for quite some time, but now realizing the situation, and this is just a death spot. Such a bad spot to be on. Low ground, for sure. So many teams on the high ground, but so many teams sitting in front of you once you start to rotate here, Vicky. It almost could be a bubble skyward dive situation.
Yeah, but what could be good news here for 1872 is now that they've disengaged and repositioned and they're out of sight of that team that took the high ground, the other team that was going in to pinch them could try to full send it on that other squad, and 1872 could plan for a third party. We're going to have to check in again on them to see what they opt to do as Phoenix Legacy. We've been seeing them a lot here. We've been seeing them play this patiently right on top of another squad. We can only imagine that there's probably 2 more other teams on each other side of this building right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Everyone's going to start filtering on over here as round number 1 starts to collapse and the teams, or excuse me, round number 2 starts to collapse and the teams start to filter in from their POIs. Start to run out of ammo though. You got to be careful, especially like you said, without any Lobas in this lobby, you're not going to be able to pick off any of these death boxes. Maybe you could port to one with the Wraiths. We've seen a lot of Wraiths here today. Port into a bubble for our controller looters. That's always nice to see. But Reply Totem, a slow start to the day, trying to pull an Alliance. Speaking of Alliance, we'll update. They don't have 1 point. I believe they have 17 overall with that 16-point performance that they had is basically going to throw down that Rolling Thunder. Yuki with the shots with the Hemlock. We've seen a lot of Hemlock action today.
Yeah, I love it too. Like you were highlighting, with the Rampage being out, it's kind of really replaced the strength of the Hemlock. You got that Thermite to charge it up to blow up those doors, and of course, the sound of it just instills fear. But Yuki is rocking the Hemlock, and he is on the Bloodhound. He's got the Beast of the Hunt activated, but not for long, as he's still going to find that crack. I love this patient play that we're seeing from them, that they're still getting pinged as they're all funneled together behind that rock.
Plenty of batteries for this type of instance. As you see, everybody's basically taking as much damage as possible until their health meds start, until their health starts to tick away, excuse me. And that's how you bait and switch here, because you don't want to have to take that 3 or 4 seconds to hit a syringe when that's as much as you could take to put up, 100 of your shields or 125 in Vapes instance. So that is perfect execution coming in from the baiting and switch for Alliance. Unfortunately, not able to be rewarded with any kills. But you see what their thought process is, Vicky. Hang out on the outside of the edge, take the slow side of the circle, and not make any major mistakes.
Yeah, it's a very Liquid approach here, too, because Liquid likes to hang out on this northern part whenever we see these circles pull towards Climatizer, but we know the risk of this. But with this composition that Alliance is running, I could definitely agree with the slower approach here. Solaris in a fight themselves in Survey Camp, maybe hearing some of the action that was happening north of them on that train tracks, but they can't get involved as they're getting bombarded on right now. Taking some cover as Joke is going to be able to replenish his own health. We just talked about the Rampage, but that other team that was shooting at Alliance is now coming for Solaris' neck.
I love how Solaris is playing out in the open, though, and it seemed like a risky play, but that's how you have to do it, right? We talk about not turtling in the buildings, giving yourself kill opportunities. Solaris, while it is a little bit of a risky play, with the amount of points that they have on the board right now, you have to look for opportunities, and you're not going to get those sitting inside of a building, especially when the zone is going to pull over towards this way. So they're trying to make something out of nothing. We'll see if they can find those points along the way. As you see, Horizon picks up a kill with that Thermite along the way, too. So, Joke, wow, the R301 3X just starting to put in some serious damage.
My favorite sight on this gun, absolutely. I love the 2 times, of course, who can never complain, but Solaris still putting on so much pressure. They're trying to circle keep this team with the circle closing in just less than 35 seconds, so they want to continue holding on to this choke point, but they also note that there is another squad that's been pinging them on their 6. They don't want to get too ahead of themselves with this one squad in sight.
The gold bag, I was wondering when that is going to go on over. I was like, okay, are they really having 2 gold bags. That seems like a lot for one team, but yes, that's going to go on over towards Gibby. One of my favorite animations is with that PK, when he just like flips it over after that reload. It's just so clean. Glad to see the PK is back over here. But the charge rifle PK combo doesn't get any better for a Gibby. Now they start to make the rotation. They are going to be in potentially a team inside this building. No, okay, the pings are going down on over towards the side, and that's where they're expecting the squad.
You highlight favorite animations. One of my favorite animations has to be when that Gibby is slamming on his own arm shield. But taking a look at the action happening right now over by Alliance as they finally make their way over to Climatize. They're still playing the edge right here. The archers are being thrown in their direction, and it's Guild Esports that are on the other side of this fence line, also checking their 6 to make sure they won't get third party.
And this is big. I mean, Bloodhound teams typically have the advantage in these situations just because of that. You look for where the opening is, you wait for the enemy team to make the mistake, and if one player thinks that they can flank or overextend, then you either go for that singular player or you send it on a 3-on-2 towards the other side.
Oh, and they know that there's still another squad coming in from their back here, too. They want to try to take this fight quickly, and with that break, they may want to fully send it. They know that there's 2 shields that are broken on that squad, but they're still playing this patiently, as they know that another squad coming in from Survey Camp, potentially Solaris, could actually rotate on their back.
There's a handful of ways to deal with this, right? You could wait for the scan and then scan behind you. Maybe you toss a Rolling Thunder behind you and smoke it out and then charge the other team. We'll see how Alliance wants to go about this, but right now it seems like they finally have found their groove. Unfortunately for Yuki, running low on ammo, which seems to be the case for a handful of different teams as you see DXT going up against Solaris in your kill feed.
I know some teams are probably thinking about that black market right now. Those Black Friday deals really coming in clutch, especially in moments like this where Guild Esports now are also playing by the crates. Doesn't look like they have the meds necessary here to fully replenish themselves, but they're also just trying to plan their next move for their rotation.
Maybe we're gonna see Watson in the meta. Nah, I don't think so. maybe one of these days. Rest in peace to the Pathfinder Wraith Watson meta. Wraith the one to survive throughout all of that. But like you said, in the Challenger circuit, we've seen in the NA area at least a handful of different Pathfinders here. It's gonna be more of a Season 1 plus Valkyrie composition coming through. They start to bully their way forward, but again, they are running low on resources like a majority of this lobby, and not a lot of deaths results in a lot of different teams being posted up and congested in this area.
Now players on the other side, though, finding their own fight. Well, the other fight is happening on the other side with Alliance. Players now are going to be able to clean things up. You can see the Rolling Thunder rolling right in here. Players having to dance around this. Oh, taking some pressure, though. Hardeki is actually going to back off, but they've lost Leogri in the process of all of that.
Could be a smoke out on over towards this corner. We'll find out what happens as the res goes on to Leogri. There's the smoke coming in from Artico. Possibly going to heal. That's going to be with the syringe. Phoenix kit is going to be popped too, and that smoke provides more than enough cover in terms of time to get that Phoenix kit off. So they're going to be A-okay throughout that situation. Nice job by players finding a little bit of safe haven in this corner.
Guild gets taken out by Zeta Division in the feed. Nemesis are holding onto the high ground. This is the team that was actually able to get Leogri in their line of sight, but it looks like they're getting dove on by another team right now, forcing off the high ground. Robin now having to get into a different position.
Smart to go inside of the building right here, but hello, all 3 players come in, and unfortunately as he's jumping to check to see if those players were coming, and yes they were, that is going to be all she wrote for Nemesis. Phoenix Legacy with the counterplay. It looked so good, but then it didn't all of a sudden, and there is the third party. Zeta with the timing. The shot's looking really strong from importance, but I don't know if they're going to be important enough. Oh, are you kidding me? Zeta! Get out of the building. Team Empire now, they're going to come through, and it is just going to be team after team. Everybody wanted loot, and now they're going to find it.
I feel like we're playing a game of dominoes out here. I mean, I'm not very far from home, but it may as well be with Team Empire coming in for the fourth party. Sabs could not catch a break, but she did so well right there with that third party moving in. Alliance now still alive, still holding the same spot that they were before. Thinking that could have been Solaris actually that wanted to dive and take this spot, but they have not moved a single inch, and this is such a good spot for them to be because they're also in the circle and they know that their backs are covered.
You know, Alliance is playing a lot more patient, and it could be the Bloodhound, right? It could be the information of the scans that allows Hackies to go and hit that in-game leadership that we all know and love, and now you're starting to see back-to-back solid games for Alliance, but there's still 7 squads left, and there's a lot of points to be had as you see Leogri in that kill feed going to pick off some of the members from Empire with the Wingman, and then you see the R301 coming in from Civen onto Pochi. A couple players are going to drop over here, but none of the squads have been eliminated. But yeah, there it is. That's going to be Odin Gamers going out, your winners from the previous game. Now Alliance, who got second place, trying to make some big moves here with that PK and the Digi-Threat.
Alliance now, they have a dream and they're looking to make the comeback, be the comeback kings. Look at this Digi-Threat. You don't even need it in the Beast of the Hunt, but you're going to be able to utilize this with those Bangalore smokes. But the team behind them, they're getting focused down. Team Empire are now going to be able to dive into Alliance, and they get taken out. No dream, as it is dead. They're going to be falling in top 5 here, 5th place in this final game. And Team Empire are now going to be able to take their spot and take care of that rat that was right underneath them.
All of a sudden, we went from 5 to 2. The window for Alliance just closed, and Empire was the team to go and close that one. Winners of Game 2 with 20-plus points in that one, trying to be our only repeat winners for today. The winners that players won Game 1 and 3, so we have had 2 winners, but the winners that we've had today, Game 1, players. Game 2, Empire. Game 3, again with players, Nemesis, and then Game 5 was Odin. And right now, Vicky, when you see this 3-on-2, you got to be loving what you're seeing if you are a fan of the Empire team.
Absolutely, especially after that fourth party rather, that we had seen inside that building by Climatizer. Now it's Team Empire versus Rascals, and Rascals don't really have much of cover to really play off of. They're not only playing off of the slight low ground, but they're only playing off behind a little rock.
I want to see the Yeet bounce pad into all 3 members. Ranch is going for that armor swap. Needs to be careful. This could be a Q directly towards them. You have to send it right here. Somehow, some way, this 2v3 is working now, and it is Sivin with the knock. Rascals trying to play spoiler here for Empire.
Where are you going? Where are you running? Team Empire, though, do they miss right now with Cleve landing so many of those wingman shots, and they finally finish things up for Rascals. Team Empire are your last game winners.
Oof, got a little bit nervous there for Empire. I thought that they were going to throw that one in fashion, too, but all of a sudden, the shots, the wingman connecting big time. Unfortunately, Rascals only had 2 members throughout all of that, too. Woof, 6 games. 2 of them won by Empire, 2 of them won by players, and what a phenomenal ending to our EMEA day.
Much more consistent results for some of these teams taking multiple wins in comparison to what we usually see in North America, with ESA being excluded out of that conversation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, a lot of surprises came through today. I'm also curious what happened throughout the A&D stream too, but wow, what a day for Empire. Cleves, Ranches, Maliwan, and also keep in mind the great rat job that was happening in game number 4 to pick up those extra points to get top 5 too. That's going to really go on over to the accumulative leaderboard for them as well. But I'm a little bit heartbroken for Alliance for a handful of reasons, right? They're really slow start to get everything going, and then all of a sudden they pick it up there. In the final moments, they got a little bit too greedy. The Beast of the Hunts popped. The scans just weren't coming out, and it seemed like they got a little bit too aggressive over towards finding those kills. Got punished for it. Could have been a lot more points on the board for them.
Yeah, I feel like they just really weren't expecting a team to come in from behind. I think that was Rascals, and then Empire just was able to dive in on the fact that they saw a knock. So just unfortunate positioning from Alliance, but even better here for Team Empire as they take that second win. And like you highlighted, that solo play that we saw in game number 4 is going to elevate them a lot more of those placement points as we take a look at the second half of our teams. Nemesis, they had a very strong start today, but falling a little short in that final game, hoping that it doesn't cost them any more points, because I think they were sitting in second place overall players.
2 zones over towards the northern side too, and twice that we saw Odin kind of popping off in the kill feed and doing pretty well as we see the damage that was being output. But it was all about the timing there, and I think that when you're rocking the Bloodhound teams, if you're able to hit the right scans at the right time, that was huge. Again, no Gibby here on this team, so it's super surprising to see how the meta is shifting from North America on over to EMEA. And we kind of had this thing going around where we feel EMEA sets that pace of what everyone else is going to play. Maybe that's going to bleed on over to North America as we move forward.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because you have a counter for a counter. We see these Bangalores coming out more often in EMEA, so naturally you're going to be seeing a lot more Bloodhounds because you got that Beast of the Hunt that could see right through that smoke grenade. Yeah, you got those Digi-Threats, but sometimes you don't get as lucky to find one off the ground. So to have that Bloodhound and to have that intel, especially on World's Edge for those final circles, is so detrimental for some of these squads.
Let's invite Rain Day back to the desk to help break down all of that happened throughout game 1 and 6. Holy cow. Wow. EMEA region, they come through swinging.
Yeah, and they've got so many different styles of how they like to swing, too. It's not just a jab. They've got a haymaker ready, locked and loaded. They've got some uppercuts. They've got a couple of side steps and shuffles. I feel like this is where we get to see Apex Legends really shine tactically with the choices that they're making. And in North America, I'll give them credit. They've played more of these diverse legend compositions than we've ever seen before, guys, with Horizons and Lobas and Fuse even, which EMEA hasn't dared to try. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but clearly the Bloodhound has been a staple, not only for what we've seen today, but with top-performing teams like Empire putting it together with a Bloodhound leading the charge.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing the Bloodhound. I cannot complain about that. As a Bloodhound player, I absolutely love seeing the representation, but can also understand why we've been seeing less of the Bloodhound as we move into Stormpoint. But to see a different pace coming in from EMEA, I'm here living for it. I absolutely love the composition changes that EMEA brings to the table. Same thing could be said about APAC, where they usually run the Watson, the Crypto. And we talk about the counter for the counter. I mean, we see sometimes the same thing with those Crypto EMPs when we see those domes being utilized, mistimed, and the Caustic Barrels just being deleted from the equation.
Tom,
yeah, we didn't see many mistakes
here, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say, we didn't see any mistakes here, really, except for at the end here, and that was a little bit scary for Team Empire, but I just saw a lot of clean Apex. The third parties inside of that building were just one on top of another. Vicky was talking about a domino effect. That's what you love to see, though, and you want to see these top teams, when you have an opportunity to take them out, you got to go for them. You can't allow reses to come through. That's why I was so surprised to see in the thermal station ending, Scars was able to get a majority, actually all of their team rate back up. That's Scars. You can't allow them to go and get free reses in certain instances, but I just love how clean everything was played today from the EMEA region.
And it's resulted in some different overall standings, which I'm sure we'll be bringing up in just a moment. In fact, we've got it here. It is Empire who's going to clean up second place. It is Players who will take the day. Well, not too surprising. Maybe the most surprising thing, guys, is that our picks, Guild Esports, came in 8th. And your picks, not even in top 10. Alliance showed up just a day late and $1 short. But shout outs to Odin Gamers as well, who really did show up today and put themselves in a top 4 position, a team we didn't really expect from that. Right, Vicky?
Yeah, all right, Raina, I get it. You could rub it in our face for now, okay? You know, you could rub it in our face for right now, but let's see if that happens again. Alliance is that team to make the comeback later down the line as the season goes on, but players sitting in that first place spot, absolutely not surprising. I mean, especially looking at the players that have been on this roster for so long. They have that synergy built, but Team Empire coming in swinging after those last 4 games, I absolutely am not surprised to see them sitting in the overall leaderboards in second place.
Yeah, Tom, how about Rascals jumping up 6 spots to get top 5 there?
That's where my eyes were at, because we actually were able to see a majority of what Rascals were doing, and that was a team that was fighting for everything that they had, right? Nothing was coming easy for them, and you got to really love that, because, again, we're taking the top 10 teams when this is all said and done, and those are your teams from this region that are going on over towards the playoffs. So if you could jump up 6 places, Evan, in that final game, that's phenomenal.
And it's creating some great Apex for viewers and for casters alike and everyone in the scene to be watching. That Game 6 in these last couple tournaments has meant more than a usual Game 6 for us. And that's an exciting place for Apex to be, not just with the diversity, but how close it is with people edging out to that number 1, number 2, number 3 spot. We see Alliance just barely outside of the top 10. They ran up to Phoenix Legacy right behind them. 1872, a team we saw a lot, just 5 points short, but that'll land them in 15. It's a tight lobby. Rebel, a team with a lot of experience, did not show up the way they wanted to show up today. Game of Thrones leading the lowest part of the lobby. Drones, excuse me, leading the lowest part of the lobby. Almost got a copyright there. With 9 points as well. So I mean, listen, guys, it was a day of differences. Sometimes those differences separated some great history teams, and sometimes, you know, there were some new teams up into the front of this lobby making an impact. I'd say beyond looking at how this game transpired, Empire really caught my eye today as a team that they won twice. They were able to stay consistently in these final circles. What was it? I mean, let's just even take the Bloodhound away. What was it about the way they were playing that was so successful for this team, Vicky?
I think it was just the fact that they were able to adapt better around the transition from Stormpoint into World's Edge. You have to imagine that that's really difficult for some teams that have felt very comfortable on World's Edge. We see that across the other regions as well. And I think that as the season does go on, more and more of these teams are going to get the better hang of Stormpoint and then carry on that transition of the points that they've already obtained from Stormpoint into World's Edge and just multiply what they already had.
Tom, is it a matter of just bridging the gap?
Yeah, I mean, I know we talked about Alliance a lot, but I want to go and look at how they got 27 points in 2 games, and then they threw the game that had the ending over towards their side in Thermal Station in game number 4. 1 point after 3 games. Something's going on in Stormpoint, and you could see some of the teams just weren't ready for that. And it's really crazy to me that a team like Alliance that is so well prepared, that has so much unison and so much teamwork, would come through and have such a lackluster performance, because if they played how they did in game number 5 and 6, we're looking at them in the top of the leaderboard, maybe, you know, falling a little bit behind players, but mathematically, you look at that and you say, okay, they could have been dropping 75 points if they continued to average that. So that's a little, kind of eye-opening to me, and I think that a lot of teams need to take advantage of that. They need to take advantage of Stormpoint, this new meta, what's going on right now, and try to shut down these teams that have been so dominant in the past.
Yeah, good note. Empire winning on both Stormpoint and on World's Edge, the only team to do that today. Let's head into Group A and D, which featured, well, some interesting teams at the top. I want to see who finished. It wasn't Solo Q Goats. IG International climb up top, and they continue the climb to first place, winning out by 2 points. It's Kick who dropped from first. They were 1 point ahead of Solo Q Goats with 52 at the end of that game. So both Solo Q and Kick not having great final games, and it opens up the door for Forgang and Mutarium as well to jump into 4 and 5, leaving Nodisfin, Seer, Kangarna, 69 IQ, and GMT to round out the top 10. What's your reaction to this one, guys? Tom, I'll start with you.
I just think watching Navi go from the top a majority of the time to 6 is really surprising, and then IG kind of bumping up over towards the side to me, but just look at how close that was. That's what you got to look at. 58 all the way down to 43. Are you kidding me? Crazy. That's only, what, 15 points separating first through 9th? That's unheard of.
Yeah, that's actually insane. Look at how IG did too, jumping up those 2 spots. I could only imagine, because the last time we got to take a look at this overall leaderboard, I could only imagine that IG International had an amazing pop-off game for those last 2 games. Really curious to see how that played out. And that's why there's so much great EMEA action happening on the same day today. That was Group A versus D happening on a separate stream, which was twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. And we saw already the outcome in Groups B versus C. Imagine what the composition's looking like over by the other side of the groups.
Yeah, it is really going to be just an incredible week for us, isn't it? Because we're going to be able to see these teams again and again and again. For those just joining us on this broadcast, you've missed most of it, but there's a lot coming up. We'll catch on to that a little bit. It was a great day in EMEA. We'll have more throughout the week, and we did see B and C today. So it was a few teams featured, few teams that we thought would be featured that kind of tried to get in a little bit later, speaking of Alliance. But, the way the day went, it was still down to players, guys. It was really about a team that has dominated throughout EMEA and has continued to dominate, and you can see it right here in the leaderboard. They're number 1 alongside IG International. These points are going to accumulate every single time that they win. So watching at home, you're going to see a top first place finish that's going to net you those 25 points, and then you're going to continue to see the teams in 2nd and 3rd end up following behind suit, and that's going to create your overall place for how you do in this split after 6 series. So a good thing to keep track of here. It kind of all means the same thing. If you keep placing first, you're going to do well and going to be in first place. But for all those other instances, Guild Esports, we don't see Alliance on here in the top 20, but these teams, they still have a chance to claw back, get some points, get back up into this top 10 to qualify for playoffs. And as we head out of this, of course, we are going to have a chance to look at the bottom of this roster, and this is where I want to see any names, Vicky or Tom afterwards, kind of standing out to you in this 21 to 39, which is more of the relegation side, not where you want to be. Vicky, I'll start with you. Aside from Alliance, anybody here that's kind of surprising to you?
Honestly, just to look at how 789 is doing down there, I was expecting 789 to really pop off, but to be on the lower end of the overall leaderboards, maybe having a rough start like we had seen from Alliance earlier in today. Again, it is day number 1 for EMEA. I think a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out where they feel more comfortable, especially playing on a newer map.
Yeah, Rebel, Reply Totem, underrated. I think that those are the 3 teams to me that kind of stood out to you based on what they did in Split 1. But keep in mind, we're in a new split, and this is going to move very fast, right? It's day after day here. A lot of times there's an adjustment period. There's a week off, so you can go and make these type of changes. There's not much time for changing, and I think that's why it was so important for players to basically instill fear in everybody in the EMEA region in just the first 3 games they played.
You make your mark fast and loud, and that is certainly what players and IG International have done across the groups today. You know, we saw B and C, and yes, we know A and D played. We didn't get a chance to watch them, but in B and C, and after any Apex tournament, there are always a few players that stand out from the crowd. So it's time to take a moment at the end of our show to talk about the players that stood out today. All right, Tom, I'll talk to you first. Who stood out in your eyes on a dominant performance today as a player that really had a star-studded one?
For me, it was in Game 4 for Nemesis, and it was Robin because of the fact that that was such a tough spot to go and lock down over towards the jungle gym area, and you just saw so many different angles being taken. Just watch how they're holding off teams from north, west, south, east, up and down, all these different angles, and then the fight at the very end to keep it clean, not throwing it away. This was a 3-on-2-on-2-on-1. You saw Ranches as the rat right here, but they took their time, they executed, and it was a really nice performance from Robin.
Yeah, Nemesis, such a successful team over the course of the day. They didn't have a great Game 6, but without Robin popping off in the way that he did, 9 kill games, it wouldn't have been possible for them to be so successful throughout the day. So Robin, big shout out in one of the top players. Vicky, I'll head it to you. Who was your star of the day, or at least the player that stood out the most to you, synonymous with being a monster in this one?
Yeah, honestly, it has to be Hardeki. I have to give it over to Hardeki, over to players, not only because of his performance today, which I'll highlight in a little bit, but just I feel like when we have this discussion about IGLs, it's always sweet. How? For all the good reasons, too. Of course, we get a lot of attention on NA, but when I take a look at the EMEA region, Hardeki, in my opinion, is the best IGL in EMEA, and for a reason. And not only was his rotation calls amazing, especially in this first game where we got to see players hold down the fort for a long time, but not only that, his KP averaged more than what most teams were able to get after those top 3 teams of the day. Going forward, he had finished with 28 total kills today, so he was absolutely fragging out of his mind.
And we're going to see a little bit of how insane that was. I think I remember in the first couple of games, after Game 3, he had 20 kills at the very least. Hardeki always finds a way for us to scream his name. And, you know, that is a superstar, not just today, but throughout Apex Legends history. Let's take a look at all of the top performers as far as kills, because that's a leaderboard that everybody wants to see. Did I make it? Yeah, you made it. But, man, there was some distance between 1 and 2, Tom.
No doubt about it. And we saw the Split 1 leaderboard, and hey, it's Hardeki again, and it's on a different legend. Instead of Wraith, going to be going with the Ashe this time around. Big shot to everybody that made it on this leaderboard, but 28 kills. Vicky put it perfectly. Some teams didn't even get 28 points overall today.
Yeah, it's actually insane to see that Hardeki was single-handedly able to achieve that, cleaning up after the rest of his team too, allowing them to put down that onslaught of damage. But also want to highlight Cleave coming out here with 20 kills on Team Empire. That was the team that got 2nd place overall in today alone. So Cleave really coming in swinging.
Yeah, all of these players, all successful today, all stars in their own right. Those were your top players here in day 1 of EMEA Split 2. All right, so this is the moment of the show where we have a chance to sit back and hear, not from us anymore, as we've been doing a lot of talking and filling, but from one of the players themselves. Now, we actually, what I'm hearing is that today, because of the way things have gone, we'll not be able to do an interview. So for those who've been waiting, we apologize. We will be getting that back up and running throughout most of these broadcasts that will happen all week. So it is going to be us, Tom. I threw away from us. I went back to us. You know, that's kind of the circle of life, isn't it? Or the circle of casting. I could see it.
If not us, then who?
If not,
if not us, then who?
That's a great question. Nobody, really, nobody, because we would throw to no one and come right back to us. Guys, what a show. I mean, let's take a look at how it wrapped up, because we are wrapping it up for today. The talent predictions predicted one thing. You know, it's a win, but I don't really feel like it's much of a win, guys, because we were all off the mark today.
Hey, thanks for making us feel better, Randy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was nice at least. You know, just gotta put some salt on the wound in a different place, at least earlier on. Hey. But you know, we thought Alliance was really gonna come in swinging, and they did at the end. So you know, just a little late on that. But Guild Esports also started off pretty strong. Well, I actually think that they started off a little slower than what we usually see from Guild Esports, then picked things up, and then that inconsistency did continue on throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to throw salt in the wound, at least allow it to be a little truffle salt, a little black garlic salt, a little something that's going to taste good.
Ooh,
you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. You know, I'm cooking out here. You know, Chef Rain Day. We're going to get into that another day. But, hey, guys, we have a new broadcast coming up, not in a week. Tomorrow. That's right, tomorrow. We will be back for some more EMEA action. I believe we'll be seeing some North America as well.
Doubleheader.
It is going to be an insane day. It's going to be an insane week, guys. We are booked solid. We are going to be here all week long until Sunday is over, getting this done and showing you the best of the best in all of Apex Legends. And if you know, then you know. But if you don't know, let me tell you. Here's where you find us. It's Play Apex Esports across YouTube, where you not only see this exact stream happening on YouTube, you can catch the VOD, which is really easy to see, all the comments, people talking about things, and also some original content. If you want to watch here, it's twitch.tv/playapex, and, of course, Play Apex Esports on Twitter. Tom, Vicky, any final words heading out of today, day one? We saw a lot of things. Vicky, I'll leave it to you to kind of get some closing remarks.
I'm excited to see what more EMEA's got to bring to the plate in terms of these composition picks. Again, this was just day number 1, so we're just getting started.
Yeah, same. I'm glad to have EMEA back. I'm excited to get into this doubleheader that's going on tomorrow. So big shout out to all the players, big shout out to the fans, obviously production crew, Respawn, and everyone involved.
All right, guys, everybody at home, enjoy the rest of your afternoons, your evenings, hey, maybe your mornings, wherever you're from. We are a global community at Apex, and we like it that way. Thanks for joining us here for Split 2, Day 1 for EMEA. We'll see you tomorrow for a doubleheader. EMEA, NA, coming at you. Stormpoint, World's Edge. I'm Randy. That's Vicky, Kitty, of course, Tom, and James on the broadcast as well. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next time.